Section 8 of Volume 1 of the Golden Bough. Part 1. The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3, Subchapter 4, The Magician's Progress. Private and Public Magic. The public magician who practices his art for the good of the whole community enjoys great influence and may rise to be a chief or king. We have now concluded our examination of the general principles of sympathetic magic. The examples by which I have illustrated them have been drawn for the most part from what may be called private magic, that is, from magical rites and incantations practiced for the benefit or the injury of individuals. But in savage society there is commonly to be found in addition what we may call public magics, that is, sorcery practiced for the benefit of the whole community. Wherever ceremonies of this sort are observed for the common good, it is obvious that the magician ceases to be merely a private practitioner and becomes, to some extent, a public functionary. The development of such a class of functionaries is of great importance for the political as well as religious evolution of society. But when the welfare of the tribe is supposed to depend on the performance of these magical rites, the magician rises into a position of much influence and repute, and may readily acquire the rank and authority of a chief or king. The profession accordingly draws into its ranks some of the ablest and most ambitious men of the tribe, because it holds out to them a prospect of honour, wealth, and power such as hardly any other career could offer. The acuter minds perceive how easy it is to dupe their weaker brother, and to play on his superstition for their own advantage. Not that the sorcerer is always a knave and impostor. He is often sincerely convinced that he really possesses these wonderful powers which the credulity of his fellows ascribes to him. But the more sagacious he is, the more likely he is to see through the fallacies which impose on duller wits. Thus the ablest members of the profession must tend to be more or less conscious deceivers, and it is just these men who, in virtue of their superior ability, will generally come to the top and win for themselves positions of the highest dignity and the most commanding authority. The pitfalls which beset the path of the professional sorcerer are many, and as a rule only the man of coolest head and sharpest wit will be able to steer his way through them safely. For it must always be remembered that every single profession and claim put forward by the magician as such is false. Not one of them can be maintained without deception, conscious or unconscious. Accordingly, the sorcerer who sincerely believes in his own extravagant pretensions is in far greater peril, and is much more likely to be cut short in his career than the deliberate impostor. The honest wizard always expects that his charms and incantations will produce their supposed effect, and when they fail, not only really, as they always do, but conspicuously and disastrously, as they often do, he is taken aback. He is not, like his knavish colleague, ready with a plausible excuse to account for their failure, and before he can find one he may be knocked on the head by his disappointed and angry employers. Tendency of supreme power to fall into the hands of the ablest and most unscrupulous men. The general result is that at this stage of social evolution, the supreme power tends to fall into the hands of men of the keenest intelligence and the most unscrupulous character. If we could balance the harm they do by their knavery against the benefits they confer by their superior sagacity, it might well be found that the good greatly outweigh the evil. For more mischief has probably been wrought in the world by honest fools in high places than by intellectual rascals. Once your shrewd rogue has attained the height of his ambition, and has no longer any selfish ends to further, he may, and often does, turn his talents, his experience, his resources to the service of the public. Many men who have been least scrupulous in the acquisition of power have been most beneficent in the use of it, whether the power they aimed at and won was that of wealth, political authority, or what not. In the field of politics, the wily intriguer, the ruthless victor, may end by being a wise and magnanimous ruler, blessed in his lifetime, lamented at his death, admired and applauded by prosperity. Such men, to take two of the most conspicuous instances, were Julius Caesar and Augustus. But once a fool, always a fool, and the greater the power in his hands, the more disastrous is likely to be the use he makes of it. The heaviest calamity in English history, the breach with America, might never have occurred if George III had not been an honest dullard. The elevation of magicians to power tends to substitute a monarchy for that primitive democracy, or rather oligarchy of old men, which is characteristic of savage society, and the rise of monarchy seems to be an essential condition of the emergence of mankind from savagery. Thus, so far as the public profession of magic affected the constitution of savage society, it tended to place the control of affairs in the hands of the ablest man. It shifted the balance of power from the many to the one. It substituted a monarchy for a democracy, or rather for an oligarchy of old men. For in general the savage community is ruled, not by the whole body of adult males, but by a council of elders. The change, by whatever causes produced, and whatever the character of the early rulers, was on the whole very beneficial, for the rise of monarchy appears to be an essential condition of the emergence of mankind from savagery. No human being is so hidebound by custom and tradition as your democratic savage. In no state of society, consequently, is progress so slow and difficult. The old notion that the savage is the freest of mankind is the reverse of the truth. He is a slave, not indeed to a visible master, but to the past, to the spirits of his dead forefathers who haunt his steps from birth to death, and rule him with a rod of iron. What they did in his pattern of right, the unwritten law, to which he yields a blind, unquestioning obedience. The least possible scope is thus afforded to superior talent to change old customs for the better. The ablest man is dragged down by the weakest and dullest, who necessarily sets the standard, since he cannot rise, while the other can fall. The surface of such a society presents a uniform dead level, so far as it is humanly possible to reduce the natural inequalities, the immeasurable real differences of inborn capacity and temper, to a false superficial appearance of equality. From this low and static condition of affairs, which demagogues and dreamers in later times have lauded as their ideal state, the golden age of humanity, everything that helps to raise society by opening a career to talent, and proportioning the degrees of authority to men's natural abilities, deserves to be welcomed by all who have the real good of their fellows at heart. Once these elevating influences have begun to operate, and they cannot be for ever suppressed, the progress of civilization becomes comparatively rapid. The rise of one man to supreme power enables him to carry through changes in a single lifetime which previously many generations might not have sufficed to effect. And if, as will often happen, he is a man of intellect and energy above the common, he will readily avail himself of the opportunity. Even the whims and caprices of a tyrant may be of service in breaking the chain of custom which lies so heavy on the savage, and as soon as the tribe ceases to be swayed by the timid and divided counsels of the elders, and yields to the direction of a single strong and resolute mind, it becomes formidable to its neighbours and enters on a career of aggrandizement, which at an early stage of history is often highly favourable to social, industrial, and intellectual progress. For extending its sway, partially by force of arms, partially by the voluntary submission of weaker tribes, the community soon acquires wealth and slaves, both of which, by relieving some classes from the perpetual struggle for bare subsistence, afford them an opportunity of devoting themselves to that disinterested pursuit of knowledge, which is the noblest and most powerful instrument to ameliorate the lot of man. Intellectual progress depended on economic progress, which is often furthered by conquest and empire. Intellectual progress, which reveals itself in the growth of art and science and the spread of more liberal views, cannot be disassociated from industrial or economic progress, and that, in its turn, receives an immense impulse from conquest and empire. It is no mere accident that the most vehement outbursts of activity of the human mind have followed close on the heels of victory, and that the great conquering races of the whole world have commonly done most to advance and spread civilization, thus healing in peace the wounds they inflicted in war. The Babylonians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs are the witnesses in the past. We may yet live to see a similar outburst in Japan. Nor to remount the stream of history to its sources, it is an accident that all the first great strides towards civilization have been made under despotic and theocratic governments like those of Egypt, Babylon, and Peru, while their supreme ruler claimed and received the servile allegiance of his subjects in the double character of a king and a god. It is hardly too much to say that at this early epoch despotism is the best friend of humanity, and paradoxical as it may sound, of liberty. For after all, there is more liberty in the best sense, liberty to think our own thoughts and to fashion our own destinies under the most absolute despotism the most grinding tyranny, than under the apparent freedom of savage life, where the individual lot is cast from the cradle to the grave in the iron mould of hereditary custom. Benefits rendered to civilization by magic. So far, therefore, as the public profession of magic has been one of the roads by which the ablest men have passed to supreme power, it has contributed to emancipate mankind from the thraldom of tradition and to elevate them into a larger, freer life with a broader outlook on the world. This is no small service rendered to humanity, and when we remember further that in another direction magic has paved the way for science, we are forced to admit that if the black art has done much evil, it has been the source of much good, that if it is the child of error, it has yet been the mother of freedom and truth. End of section 8. Section 9 of Volume 1 of The Golden Bough by James Frazer, Part 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Magic and Religion. Magic, like science, postulates the order and uniformity of nature, hence the attraction both of magic and of science, which open up a boundless visa to those who can penetrate to the secret springs of nature. The examples collected in the last chapter may suffice to illustrate the general principles of sympathetic magic in its two branches, to which we have given the names of homeopathic and contagious respectively. In some cases of magic which have come before us, we have seen that the operation of spirits is assumed, and that an attempt is made to win their favour by prayer and sacrifice. But these cases are on the whole exceptional. They exhibit magic tinged and alloyed with religion. Wherever sympathetic magic occurs in its pure unadulterated form, it assumes that in nature one event follows another necessarily and invariably without the intervention of any spiritual or personal agency. Thus its fundamental conception is identical with that of modern science. Underlying the whole system is a faith, implicit but real and firm, in the order and uniformity of nature. The magician does not doubt that the same causes will always produce the same effects, that the performance of the proper ceremony accompanied by the appropriate spell will inevitably be attended by the desired results, unless indeed his incantations should chance to be thwarted and foiled by the more potent charms of another sorcerer. He supplicates no higher power, he sues the favour of no fickle and wayward being, he obeys himself before no awful deity. Yet his power, great as he believes it to be, is by no means arbitrary and unlimited. He can wield it only so long as he strictly conforms to the rules of his art, or to what may be called the laws of nature as conceived by him. To neglect these rules, to break these laws in the smallest particular, is to incur failure, and may even expose the unskilful practitioner himself to the utmost peril. If he claims a sovereignty over nature, it is a constitutional sovereignty rigorously limited in scope and exercised in exact conformity with ancient usage. Thus the analogy between the magical and the scientific conceptions of the world is close. In both of them, the succession of events is perfectly regular and certain, being determined by immutable laws, the operation of which can be foreseen and calculated precisely. The elements of caprice, of chance, and of accident are banished from the course of nature. Both of them open up a seemingly boundless vista of possibilities to him who knows the causes of things, and can touch the secret springs that set in motion the vast and intricate mechanism of the world. Hence the strong attraction which magic and science alike have exercised on the human mind, hence the powerful stimulus that both have given to the pursuit of knowledge. They lure the weary inquirer, the footsore seeker, on through the wilderness of disappointment, in the presence, by their endless promise of the future. They take him up to the top of an exceeding high mountain, and show him, beyond the dark clouds and rolling mists at his feet, a vision of the celestial city, far off, it may be, but radiant with unearthly splendour, bathed in the light of dreams. The fatal flaw of magic lies not in its general assumption of the uniformity of nature, but in its misapprehension of the particular laws which govern the sequence of natural events. The fatal flaw of magic lies not in its general assumption of a sequence of events determined by law, but in its total misconception of the nature of the particular laws which govern the sequence. If we analyze the various cases of sympathetic magic which have been passed in review in the preceding pages, and which may be taken as far as samples of the bulk, we shall find, as I have already indicated, that they are all mistaken applications of one or other of two great fundamental laws of thought, namely, the association of ideas by similarity and the association of ideas by contiguity in space or time. A mistaken association of similar ideas produces homeopathic or imitative magic. A mistaken association of contiguous ideas produces contagious magic. The principles of association are excellent in themselves and indeed absolutely essential to the working of the human mind. Legitimately applied, they yield science. Illegitimately applied, they yield magic. The bastard sister of science is therefore a truism, almost a tautology, to say that all magic is necessary, false, and barren. For were it ever to become true and fruitful, it would no longer be magic but science. From the earliest times man has been engaged in a search for general rules whereby to turn the order of natural phenomena to his own advantage, and in a long search he has scraped together a great hoard of such maxims, some of them golden and some of them mere dross. The true or golden rules constitute the body of applied science, which we call the arts. The false are magic. Relation of magic to religion. If magic is thus next of kin to science, we have still to inquire how it stands related to religion. But the view we take of that relation will necessarily be coloured by the idea which we have formed of the nature of religion itself. Hence a writer may reasonably be expected to define his conception of religion before he proceeds to investigate its relation to magic. There is probably no subject in the world about which opinions differ so much as the nature of religion, and to frame a definition of it which would satisfy every one must obviously be impossible. Religion defined is a propitiation or conciliation of superhuman powers which are believed to control nature and man. Thus religion comprises two elements, a theoretical and a practical, or faith and works, and it does not exist without both. Both religious practice need not consist in ritual, it may consist in ethical conduct if that is believed to be well-pleasing to the deity. All that a writer can do is, first, to say clearly what he means by religion, and afterwards to employ the word consistently in that sense throughout his work. By religion, then, I understand a propitiation of or a conciliation of powers superior to man which are believed to direct and control the course of nature and human life. Thus defined, religion consists of two elements, a theoretical and a practical, namely a belief in powers higher than man and an attempt to propitiate or please them. Of the two, belief clearly comes first, since we must believe in the existence of a divine being before we can attempt to please him. But unless the belief leads to a corresponding practice, it is not a religion but merely a theology. In the language of St. James, faith, if it hath not works, is dead, being alone. In other words, no man is religious who does not govern his conduct in some measure by the fear or love of God. On the other hand, mere practice, divested of all religious belief, is also not religion. Two men may behave in exactly the same way, and yet one of them may be religious and the other not. If one of them acts from the love or fear of God, he is religious. If the other acts from the love or fear of man, he is moral or immoral according to his behaviour, comports, or conflicts with the general good. Hence belief and practice, or in theoretical language, faith and works, are equally essential to religion, which cannot exist without both of them. But it is not necessarily that religious practice should always take the form of a ritual, that is, it need not consist in the offering of sacrifice, the recitation of prayers, or other outward ceremonies. Its aim is to please the deity, and if the deity is one who delights in charity and mercy and purity more than in oblations of blood, the chanting of hymns, and the fumes of incense, his worshippers will best please him, not by prostrating themselves before him, by intoning his praises, and by filling his temples with costly gifts, but by being pure and merciful and charitable towards men, for in doing so they will imitate, so far as human infirmity allows, the perfections of the divine nature. It was this ethical side of religion which the Hebrew prophets, inspired with the noble ideal of God's goodness and holiness, were never weary of inculcating. Thus Micah says, "He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of thee, but to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God." And at a later time, much of the force by which Christianity conquered the world was drawn from the same high conception of God's moral nature, and the duty laid on men of conforming themselves to it. Pure religion undefiled, says St. James, before God and the Father is this, to visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction, and to keep himself unspotted from the world. By assuming the order of nature to be elastic or variable, religion is opposed in principle alike to magic and to science, both of which assume the order of nature to be rigid and invariable. But if religion involves, first, a belief in superhuman beings who rule the world, and second, an attempt to win their favour, it clearly assumes that the course of nature is to some extent elastic or variable, and that we can persuade or influence the mighty beings who control it to deflect, for our benefit, the current of events from the channel in which they would otherwise flow. Now this implied elasticity or variability of nature is directly opposed to the principles of magic as well as of science, both of which assume that the processes of nature are rigid and are variable in their operation, and they can as little be turned from their course by persuasion and entreaty as by threats and intimidation. The distinction between the two conflicting views of the universe turns on their answer to the crucial question: are the forces which govern the world conscious and personal, or unconscious and impersonal? Religion, as a conciliation of the superhuman powers, assumes the former member of the alternative. For all conciliation implies that the being conciliated is a conscious or personal agent, and that his conduct is in some measure uncertain, and that he can be prevailed upon to vary it in his desired direction by a judicious appeal to his interests, his appetites, or his emotions. Conciliation is never employed towards things which are regarded as inanimate, nor towards persons whose behaviour in the particular circumstances is known to be determined with absolute certainty. Thus, in so far as religion assumes the world to be directed by conscious agents who may be turned from their purpose by persuasion, it stands in fundamental antagonism to magic as well as to science, both of which take for granted that the course of nature is determined, not by passions or caprice of personal beings, but by the operation of immutable laws acting mechanically. In magic, indeed, the assumption is only implicit, but in science it is explicit. It is truth that magic often deals with spirits which are personal agents of the kind assumed by religion, but whatever it does so in its proper form, it treats them exactly in the same fashion as it treats inanimate agents. That is, it constrains or coerces instead of conciliating or propitiating them as religion would do. Thus it assumes that all personal beings, whether human or divine, are in the last resort subject to those impersonal forces which control all things, but which nevertheless can be turned to account by anyone who knows how to manipulate them by the appropriate ceremonies and spells. Claim of Egyptian and Indian magicians to control the gods. In ancient Egypt, for example, the magicians claimed the power of compelling even the highest gods to do their bidding, and actually threatened them with destruction in case of disobedience. Sometimes, without going quite so far as that, the wizard declared that he would scatter the bones of Osiris or reveal his sacred legend if the god proved contumacious. Similarly, in India, at the present day, the great Hindu trinity itself of Brahma, Vishnu and Siva is subject to the sorcerers, who, by means of their spells, exercise such an ascendancy over the mightiest cities that these are bound submissively to execute on earth below, or in heaven above, whatever commands their masters the magicians may please to issue. There is a saying elsewhere, current in India: the whole universe is subject to the gods are subject to the spells, mantras, the spells to the Brahmins, and therefore the Brahmins are our gods. Hostility of religion to magic in history. This radical conflict of principle between magic and religion sufficiently explains the relentless hostility with which in history the priest has often pursued the magician. The haughty self-sufficiency of the magician, his arrogant demeanour towards the higher powers, and his unabased claim to exercise a sway like theirs could not but revolt the priest, to whom, with his awful sense of the divine majesty, and his humble prostration in presence of it, such claims and such demeanour must have appeared an impious and blasphemous usurpation of prerogatives that belong to God alone, and sometimes, we may suspect, lower motives concurred to whet the edge of the priest's hostility. He professed to be the proper medium, the true intercessor between God and man, and no doubt his interests as well as his feelings were often injured by a rival practitioner, who preached a surer and smoother road to fortune than the rugged and slippery path of divine favour. This hostility, comparatively late in an earlier time, magic cooperated and was partly confused with religion. Yet this antagonism, familiar as it is to us, seems to have made its appearance comparatively late in the history of religion. At an earlier stage, the functions of priest and sorcerer were often combined, or to speak perhaps more correctly, were not yet differentiated from each other. To serve his purpose, man wooed the goodwill of gods or spirits by prayer and sacrifice, while at the same time he had recourse to ceremonies and forms of words which he hoped would of themselves bring about the desired result without the help of god or devil. In short, he performed religious and magical rites simultaneously. He uttered prayers and incantations almost in the same breath, knowing or recking little of the theoretical inconsistency of his behaviour, so long as by hook or crook he contrived to get what he wanted. Confusion of magic and religion in Melanesia. The instances of this fusion or confusion of magic with religion have already met us in the practices of Melanesians and of other peoples. So far as Melanesians are concerned, the general confusion cannot be better described than in the words of Dr. R. H. Codrington, that invisible power which is believed by the natives to cause all such effects as transcend their conception of the regular course of nature, and to reside in spiritual beings, whether in the spiritual part of living men or in the ghosts of the dead, being imparted by them to their names and to various things that belong to them, such as stones, snakes, and indeed objects of all sorts, that is generally known as mana. Without some understanding of this, it is impossible to understand the religious beliefs and practices of the Melanesians, and this again is the active force in all they do and believe to be done in magic, white or black. By means of this, men are able to control or direct the forces of nature, to make rain or sunshine, wind or calm, to cause sickness or remove it, to know what is far off in time and space, to bring good luck and prosperity, or to blast and curse. By whatever name it is called, it is the belief in this supernatural power and the efficiency of the various means by which spirits and ghosts can be induced to exercise it for the benefit of men, that is the foundation of the rites and practices which can be called religious, and is from the same belief that everything which may be called magic and witchcraft draws its origin. Wizards, doctors, weathermongers, prophets, diviners, dreamers, all alike, everywhere on the islands, work by this power. There are many of these who may be said to exercise their art as a profession. They get their property and influence in this way. Every considerable village or settlement is sure to have someone who can control the weather and the waves, someone who knows how to treat sickness, someone who can work mischief with various charms. There may be one whose skill extends to all these branches, but generally one man knows how to do one thing and one another. This various knowledge is handed down from father to son, from uncle to sister's son, in the same way as is the knowledge of the rites and methods of sacrifice and prayer, and very often the same man who knows the sacrifice knows also the making of the weather, and of charms for many purposes besides. But as there is no order of priests, there is also no order of magicians or medicine men. Almost every man of consideration knows how to approach some ghost or spirit, and has some secret of occult practices. Confusion of magic and religion in ancient India. The same confusion of magic and religion has survived among peoples that have risen to higher levels of culture. It was rife in ancient India and ancient Egypt. It is by no means extant among European peasantry at the present day. With regard to ancient India, we are told by an eminent Sanskrit scholar that the sacrificial ritual at the earliest period of which we have detailed information is pervaded with practices that breathe the spirit of the most primitive magic. Again, the same writer observes that the ritual of the very sacrifices for which the metrical prayers were composed is described in the other Vedic texts as saturated from beginning to end with magical practices which were to be carried out by the sacrificial priests. In particular, it tells us that the rites celebrated on special occasions, such as marriage, initiation, and the anointment of a king, are complete models of magic of every kind, and in every case, in the forms of magic employed bear the stamp of the highest antiquity. Speaking of the sacrifices prescribed in the Brahmanas, Professor Sylvian Levi says, "The sacrifice has all thus the characteristics of a magic operation, independent of the divinities, effective by its own energy, and capable of producing evil as well as good. It is hardly distinguished from the magic strictly so called, except by the regular and obligatory. It can be easily adapted to different objects, but it exists of necessity, independently of circumstances." That is the sole fairly clear line of distinction which can be drawn between the two domains.
The point of fact, they are so intimately interfused with each other that the same class of works treats of both matters. The Samavidhana Brahmana is a real handbook of incantations and sorcery. The Abhuta Brahmana, which forms a section of the Sadvina Brahmana, has the same character. Similarly, Professor M. Bloomfield writes, even witchcraft is part of the religion. It has penetrated and has become intimately blended with the holiest Vedic rites. The broad current of popular religion and the superstition has infiltrated itself through numberless channels into the higher religion that is presented by the Brahmin priests, and it may be presumed that the priests were neither able to cleanse their own religious beliefs from the mass of folk belief with which it was surrounded, nor is it at all likely that they found it in their interest to do so. Again, in the introduction to its translation of the Korsika Sutra, Dr. W. Calland observes, "He who had been wont to regard the ancient Hindus as a highly civilized people, famed for their philosophical systems, their dramatic poetry, their epic lays, will be surprised when he makes the acquaintance of their magical ritual, and will perceive that hitherto he has known the old Hindu people from one side only. He will find that he here stumbles on the lowest strata of Vedic culture, and will be astonished at the agreement between the magic ritual of the old Vedas and the shamanism of the so-called savage. If we drop the peculiar Hindu expressions and technical terms and imagine a shaman instead of a Brahmin, we could almost fancy that we have before us a magical book belonging to one of the tribes of North American redskins. Some good authorities hold that the very name of Brahman is derived from Brahman, a magic spell, so that if they are right, the Brahmin would seem to have been a magician before he was a priest." Confusion of magic and religion in ancient Egypt. Speaking of the importance of magic in the East, especially in Egypt, Professor Maspero remarks that we ought not to attach to the word magic the degrading idea which it almost inevitably calls up in the mind of a modern. Ancient magic was the very foundation of religion. The faithful who desired to obtain some favour from a god had no chance of succeeding except by laying hands on the deity, and this arrest could only be effected by means of a certain number of rites, sacrifices, prayers, and chants, which the god himself had revealed, and which obliged him to do what was demanded of him. According to another distinguished Egyptologist, the belief that there are words and actions by which men can influence all the powers of nature and all living things, from animals up to gods, was inextricably interwoven with everything the Egyptians did and everything they left undone. Above all, the whole system of burial and of the worship of the dead is completely dominated by it. The wooden puppets which relieved the dead men from toil, the figures of the maidservants who baked bread for him, the sacrificial formulas by the recitation of which food was procured for him, what are these and all the similar practices but magic? And as men cannot help themselves without magic, so neither can the gods. The gods also wear amulets to protect themselves and use magic spells to constrain each other. The whole doctrine of magic, says Professor Weidman, formed in the valley of the Nile, not a part of superstition, but an essential constituent of religious faith, which, to a great extent, rested directly on magic, and always remained most closely bound up with it. But though we can perceive the union of discrepant elements in the faith and practice of the ancient Egyptians, it would be rash to assume that the people themselves did so. Egyptian religion, says the same scholar, was not one and homogeneous. It was compounded of the most heterogeneous elements, which seemed to the Egyptian to be all equally justified. He did not care whether a doctrine or a myth belonged to what, in modern scholastic phraseology, we should call faith or superstition. It was indifferent to him whether we should rank it as religion or magic, as worship or sorcery. All such classifications were foreign to the Egyptian. To him, no one doctrine seemed more or less justified than another. Nay, he went so far as to allow the most flagrant contradictions to stand peaceably side by side. Confusion of magic and religion in modern Europe. Among the ignorant classes of modern Europe, the same confusion of ideas, the same mixture of religion and magic, crops up in various forms. Thus we are told that in France the majority of the peasants still believe that the priest possesses an irresistible power over the elements, by reciting certain prayers which he alone knows and has the right to utter, yet for the utterance of which he must afterwards demand absolution. He can, on an occasion of pressing danger, arrest or reverse for a moment the action of the eternal laws of the physical world. The winds, the storms, the hail, and the rain
are at his command and obey his will. Mass of the Holy Spirit. The fire is also subject to him, and the flames of a conflagration are extinguished at his word. For example, French peasants used to be, perhaps are still, persuaded that the priests could celebrate with certain special rites a Mass of the Holy Spirit, of which the efficacy was so miraculous that it never met with any opposition from the divine will. God was forced to grant whatever was asked of him in this form, however rash and importunate might be the petition. No idea of impiety or irrelevance attached to the rite in the minds of those who, in some of the great extremities of life, sought by this singular means to take the kingdom of heaven by storm. The secular priests generally refused to say the Mass of the Holy Spirit, but the monks, especially the Capuchin friars, had the reputation of yielding with less scruple to the entreaties of the anxious and distressed. In the constraint thus supposed by Catholic peasantry to be laid by the priest upon the deity, we seem to have an exact counterpart of the power which, as we saw, the ancient Egyptians ascribed to their magicians. Again, to take another example, in many villages of province, the priest is still reputed to possess the faculty of averting storms. It is not every priest who enjoys this reputation, and in some villages, when a change of pastors takes place, the parishioners are able to learn whether the new incumbent has the power, powder, as they call it. At the first sign of a heavy storm, they put him in the proof of inviting him to exorcise the threatening clouds, and if the result answers to their hopes, the new shepherd is assured of the sympathy and respect of his flock. In some parishes, where the reputation of the curate in this respect stood higher than that of his rector, the relations between the two have been so strained in consequence that the bishop has had to translate the rector to another benefice. Mass of Saint Secaire. Again, Gascon peasants believe that to revenge themselves on their enemies, bad men will sometimes induce a priest to say a Mass called the Mass of Saint Secaire. Very few priests know this Mass, and 3/4 of those who do know it would not say it for love of money. None but wicked priests dare to perform the gruesome ceremony, and you may be quite sure that they will have a very heavy account to render for it at the last day. No curate or bishop, not even the Archbishop of Orc, can pardon them. That right belongs to the Pope of Rome alone. The Mass of Saint Secaire may be said only in a ruined or deserted church, where owls mope and hoot, where bats flit in the gloaming, where gypsies lodge of nights, and where toads squat under the desecrated altar. Thither the bad priest comes by night with his lighter love, and at the first stroke of 11 he begins to mumble the Mass backwards. He ends just as the clocks are kneeling the midnight hour. His layman acts as clerk. The host he blesses in black, and has 3 points. He consecrates no wine, but instead he drinks the water of a well into which the body of an unbaptized infant has been flung. He makes the sign of the cross, but it is on the ground and with his left foot, and many other things he does which no good Christian could look upon without being struck blind and deaf and dumb for the rest of his life. But the man for whom the Mass is said withers away little by little, and nobody can say what is the matter with him. Even the doctors can make nothing of it. They do not know that he is slowly dying of the Mass of Saint Secaire. The early confusion of magic with religion was probably preceded by a still earlier phase of thought, when magic existed without religion. Yet though magic is thus found to fuse and amalgamate with religion in many ages and in many lands, there are some grounds for thinking that this fusion is not primitive, and that there was a time when man trusted to magic alone for the satisfaction of such wants as transcended his immediate animal cravings. In the first place, a consideration of the fundamental notions of magic and religion may incline us to surmise that magic is older than religion in the history of humanity. We have seen that on the one hand magic is nothing but a mistaken application of the very simplest and most elementary processes of the mind, namely, the association of ideas by virtue of resemblance or contiguity, and that on the other hand religion assumes the operation of conscious or personal agents superior to man behind the visible screen of nature. Obviously, the conception of personal agents is more complex than a simple recognition of the similarity or contiguity of ideas, and a theory which assumes that the course of nature is determined by conscious agents is more abstruse and recondite, and requires for its apprehension a far higher degree of intelligence and reflection, than the view that things succeeded each other simply by reason of their contiguity or resemblance. The very beasts associate the idea of things that are like each other, or that have been found together in their existence, and they could hardly survive for a day if they ceased to do so. But who attributes to the animals a belief that the phenomena of nature are worked by a multitude of invisible animals, or by one enormous and prodigiously strong animal behind the scenes? It is probably no injustice to the brutes to assume that the honour of devising a theory of this latter sort must be reserved for human reason. Thus, if magic be deduced immediately from elementary processes of reasoning, and be in fact an error into which the mind falls almost spontaneously, while religion rests in conceptions which the merely animal intelligence can hardly be supposed to have yet attained to, it becomes probable that magic arose before religion in the evolution of our race, and that man essayed to bend nature to his wishes by the sheer force of spells and enchantments before he strove to coax and mollify a coy, capricious, or inescapable deity by the soft insinuation of prayer and sacrifice. Among the Australian Aborigines, magic is universal, but religion almost unknown. The conclusion which we have thus reached deductively from a consideration of the fundamental ideas of religion and magic is confirmed inductively by the observation that among the Aborigines of Australia, the rudest savages as to whom we possess accurate information, magic is universally practiced, whereas religion in the sense for propitiation or conciliation of the higher powers seems to be nearly unknown. Roughly speaking, all men in Australia are magicians, but not one is a priest. Everybody fancies he can influence his fellows or the course of nature by sympathetic magic, but nobody dreams of propitiating gods by prayer and sacrifice. Magic is probably older than religion, and faith in it is still universal among the ignorant and superstitious. But if the most backward state of human society now known to us we find thus conspicuously present, and religion conspicuously absent, may we not reasonably conjecture that the civilized races of the world have also at some point of their history passed through a similar intellectual phase, that they attempted to force the great powers of nature to do their pleasure before they thought of courting their favour by offerings and prayer. In short, that, just as on the material side of human culture there has everywhere been an age of stone, so on the intellectual side there has everywhere been an age of magic? There are reasons for answering this question in the affirmative when we survey the existing races of mankind from Greenland to Tierra del Fuego, or from Scotland to Singapore. We observe that they are distinguished one from the other by a great variety of religions, and that these distinctions are not, so to speak, merely conterminous with the broad distinction of race, but descend into the minute subdivisions of states and commonwealths, nay, that they honeycomb the town, the village, and even the family, so that the sacrifice of society all over the world is cracked and seamed, sapped and mined with rents and fissures and yawning crevices opened up by the disintegrating influence of religious dissension. Yet when we have penetrated through these differences, which affect mainly the intellect and thoughtful part of the community, we shall find underlying them all a solid stratum of intellectual agreement among the dull, the weak, the ignorant, and the superstitious, who constitute, unfortunately, the vast majority of mankind. One of the great achievements of the 19th century was to run shafts down into this low mental stratum in many parts of the world, and thus to discover its substantial identity elsewhere. It is beneath our feet, and not very far beneath them, here in Europe at the present day, and it crops up on the surface in the heart of the Australian wilderness, and wherever the advent of a higher civilization has not crushed it underground. This universal faith, this truly Catholic creed, is a belief in the efficacy of magic. While religious systems differ not only in different countries, but in the same country in different ages, the system of sympathetic magic remains everywhere, and at all times substantially alike in its principles and practice. Among the ignorant and superstitious classes of modern Europe, it is very much what it was thousands of years ago in Egypt and India, and what it now is among the lowest savages surviving in the remotest corners of the world. If the test of truth lay in a show of hands or a counting of heads, the system of magic might appeal, with far more reason than the Catholic Church, to the proud motto, Quod semper quod ubique quod ab omnibus, as the sure and certain credential of its own infallibility. Latent superstition, a danger to civilization. It is not our business here to consider what bearing the permanent existence of such a solid layer of savagery beneath the surface of society, and unaffected by the superficial changes of religion and culture, has upon the future of humanity. The dispassionate observer, whose studies have led him to plumb its depths, can hardly regard it otherwise than as a standing menace to civilization. We seemed to move on a thin crust which may at any moment be rent by the subterranean forces slumbering below. From time to time a hollow murmur underground or a sudden spirit of flame into the air tells of what is going on beneath our feet. Now and then the polite world is startled by a paragraph in a newspaper which tells us how in Scotland an image has been found stuck full of pins for the purpose of killing an obnoxious laird or minister, how a woman has been slowly roasted to death as a witch in Ireland, or how a girl has been murdered and chopped up in Russia to make those candles of human tallow by whose light thieves hope to pursue their midnight trade unseen. But whether the influences that make for further progress, or those that threaten to undo what has already been accomplished, will ultimately prevail, whether the impulsive energy of the minority or the dead weight of the majority of mankind will prove the stronger force to carry us up to higher heights or to sink us into lower depths, are questions rather for the sage, the moralist and the statesman, whose eagle vision scans the future, than for the humble student of the present and the past. Here we are only concerned to ask how far the uniformity, the universality, and the permanence of a belief in magic, compared with the endless variety and the shifting character of religious creeds, raises a presumption that the former represents a ruder and earlier phase of the human mind through which all the races of mankind have passed or are passing on their way to religion and science. The change from magic to religion may have been brought about by the discovery of the inefficiency of magic. If an age of religion has thus everywhere, as I venture to surmise, been preceded by an age of magic, it is natural that we should inquire what causes have led humankind, or rather a portion of them, to abandon magic as the principle of faith and practice and to betake themselves to religion instead. When we reflect upon the multitude, the variety, and the complexity of the facts to be explained, and the scantiness of our information regarding them, we shall be ready to acknowledge that a full and satisfactory solution of so profound a problem is hardly to be hoped for, and that the most we can do in the present state of our knowledge is to hazard a more or less plausible conjecture. With all due difference, then, I would suggest that a tardy recognition of the inherent falsehood and barrenness of magic set the more thoughtful part of mankind to cast about for a truer theory of nature and a more fruitful method of turning her resources to account. The shrewder intelligences must in a time have come to perceive that magical ceremonies and incantations do not really affect the results which they were designed to produce, and which the majority of the simpler fellows still believe that they did actually produce. This great discovery of the inefficiency of magic must have wrought a radical, though probably slow revolution in the minds of those who had the sagacity to make it. The discovery amounted to this, that men for the first time recognized their inability to manipulate at pleasure certain natural forces which hitherto they had believed to be completely within their control. It was a confession of human ignorance and weakness. Man saw that he had taken for causes what were no causes, and that all his efforts to work by means of these imaginary causes had been vain. His painful toil had been wasted. His curious ingenuity had been squandered to no purpose. He had been pulling at strings to which nothing was attached. He had been marching, as he thought, straight to the goal, while in reality he had only been treading in a narrow circle. Not that the effects which he had striven so hard to produce did not continue to manifest themselves. They were still produced, but not by him. The rain still fell on the thirsty ground, the sun still pursued his daily, and the moon her nightly journey across the sky. The silent procession of the seasons still moved in light and shadow, in clouds and sunshine across the earth. Men were still born to labour and sorrow, and still, after a brief sojourn here, were gathered to their fathers in the long home hereafter. All things indeed went on as before. It all seemed different to him. From his eyes the old scales had fallen, for he could no longer cherish the pressing illusion that it was he who guided the earth and the heaven in their courses, and that they would cease to perform their great revolutions were he to take his feeble hand from the wheel. In the death of his enemies and his friends he no longer saw proof of the restless potency of his own or of hostile enchantments. He now knew that friends and foes alike had succumbed to the force stronger than any that he could wield, and in obedience to a destiny which he was powerless to control. Recognizing their own inability to control nature, men came to think that it was controlled by supernatural beings. Thus cut adrift from his ancient moorings and left to toss on a troubled sea of doubt and uncertainty, his old happy confidence in himself and his powers rudely shaken. Our primitive philosopher must have been sadly perplexed and agitated till he came to rest, as in a quiet haven after a tempestuous voyage, in a new system of faith and practice, which seemed to offer a solution of his harassing doubts, and a substitute, however precarious, for that sovereignty over nature which he had reluctantly abdicated. If the great world went on its way without the help of him or his fellows, it must surely be because there were other beings, like himself, but far stronger, who, unseen themselves, directed its course and brought about all the varied series of events which he had hitherto believed to be dependent on his own magic. It was they, as he now believed, and not he himself, who made the stormy wind to blow, the lightning to flash, and the thunder to roll, who had laid the foundations of the solid earth and set bounds to the restless sea that it might not pass, who caused all the glorious lights of heaven to shine, who gave the fowls of the air their mate, and the wild beasts of the desert their prey, who bade the fruitful land to bring forth in abundance, the high hills to be clothed with forests, the bubbling springs to rise out of the rocks in the valleys, and green pastures to grow by still waters, who breathed into man's nostrils and made him live, or turned him to destruction by famine and pestilence and war. To those mighty beings whose handiwork he traced in all the gorgeous and varied pageantry of nature, man now addressed himself, humbly confessing his dependence on their invisible power, and beseeching them of their mercy to furnish him with all good things, to defend him from the perils and dangers by which our mortal life is compassed about on every hand, and finally to bring his immortal spirit, freed from the burden of the body, to some happier world, beyond the reach of pain and sorrow, where he might rest with them and with the spirits of good men, in joy and felicity forever. The change from magic to religion must have been gradual. In this, or some such way as this, the deeper minds may be conceived to have made the great transition from magic to religion. But even in them the change can hardly ever have been sudden, probably proceeded very slowly, and required long ages for its more or less perfect accomplishment. For the recognition of man's powerless to influence the course of nature on a grand scale must have been gradual. He cannot have been shorn of the whole of his fancied dominion at a blow. Step by step he must have been driven back from his proud position. Foot by foot he must have yielded with a sigh the ground which he had once viewed as his own. Now it would be the wind, now the rain, now the sunshine, now the thunder, that he confessed himself unable to wield at will, and as province after province of nature thus fell from his grasp, till what had once seemed a kingdom threatened to shrink into a prison, man must have been more and more profoundly impressed with the sense of his own helplessness and the might of the invisible beings by whom he believed himself to be surrounded. Thus religion, beginning as a slight and partial acknowledgment of powers superior to man, tends with the growth of knowledge to deepen into the confession of man's entire and absolute dependence on the divine. His old free bearing is exchanged for an attitude of lowliest prostration before the mysterious powers of the unseen, and his highest virtue is to submit his will to theirs. In la sua voluntate in nostra pes. But this deepening sense of religion, this more perfect submission to the divine will in all things, affects only those higher intelligences who have breadth to view enough to comprehend the vastness of the universe and the littleness of man. Small minds cannot grasp great ideas. To their narrow comprehension, their purblind vision, nothing seems really great and important about themselves. Such minds hardly rise into religion at all. They are indeed drilled by their betters into an outward conformity with its precepts and a verbal profession of its tenets, but at heart they cling to their old magical superstitions, which may be discountenanced and forbidden, but cannot be eradicated by religion, so long as they have their roots deep down in the mental framework and constitution of the great majority of mankind. The belief that the gods are magicians may mark the transition from magic to religion. A vestige of the transition from magic to religion may perhaps be discerned in the belief, shared by many peoples, that the gods themselves are adepts in magic, guarding their persons by talismans and working their will by spells and incantations. Thus the Egyptian gods, we are told, could as little dispense with the help of magic as could men. Like men, they wore amulets to protect themselves and used spells to overcome each other. Above all the rest, Isis was skilled in sorcery and famous for her incantations. In Babylonia, the great god Ea was reputed to be the inventor of magic, and his son Marduk, the chief deity of Babylon, inherited the art from his father. Marduk is described as the master of exorcism, the magician of the gods. Another text declares that the incantation is the incantation of Marduk. The exorcist is the image of Marduk. In the legend of the creation, it is related that when Marduk was preparing to fight the monster Tiamat, he gave a proof of his magical powers to the assembled gods by causing a garment to disappear and reappear again at the word of his mouth. And the other Babylonian deities had in like manner recourse to magic, especially to magical words or spells. The word is above all the instrument of the gods. It seemed to suit the high conception of their power better than mere muscular effort. The hymn celebrated the irresistible might of their word. It is by their word that they compelled both animate and inanimate beings to answer their purposes. In short, they employ almost exclusively the oral rites of magic, and like men, they made use of amulets and talismans. In the Vedic religion, the gods are often represented as attaining their ends by magical means. In particular, the god Brihaspati, the creator of all prayers, is regarded as the heavenly embodiment of the priesthood, in so far as a priesthood is invested with the power and charged with the task of influencing the course of things by prayers and spells. In short, he is the possessor of the magical power of the holy word. So too in Norse mythology, Odin is said to have owed his supremacy and his dominion over nature to his knowledge of the runes or magical names of all things in earth and heaven. This mystical lore he acquired as follows. The runic names of all things were scratched on the things themselves, then scraped off and mixed in a magical potion, which was compounded of honey and the blood of the slain Kvasir, the wisest of beings. A draught of this wonderful mead imparted to Odin not only the wisdom of Kvasir, but also a knowledge of all things, since he had swallowed their runic or mystical names along with the blood of the sage. Hence, by the utterance of his spells, he could heal sickness, deaden the swords of his enemies, loose himself from bonds, stop the flight of an arrow in mid-air, stay the raging of the flames, still the winds and lull the sea, and by graving and painting certain runes, he could make the corpse of a hanged man come down from the gallows tree and talk with him. It is easy to conceive how this ascription of magical powers to the gods may have originated. When a savage sorcerer fails to effect his purpose, he generally explains the want of success by saying that he has been foiled by the spells of some more potent magician. Now it began to be perceived that certain natural effects, such as the making of rain or wind or sunshine, were beyond the power of any human magician to accomplish. The first thought would naturally be that they were wrought by the more powerful magic of some great invisible beings, and these superhuman magicians might readily develop into gods of the type of Odin, Isis, and Marduk. In short, any gods may at first have been merely deified sorcerers. The fallacy of magic is not easy to detect, because nature herself generally produces sooner or later the effects which the magician fancies he produces by his art. The reader may well be tempted to ask, how was it that intelligent men did not sooner detect the fallacy of magic? How could they continue to cherish expectations that were invariably doomed to disappointment? With what heart persist in playing venerable antics that led to nothing, and mumbling solemn balderdash that remained without effect? Why cling to beliefs that were so flatly contradicted by experience? How dare he repeat experiments that had failed so often? The answer seems to be that the fallacy was far from easy to detect. The failure by no means obvious, since in many, perhaps in most cases, the desired event did actually follow, at a longer or shorter interval, by performance of the rite which was designed to bring it about, and a mind of more than common acuteness was needed to perceive that, even in these cases, the rite was not necessarily the cause of the effect. A ceremony intended to make the wind blow or the rain fall, or to work the death of an enemy, will always be followed sooner or later by the occurrence it is meant to bring to pass. The primitive man may be excused for regarding the occurrence as the direct result of the ceremony, and the best possible proof of its efficiency. Similarly, rites observed in the morning to help the sun to rise, and in spring to wake the dreaming earth from her winter sleep, will invariably appear to be crowned with success, at least with the temperate zones, for in these regions the sun lights his golden lamp in the east for every morning, and year by year the venerable earth decks herself afresh with a rich mantle of green. Hence the practical savage, with his conservative instincts, might well turn a deaf ear to the subtleties of the theoretical doubter. The philosophic radical, who presumed to hint that sunrise and spring might not after all be direct consequences of the punctual performance of certain daily or yearly ceremonies, and that the sun might perhaps continue to rise and trees to blossom, though the ceremonies will occasionally intermitted or even discontinued altogether. These sceptical doubts would naturally be repelled by the other with scorn and indignation, as airy reveries subvert their faith and manifestly contradicted by experience. Can anything be plainer, you might say, than that I light my two-penny candle on earth, and that the sun then kindles his great fire in heaven? I should be glad to know whether, when I have put on my green robe in spring, the trees do not afterwards do the same. These are facts patent to everybody, and on them I take my stand. I am a plain practical man, not one of your theorists and splitters of hairs and choppers of logic. Theories and speculation, and all that may be very well in their way, and I have not the least objection to your indulging in them, provided, of course, you do not put them in practice, but give me leave to stick to facts. Then I shall know where I am. The fallacy of this reasoning is obvious to us, because it happens to deal with facts about which we have long made up our minds. But let an argument of precisely the same calibre be applied to matters which are still under debate, and it may be questioned whether a British audience will not applaud it as sound, and esteem the speaker who used it a safe man, not brilliant or showy, perhaps, but thoroughly sensible and hard-headed. If such reasonings could pass muster among themselves, need we wonder that they long escaped detection by the savage? End of section 9. Section 10 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, 3rd edition, Volume 1, Part 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. The Magical Control of the Weather. 1. The Public Magician. The patient reader may remember that we were led to plunge into the labyrinth of magic, in which we have wandered for so many pages, by a consideration of two different types of man-god. This is the clue which has guided our devious steps through the maze, and brought us out at last on a higher ground, whence, resting a little by the way, we can look back over the path we have already traversed, and forward to the longer and steeper road we have still to climb. Two types of man-god, the religious and the magical. As a result of the foregoing discussion, the two types of human gods may conveniently be distinguished as the religious and the magical man-god respectively. In the former, a being of an order different from the superior to man is supposed to become incarnate, for a longer or shorter time, in a human body, manifesting his superhuman power and knowledge by miracles wrought and prophecies uttered through the medium of the fleshy tabernacle in which he has designed to make up his abode. This may also appropriately be called the inspired or incarnate type of man-god. In it the human body is merely a frail earthly vessel filled with a divine and immortal spirit. On the other hand, a man-god of the magical sort is nothing but a man who possesses, in an unusually high degree, powers which most of his fellows arrogate to themselves on a smaller scale. For in rude society there is hardly a person who does not dabble in magic. Thus, whereas a man-god of the former, or inspired type, derives his divinity from a deity who has stooped to hide his heavenly radiance behind a dull mask of earthly mould, a man-god of the latter type draws his extraordinary power from a certain physical sympathy with nature. He is not merely the receptacle of a divine spirit. His whole being, body and soul, is so delicately attuned to the harmony of the world that a touch of his hand or a turn of his head may send a thrill vibrating through the universal framework of things, and conversely, his divine organism is acutely sensitive to such slight changes of environment as would leave ordinary mortals wholly unaffected. By the line between these two types of man-god, however sharply we may draw it, in theory is seldom to be traced with precision. In practice, and in what follows, I shall not insist on it. Public and private magic. The public magician, often a king. We have seen that in practice the magic art may be employed for the benefit either of individuals or of the whole community, and that according as it is directed to one or other of these two objects, it may be called private or public magic. Further, I pointed out that the public magician occupies a position of great influence, from which, if he is a prudent and able man, he may advance step by step to the rank of a chief or king. Thus, an examination of public magic conduces to an understanding of the early kingship, since in savage and barbarous society many chiefs and kings appear to owe their authority in great measure to their reputation as magicians. The rise of a class of public professional magicians is a great step in social and intellectual progress. Among the objects of public utility which magic may be employed to secure, the most essential is an adequate supply of food. The examples cited in preceding pages prove that purveyors of food, the hunter, the fisher, the farmer, all resort to magical practices in the pursuit of their various callings. But they do so as private individuals for the benefit of themselves and their families, rather than as public functionaries acting in the interest of the whole people. It is otherwise when the rites are performed, not by the hunters, the fishers, the farmers themselves, but by professional magicians on their behalf. In primitive society, where uniformity of occupation is the rule, and the distribution of the community into various classes of workers has hardly begun, every man is more or less his own magician. He practices charms and incantations for his own good and the injury of his enemies. But a great step in advance has been taken when a special class of magicians has been instituted. When, in other words, a number of men have been set apart for the express purpose of benefiting the whole community by their skill, whether that skill be directed to the healing of diseases, forecasting of the future, the regulation of the weather, or any other object of general utility. The importance of the means adopted by most of these practitioners to accomplish their ends ought not to blind us to the immense importance of the institution itself. Here is a body of men relieved, at least in the highest stages of savagery, from the need of earning their livelihood by hard manual toil, and allowed, nay, expected, and encouraged to prosecute researches into the secret ways of nature. It was at once their duty and their interest no more than their fellows to acquaint themselves with everything that could aid man in his arduous struggle with nature, everything that could mitigate his sufferings and prolong his life. The properties of drugs and minerals, the causes of rain and drought, of thunder and lightning, the changes of the seasons, the phases of the moon, the daily and yearly journeys of the sun, the motions of the stars, the mystery of life and the mystery of death, all these things must have excited the wonder of these early philosophers, and stimulated them to find solutions of problems that were doubtless often thrust on their attention in the most practical form by the importunate demands of their clients, who expected them not merely to understand, but to regulate the great processes of nature for the good of man. That their first shots fell very far wide of the mark could hardly be helped. The slow, the never-ending approach to trust consists in perpetually forming and testing hypotheses, accepting those which at the time seem to fit the facts and rejecting the others. The views of natural causation embraced by the savage magician no doubt appear to us manifestly false and absurd, yet in their day they were legitimate hypotheses, though they have not stood the test of experience. Ridicule and blame are the just need, not of those who devised these crude theories, but of those who obstinately adhered to them after better had been propounded. Certainly no men ever had stronger incentives in the pursuit of truth than these savage sorcerers. To maintain at least a show of knowledge was absolutely necessary, and a single mistake detected might cost them their life. This no doubt led them to practice imposture for the purpose of concealing their ignorance, but it also supplied them with the most powerful motive for substituting a real for a sham knowledge, since, if you would appear to know anything, by far the best way is actually to know it. Thus, however, justly we may reject the extravagant pretensions of magicians and condemn the deceptions which they have practised on mankind. The original institution of this class of men has, take it all in all, been productive of an incalculable good to humanity. They were the direct predecessors, not merely of our physicians and surgeons, but of our investigators and discoverers in every branch of natural science. They began the work which has since been carried to such glorious and beneficent issues by their successors in after ages, and if the beginning was poor and feeble, this is to be imputed to the inevitable difficulties which beset the path of knowledge rather than to the natural incapacity or wilful fraud of the men themselves. Subchapter 2. Magical Control of Rain. Part 1. One of the chief tasks which the public magician has to perform is to control the weather, and especially to ensure an adequate supply of rain. The method adopted by the rain maker is commonly based on homeopathic or imitative magic. He seeks to produce rain by imitating it. Of the things which the public magician sets himself to do for the good of the tribe, one of the chief is to control the weather, and especially to ensure an adequate fall of rain. Water is the first essential of life, and in most countries the supply of it depends upon showers. Without rain, vegetation withers, animals and men languish and die. Hence in savage communities the rainmaker is a very important personage, and often a special class of magicians exist for the purpose of regulating the heavenly water supply. The methods by which they attempt to discharge the duties of their office are commonly, though not always, based on the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic. If they wish to make rain, they simulate it by sprinkling water or mimicking clouds. If their object is to stop rain and cause drought, They avoid water and resort to warmth and fire for the sake of drying up the too ambient moisture. Such attempts are by no means confined, as a cultivated reader might imagine, to the naked inhabitants of the sultry lands like Central Australia and some parts of Eastern and Southern Africa, where, often for months together, the pitiless sun beats down out of a blue and cloudless sky on the parched and gaping earth. They are, or used to be, common enough among outwardly civilized folk in the moister climates of Europe. I will now illustrate them by instances drawn from the practice both of public and private magic. Examples of making rain by homeopathic magic or imitative magic. Thus, for example, in a village near Dorpat, in Russia, when rain was much wanted, 3 men used to climb up the fir trees of an old sacred grove. One of them drummed with a hammer on a kettle or a small cask to imitate thunder. The second knocked 2 firebrands together and made the sparks fly to imitate lightning. And the third, who was called the Rainmaker, had a bunch of twigs with which he sprinkled water from a vessel on all sides. To put an end to drought and bring down rain, women and girls of the village of Ploska are wont to go naked by night to the boundaries of the village and there pour water on the ground. In Halmahera, or Gilolo, a large island to the west of New Guinea, a wizard makes rain by dipping a branch of a particular kind of tree in water, and then scattering the moisture from the dripping bough over the ground. In Xeram, it is enough to dedicate the bark of a certain tree to the spirits and lay it in water. A Javanese mode of making rain is to imitate the pattering sound of raindrops by brushing a coconut leaf over the sheath of a betel nut in a mortar. In New Britain, the rainmaker wraps some leaves of a red and green striped creeper in a banana leaf, moistens the bundle with water, and buries it in the ground. Then he imitates with his mouth the plashing of rain. Amongst the Omaha Indians of North America, when the corn is withering for want of rain, the members of the Sacred Buffalo Society fill a large vessel with water and dance 4 times around it. One of them drinks some of the water and spurts it into the air, making a fine spray in imitation of a mist or drizzling rain. Then he upsets the vessel, spilling the water on the ground, whereupon the dancers fall down and drink up the water, getting mud all over their faces. Lastly, they squirt the water into the air, making a fine mist. This saves the corn. In springtime, the Natchez of North America used to club together to purchase favourable weather for their crops from the wizards. If rain was needed, the wizards fasted and danced with pipes full of water in their mouths. The pipes were perforated like the nozzle of a watering can, and through the holes the rainmaker blew the water towards that part of the sky where the clouds hung heaviest. But if fine weather was wanted, he mounted the roof of his hut, and with extended arms blowing with all his might, he beckoned to the clouds to pass by. In time of drought, the Damahures Indians of Mexico will sometimes throw water towards the sky in order that God may replenish his supply. And in the month of May they always burn the grass, so that the whole country is then wrapped in smoke and travelling becomes very difficult. They think that this is necessary to produce rain, clouds of smoke being in their opinion equivalent to rain clouds. Among the Swazis and Halubis of southeastern Africa, the rain doctor draws water from a river with various mystic ceremonies and carries it into the cultivated field. Here he throws it in jets from his vessel high into the air, and the falling spray is believed to draw down the clouds and make rain by sympathy. To squirt water from the mouth is a West African mode of making rain, and is practiced also by the Wajakas of Kilimanjaro. Making rain by homeopathic or imitative magic. Among the Wahama, on the Albert Nyanza Lake, the rainmaker pours water into a vessel in which he has first placed a dark stone as large as the hand. Pounded plants and the blood of a black goat are added to the water, and with a bunch of magic herbs the sorcerer sprinkles the mixture towards the sky. In this charm special efficiency is no doubt attributed to the dark stone and the black goat, their colour being chosen from its resemblance to that of the rain clouds, as we shall see presently. When the rains do not come in due season, the people of Central and Goniland repair to what is called the Rain Temple. Here they clear away the grass, and the leader pours beer into a pot which is buried in the ground, while he says, "Master Choata, you have hardened your heart towards us. What would you have us do? We must perish indeed. Give your children the rains. There is the beer we have given you." Then they all partake of the beer that is left over, even the children being made to sip it. Next they take branches of trees and dance and sing for rain. When they return to the village they find a vessel of water set in a doorway by an old woman. So they dip their branches in it and wave them aloft, so as to scatter the drops. After that, the rain is sure to come driving up in heavy clouds. In these practices, we see a combination of religion with magic. For while the scattering of the water drops by means of branches is a purely magical ceremony, the prayer for rain and the offering of beer are purely religious rites. At Takitaunt in Algeria, when the drought is severe, the people prepare a sacrificial banquet, soda, in the course of which they dance, and filling their mouths with water, spirit it into the air cycling, the rain and abundance. Elsewhere in the course of these banquets, it is customary for the same purpose to sprinkle water on children. At Tlemcen, in time of drought, water is thrown from terraces and windows on small girls, who pass singing. During the summer months, frequent droughts occur among the Japanese Alps. To procure rain, a party of hunters armed with guns climbed to the top of Mount John Endrake, one of the most imposing peaks in the range. By kindling a bonfire, discharging their guns, and rolling great masses of rocks down the cliffs, they represent the wished-for storm, and the rain is supposed always to follow within a few days. To make rain, a party of Ainos will scatter water by means of sieves, while others will take a porringer, fit it up with sails and oars as if it were a boat, and then push or draw it about the village and gardens. In Laos, the festival of the New Year takes place about the middle of April and lasts 3 days. The people assemble in the pagodas, which are decorated with flowers and illuminated. The Buddhist monks perform the ceremonies, and when they come to the prayers for the fertility of the earth, the worshippers pour water into the little holes in the floor of the pagoda as a symbol of the rain which they hope Buddha will send down on the rice fields in due time. In the Mana tribe of northern Australia, the rainmaker goes to a pool and sings over it his magic song. Then he takes some of the water in his hands, brings it and spits it out in various directions. After that he throws water all over himself, scatters it about, and returns quietly to the camp. Rain is supposed to follow. Use of human hair in rain charms among the Australian Aborigines. In the Wat Jorbulak tribe of Victoria, the rainmaker dipped a bunch of his own hair in water, sucked out the water and squirted it westward, or he twirled the ball round his head, making a spray like rain. Other Australian tribes employ human hair as a rain charm in other ways. In Western Australia, the natives pluck hair from their armpits and thighs and blow them in the direction from which they wish the rain to come. But if they wish to prevent rain, they light a piece of sandalwood and beat the ground with the burning brand. When the rivers were low and water scarce in Victoria, the wizard used to place human hair in the stream, accompanying the act with chants and gesticulation. But if he wished to make rain, he dropped some human hair in the fire. Hair was never burnt at other times for fear of causing a great fall of rain. The Arab historian Makrizi describes a method of stopping rain which is said to have been resorted by a tribe of nomads called Al-Qamar in Hadramaut. They cut a branch from a certain tree in the desert, set it on fire, and then sprinkled the burning brand with water. After that, the vehemence of the rain abated, just as the water vanished when it fell on the growing brand. Some of the eastern Angamis of Manipur are said to perform a somewhat similar ceremony for the opposite purpose, in order, namely, to produce rain. The head of the village puts a burning brand on the grave of a man who has died of burns, and quenches the brand with water while he prays that rain may fall. Here the putting out of the fire with water, which is an imitation of rain, is reinforced by the influence of the dead man, who, having been burnt to death, will naturally be anxious for the descent of rain to cool his scorched body and assuage his pangs. Use of fire to stop rain. Other people besides the Arabs have used fire as a means of stopping rain. Thus, the Sulka of New Britain heat stones red hot in the fire and put them out in the rain, or they throw hot ashes in the air. They think that the rain will soon cease to fall, for it does not like to be burned by the hot stones or ashes. The Telugus send a little girl out naked into the rain with a burning piece of wood in her hand, which she has to shoo to the rain. That is supposed to stop the downpour. At Port Stephens in New South Wales, the medicine men used to drive away rain by throwing fire sticks into the air, while at the same time they puffed and shouted. Any man of the Nula tribe in northern Australia can stop rain by simply warming a green stick in the fire and then striking it against the wind. When a Thompson Indian of British Columbia wished to put an end to a spell of heavy rain, he held a stick in the fire, then described a circle with it, beginning at the east and following the sun's course till they reached the east again, towards which quarter he held the stick and addressed the rain as follows. Now then, you must stop raining. The people are miserable. Ye mountains, become clear. The ceremony was repeated for all the other quarters of the sky. Various ways of making and stopping rain. To bring on rain, the Ainos of Japan wash their tobacco boxes and pipes in a stream, and the Torajas of Central Celebes dip rice spoons in water. On the contrary, during heavy rain, the Indians of Guinea are careful not to wash the inside of their pots, lest by so doing they should cause the rain to fall still more heavily. In Bilaspur it is believed that the grain dealer, who has stored large quantities of grain and wishes to sell it dear, resorts to nefarious means of preventing the rain from falling, lest the abundance of rice, which would follow a copious rainfall, should cheapen his wares. To do this, he collects raindrops from the eaves of his house in an earthen vessel and buries the vessel under the grinding mill. After that, you shall hear thunder rumbling in the distance like the humming sound of the mill at work, but no rain will fall, for the wicked dealer has shut it up and it cannot get out. Rain-making in Queensland. In the torrid climate of Queensland, the ceremonies necessary for wringing showers from a cloudless heaven are naturally somewhat elaborate. A prominent part in them is played by a rain stick. This is a thin piece of wood about 20 inches long, to which 3 rainstones and hair cut from the beard have been fastened. The rainstones are pieces of white quartz crystal. 3 or 4 such sticks may be used in the ceremony. About noon, the men who are to take part in it repair to a lonely pool, into which one of them dives and fixes a hollow log vertically in the mud. Then they all go into the water, and forming a rough circle round the man in the middle who holds the rain stick aloft, they begin stamping with their feet as well as they can, and splashing the water with their hands from all sides on the rain stick. The stamping, which is accompanied by singing, is sometimes a matter of difficulty, since the water may be 4 feet deep or more. When the singing is over, the man in the middle dives out of sight and attaches the rain stick to the hollow log under water. Then, coming to the surface, he quickly climbs onto the bank and spits out on dry land the water which he imbibed in diving. Should more than one of these rain sticks have been prepared, the ceremony is repeated with each in turn. While the men are returning to camp, they scratch the top of their heads and the inside of their shins from time to time with twigs. If they were to scratch themselves with their fingers alone, they believed that the whole effect of the ceremony would be spoiled. On reaching the camp, they paint their faces, arms, and chests with broad bands of gypsum. During the rest of the day, the process of scratching, accompanied by the song, is repeated at intervals, and thus the performance comes to a close. No woman may set eyes on the rain stick or witness the ceremony of its submergence, but the wife of the chief rainmaker is privileged to take part in the subsequent rite of scratching herself with a twig. When the rain does come, the rain stick is taken out of the water. It has done its work. At Roxburgh in Queensland, the ceremony is somewhat different. A white quartz crystal, which is to serve as a rainstone, is obtained in the mountains and crushed to powder. Next, a tree is chosen, of which the stem runs up straight for a long way without any branches. Against its trunk, saplings from 15 to 20 feet long are then propped in a circle, so as to form a sort of shed like a bell tent, and in front of the shed an artificial pond is made in the ground. The men who have collected within the shed now come forth, and dancing and singing round the pond mimic the cries and antics of various aquatic birds and animals, such as ducks and frogs. Meanwhile, the women are stationed some 20 yards or so away. When the men have done pretending to be ducks, frogs, and so forth, they march round the women in single file, throwing the pulverized quartz crystals over them. On their side, the women hold up wooden troughs, shields, pieces of bark, and so on over their heads, making believe that they are shielding themselves from a heavy shower of rain. Both these ceremonies are cases of mimetic magic. The splashing of the water over the rain stick is as clearly an imitation of a shower as the throwing of the powder quartz crystal over the women. Rain-making among the Dairi of Central Australia. The Dairi of Central Australia enact a somewhat similar pantomime for the same purpose. In a dry season, their lot is a hard one. No fresh herbs or roots are to be had, and as the parched earth yields no grass, the emus, reptiles, and other creatures which generally furnish the natives with food grow so lean and wizened as to be hardly worth eating. At such a time of severe drought, the Dairi, loudly lamenting the impoverished state of their country and their own half-starved condition, call upon the spirits of their remote predecessors, whom they call the Muramuras, to grant them power to make a heavy rainfall, for they believe that the clouds are bodies in which rain is generated by their own ceremonies or those of neighbouring tribes through the influence of the Moromoras. The way in which they set about drawing rain from the clouds is this. A hole is dug about 12 feet long and 8 or 10 broad, and over this hole a conical hut of logs and branches is made. 2 wizards, supposed to have received a special inspiration from the Moromoras, are led by an old and influential man with a sharp flint, and the blood, drawn from their arms below the elbow, is made to flow on the other men of the tribe who sit huddled together in the hut. At the same time, the 2 bleeding men throw handfuls of down about, some of which adheres to the blood-stained bodies of their comrades, while the rest floats in the air. The blood is thought to represent the rain, and the down the clouds. During the ceremony, 2 large stones are placed in the middle of the hut. They stand for gathering clouds and presage rain. Then the wizards who were bled carry away the 2 stones for about 10 or 15 miles and place them as high as they can in the tallest tree. Meanwhile, the other men gather gypsum, pound it fine, and throw it into a waterhole. This the Moromoras see, and at once they cause clouds to appear in the sky. Lastly, the men, young and old, surround the hut, and, stooping down, butt at it with their heads like so many rams. Thus they force their way through it and reappear on the other side, repeating the process till the hut is wrecked. In doing this they are forbidden to use their hands or arms, but when the heavy logs alone remain, they are allowed to pull them out with their hands. The piercing of the hut with their heads symbolizes the piercing of the clouds, for the hut before the rain. Obviously, too, the act of placing high up in the trees the 2 stones which stand for clouds is a way of making the real clouds to mount up in the sky. Use of foreskins in rainmaking. The diary also imagine that the foreskins taken from lads at circumcision have a great power of producing rain. Hence, the great council of the tribe always keeps a small stock of foreskins ready for use. They are carefully concealed, being wrapped up in feathers with the fat of the wild dog and of the carpet snake. A woman may not seize such a parcel upon on any account. When the ceremony is over, the foreskin is buried, its virtue being exhausted. Use of human blood in rain-making ceremonies. After the rains have fallen, some of the tribe always undergo a surgical operation, which consists in cutting the skin of their chest and arms with a sharp flint. The wound is then tapped with a flat stick to increase the flow of blood, and red ochre is rubbed into it. Raised scars are thus produced. The reason alleged by the natives for this practice is that they are pleased with the rain, and that there is a connection between the rain and the scars. Apparently the operation is not very painful, for the patient laughs and jokes while it is going on. Indeed, little children have been seen to crowd round the operator and patiently take their turn. Then after being operated on, they ran away, expanding their little chests and singing for the rain to beat upon them. However, they were not so well pleased next day when they felt their wounds stiff and sore. The tribes of the Curramundi nation on the River Darling universally believe that rain can be produced as follows. A vein in the arm of one of the men is opened, and the blood allowed to flow into a piece of hollow bark till it forms a little pool. Powdered gypsum and hair from the man's beard are then added to the blood, and the whole is stirred into a thick paste. Afterwards, the mixture is placed between 2 pieces of bark and put under water in a river or lagoon, pointed stakes being driven into the ground to keep it down. When it has all dissolved away, the natives think that a great cloud will come bringing rain. From the time the ceremony is performed until the rain falls, the men must abstain from intercourse with their wives, or the charm will be spoiled. In this custom, the body paste seems to be an imitation of the rain cloud. In Java, when rain is wanted, 2 men will sometimes thrash each other with supple rods till the blood flows down their backs. This streaming blood represents the rain, and no doubt is supposed to make it fall on the ground. Sanguinary conflicts as means of making rain. The people of Egao, a district of Abyssinia, used to engage in sanguinary conflicts with each other, village against village, for a week together, every January for the purpose of procuring rain. A few years ago, the Emperor Menelik forbade the custom. However, the following year the rain was deficient, and the popular outcry so great that the Emperor yielded to it, and allowed the murderous fights to be resumed, but for 2 days a year only. The Winter, who mentions the custom, regards the bloodshed on these occasions as a propitiatory sacrifice offered to spirits who control the showers, but perhaps, as in the Australian and Javanese ceremonies, it is an imitation of rain. the prophets of Baal, who sought to procure rain by cutting themselves with knives till the blood gushed out, may have acted on the same principle. Rain-making among the Katish. The Katish tribe of Central Australia believe that the rainbow is the son of the rain, and with filial regard is always anxious to prevent his father from falling down. Hence, if it appears in the sky at a time when the rain is wanted, they sing or enchant it in order to send it away. When the head man of the rain totem in this tribe desires to make rain, he goes to the sacred storehouse of his local group. There he paints the holy stones with red ochre and sings over them. And as he sings, he pours water from a vessel on them and on himself. Moreover, he paints 3 rainbows in red ochre, one on the ground, one on his own body, and one on a shield, which he also decorates with zigzag lines of white clay to represent lightning. This shield may only be seen by men of the same exogamous half of the tribe as himself. If men of the other half of the tribe were to see it, the charm would be spoilt. Hence, after bringing the shield away from the sacred place, he hides it in his own camp until the rain has fallen, after which he destroys the rainbow drawings. The intention seems to be to keep the rainbow in custody and prevent it from appearing in the sky until the clouds have burst and moistened the thirsty ground. To ensure that event, the rainmaker on his return to the sacred storehouse keeps a vessel of water by his side in camp, and from time to time scatters white down about, which is thought to hasten the rain. Meantime, the men who accompanied him to the holy place go away and camp by themselves, for neither they nor he may have any intercourse with the women. The leader may not even speak to his wife, who absents herself from the camp at the time of his return to it. When later on she comes back, he imitates the call of the plover, a bird whose cry is always associated with the rainy season in these parts. Early next morning he returns to the sacred storehouse and covers the stones with bushes. After another night passed in silence, he and the other men and women go out in separate directions to search for food. When they meet on their return to camp, they all mimic the cry of the plover. Then the leader's mouth is touched with some of the food that has been brought in, and thus the ban of silence is removed. If the rain follows, they attribute it to the magical virtue of the ceremony. If it does not, they fall back on the standing excuse that someone else has kept off the rain by stronger magic. Rain-making among the Arunta. Among the Arunta tribe of Central Australia, a celebrated rainmaker resides at the present day in what is called by the natives the Rain Country, Kartwina, Gwathcha, a district about 50 miles to the east of Alice Springs. He is the head of a group of people who have water for their totem, and when he is about to engage in a ceremony for the making of rain, he summons other men of the water totem from neighbouring groups to come and help him. When all are assembled, they march into camp, painted with red and yellow ochre and pipe clay, and wearing bunches of eagle hawk feathers on the crown and sides of the head. At a signal from the rainmaker, they all sit down in a line, and folding their arms across their breasts, chant certain words for a time. Then, at another signal from the master of the ceremonies, they jump up and march in single file to a spot some miles off, where they camp for the night. At break of day, they scatter in all directions to look for game, which is then cooked and eaten, but on no account may any water be drunk, or the ceremony would fail. When they have eaten, they adorn themselves again in a different style, broad bands of white birds' down being glued by means of human blood to their stomach, legs, arms, and forehead. Meanwhile, a special hut of boughs has been made by some older men, not far from the main camp. Its floor is strewn with a thick layer of gum leaves to make it soft, for a good deal of time has to be spent lying down here. Close to the entrance of the hut, a shallow trench, some 30 yards long, is excavated in the ground. At sunset, the performers, arrayed in all the finery of white down, march to the hut. On reaching it, the young men go in first and lie face downwards, at the inner end, where they have to stay till the ceremony is over. None of them is allowed to quit it on any pretext. Meanwhile, outside the hut, the older men are busy decorating the rainmaker. Hair girdles covered with white down are placed all over his head, while his cheeks and forehead are painted with pipe clay, and 2 broad bands of white down pass across the face, one over the eyebrows and the other over the nose. The front of his body is adorned with a broad band of pipe clay, fringed with white down, and rings of white down encircle his arms, thus decorated with patches of bird's down adhering by means of human blood to his hair and the whole of his body. The disguised man is said to be present at a spectacle which, once seen, can never be forgotten. He now takes up a position close to the opening of the hut. Then the old men sing a song, and when it is finished, the Rainmaker comes out of the hut and stalks slowly twice up and down the shallow trench, quivering his body and legs in a most extraordinary way, every nerve and fibre seeming to tremble. While he is thus engaged, the young men, who had been lying flat on their faces, get up and join the old men in chanting a song, with which the movements of the Rainmaker seem to accord. But as soon as he re-enters the hut, the young men at once prostrate themselves again, for they must always be lying down when he is in the hut. The performance is repeated at intervals during the night, and the singing goes on with little intermission until, just when the day is breaking, the Rainmaker executes a final quiver, which lasts longer than any of the others, and seems to exhaust his remaining strength completely. Then he declares the ceremony to be over, and at once the young men jump to their feet and rush out of the hut, screaming an imitation of the spur-winged plover. The cry is heard by the men and women who have been left at the main camp, and they take it up with weird effect.
Rain-making by imitation of clouds and storm. Although we cannot, perhaps, divine the meaning of all the details of this curious ceremony, the analogy of the Queensland and the deity ceremonies described above suggests that we have here a rude attempt to represent the gathering of rain clouds and the other accompaniments of a rising storm. The hut of branches, like the structure of logs among the deity, and perhaps the conical shed in Queensland, may possibly stand for the vault of heaven, from which the rain clouds, represented by the chief actor in his quaint costume of white down, come forth to move in ever-shifting shapes across the sky, just as he struts quivering up and down the trench. The other performers, also adorned with birds down, who burst from the tent with the cries of plovers, probably imitate birds that are supposed to harbinger or accompany rain. This interpretation is confirmed by other ceremonies in which the performers definitely assimilate themselves to the celestial or atmospheric phenomena which they seek to produce. Thus in Bough, a small island in the Torres Strait, when a wizard desired to make rain, he took some bush or plant, and painted himself black and white. All along, same as clouds, black behind, white he go first. He further put a large woman's petticoat to signify raining clouds. On the other hand, when he wished to stop the rain, he put red paint on the crown of his head to represent the shining sun, and he inserted a small bell of red paint in another part of his person. By and by he expelled this ball, like breaking a cloud, so that sun he may shine. He then took some bushes and leaves of the pandanus, mixed them together, and placed the compound in the sea. Afterwards he removed them from the water, dried them, and burnt them so that the smoke went up, thereby typifying, as Dr. Haddon was informed, the evaporation and dispersal of the clouds. Again, it is said that if a Malay woman puts upon her head an inverted earthenware pan, and then setting it upon the ground, fills it with water and washes the cat in it till the animal is nearly drowned, heavy rain will certainly follow. In this performance, the inverted pan is intended, as Mr. Skeet was told, to symbolize the vault of heaven. Belief that twins can control the weather. There is a widespread belief that twin children possess magical powers over nature, especially over rain and the weather. This curious superstition prevails among some of the Indian tribes of British Columbia and has led them to impose certain singular restrictions or taboos on the parents of twins, though the exact meaning of these restrictions is generally obscure. Superstitions as to twins among the Indians of British Columbia. Thus, the Tsimshian Indians of British Columbia believe that twins control the weather. Therefore, they pray to wind and rain, calm down, breath of twins. Further, they think that the wishes of twins are always fulfilled, hence twins are feared because they can harm the man they hate. They can also call the salmon and the olachen or candlefish, and so they are known by a name which means making plentiful. In the opinion of the Kwikwetlem Indians of British Columbia, twins are transformed salmon, hence they may not go near water, lest they should be changed back again into the fish. In their childhood, they can summon any wind by motion of their hands, and they can make fair or foul weather, and also cure diseases by swinging a large wooden rattle. Their parents must live secluded in the woods for 16 months after the birth, doing no work, borrowing nobody's canoes, paddles, or dishes, and keeping their faces painted red all the time. If the father were to catch salmon, or the mother were to dig clams, the salmon and the clams would disappear. Moreover, the parents separate from each other and must pretend to be married to a log with which they lie down every night. They are forbidden to touch each other and even their own hair. A year after the birth, they drive wedges into the tree in the woods
asking it to let them work again when 4 more months have passed. The Nootka Indians of British Columbia also believe that twins are somehow related to salmon. Hence among them, twins may not catch salmon, and they may not eat or even handle the fresh fish. They can make fair or foul weather, and can cause rain to fall by painting their faces black and then washing them, which may represent the rain dripping from the dark clouds. Conversely, among the Angoli of Central Africa, there is a woman who stops rain by tying a strip of white calico round her black head, probably in imitation of the skies clearing after a heavy storm. The parents of twins among the Nooktas must build a small hut in the woods on the bank of a river, far from the village, and where they must live for 2 years, avoiding other people. They may not eat or even touch fresh food, particularly salmon. Superstitions as to twins among the Indians of British Columbia. Wooden images and masks of birds and fish are placed round the hut, and others, representing fish, are set near the river for the purpose of inviting all birds and fish to come and see the twins and be friendly to them. Moreover, the father sings a special song praising the salmon and asking them to come, and the fish do come in great numbers to see the twins. Therefore the birth of twins is believed to prognosticate a good year for salmon. But though a Nookta father of twins has thus to live in seclusion for 2 years, abstaining from fresh meat and attending none of the ordinary feasts, he is, by a singular exception, invited to banquets which consist wholly of dried provisions, and at them he is treated with great respect and seated among the chiefs, even though he be himself a mere commoner. The birth of twins among the Nooktas is said to be very rare, but one occurred while Jewett lived with the tribe. He reports that the father always appeared very thoughtful and gloomy and never associated with other people. His dress was very plain, and he wore around his head the red fillet of bark, the symbol of mourning and devotion. It was his daily practice to repair to the mountain, with a chief's rattle in his hand, to sing and pray, as Maquina informed me, for the fish to come into the waters. When not thus employed, he kept continually at home, except when sent for us to sing and perform his ceremonies over the sick, being considered as a sacred character, and one much in favour with the gods. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, twins are called grizzly bear children, or hairy feet, because they were thought to be under the protection of the grizzly bear, and to be endowed by him with special powers, such as that of making fair or foul weather. After the birth, the parents moved away from other people and lived in a lodge made of fir boughs and bark till the children were about 4 years old. During all this time, great care was taken of the twins. They might not come into contact with other people, and were washed with fir twigs dipped in water. While they were being washed, the father described circles round them with fir boughs, singing the song of the grizzly bear. Superstitions as to twins in West Africa. With these American beliefs we may compare an African one. The Negroes of Porto Novo, on the Bight of Benin, hold that twins have for their companions certain spirits or genii, like those which animate a kind of small ape which abounds in the forests of Guinea. When the twins grow up, they will not be allowed to eat the flesh of apes, and meantime the mother carries offerings of bananas and other dainties to the apes in the forest. Precisely similar beliefs and customs as to twins prevail in the whole tribe of German Togoland. There the twins are called children of apes. Neither they nor their parents may eat the flesh of the particular species of apes with which they are associated. And if a hunter kills one of these animals, the parents must beat him with a stick. But, to return to America, the Shuswap Indians of British Columbia, like the Thompson Indians, associate twins with the grizzly bear, or they call them young grizzly bears. According to them, twins remain throughout life endowed with supernatural powers. In particular, they can make good or bad weather. They produce rain by spilling water from a basket in the air. They make fine weather by shaking a small flat piece of wood attached with a stick by a string. They raise storms by strewing down on the ends of spruce branches. Superstitions as to twins among the Indians of Peru. The Indians of Peru entertain similar notions as to the special relation in which twins stand in the rain and the weather. For they said that one of each pair of twins was a son of the lightning, and they called the lightning the lord and creator of rain, and prayed to him to send showers. The parents of twins had to fast for many days after the birth, abstaining from salt and pepper, and they might not have intercourse with each other. In some parts of Peru, this period of fasting and abstinence lasted 6 months. In other parts, both the father and the mother had to lie down on one side with one leg drawn up and a bean placed in the hollow of the ham. In this position, they had to lie without moving for 5 days, till with the heat and sweat of their bodies the beans began to sprout. Then they changed over to the other side, and lay on it in like manner for 5 days, fasting in the way described. When the 10 days were up, their relations went out to hunt, and having killed and skinned a deer, they made a robe of its hide, under which they caused the parents of the twins to pass, with cords about their necks, which they afterwards wore for many days. If the twins died young, their bodies enclosed in pots were kept in the house as sacred things, but if they lived, and it happened that a frost set in, the priest sent for them, together with all the persons who had hare lips or had been born feet foremost, and rated them soundly for being the cause of the frost, in that they had not fasted from salt and pepper. Wherefore they were ordered to fast for 10 more days in the usual manner, and to abstain from their wives, and to wash themselves, and to acknowledge and to confess their sins. After their normal conversion to Christianity, the Peruvian Indians retained their belief that one of the twins was always the son of the lightning, and oddly enough they regularly gave him the name of St. James, Santiago. The Spanish Jesuit who reports the custom was at a loss to account for it. It could not, he thought, have originated in the name of Boanerges, or the son of thunder, which Christ applied to the 2 brothers James and John. He suggests 2 explanations. The Indians may have adopted the name because they had heard a phrase used by Spanish children when it thunders, the horse of Santiago is running, or it may have been because they saw that the Spanish infantry in battle, before they fired their arquebuses, always cried out Santiago, Santiago. For the Indians called the arquebus Ilapa, that is, lightning, and they might easily imagine that the name, which they heard shouted just before the flash and roar of the guns, was that of Spanish god of thunder and lightning. However, they came by the name. They made such frequent and superstitious use of it that the church forbade any Indian to bear the name of Santiago. Superstitions as to twins in Africa. The same power of influencing the weather is attributed to twins by the Baronga, a tribe of Bantu Negroes who inhabit the shores of Delonga Bay in southeastern Africa. They bestowed the name of Tolo, that is, the sky, on a woman who has given birth to twins, and the infants themselves are called the children of the sky. Now when the storms, which generally burst in the months of September and October, have been looked for in vain, when a drought with its prospect of famine is threatening, and all nature scorched and burned up by a sun that has shone for 6 months on a cloudless sky, is panting for the beneficent showers of the South African spring, the women perform ceremonies to bring down the longed-for rain on the parched earth. Stripping themselves of all their garments, they assume in their stead girdles and headdresses of grass, or short petticoats made of the leaves of a particular sort of creeper. Thus attired, uttering peculiar cries and singing ribald songs, they go about from well to well, cleansing them of the mud and impurities which have accumulated in them. The wells, it may be said, are merely holes in the sand where a little turbid, unwholesome water stagnates. Further, the women must repair to the house of one of their gossips who has given birth to twins, and must drench her with water, which they carry in little pitchers. Having done so, they go on their way, shrieking out the loose songs and dancing in modest dances. No man may see these leaf-clad women going their rounds. If they meet a man, they maul him and thrust him aside. When they have cleansed the wells, they must go and pour water on the graves of their ancestors in the sacred grove. It often happens, too, that, at the bidding of the wizard, they go and pour water on the grave of twins, for they think that the grave of a twin ought always to be moist, for which reason twins are regularly buried near a lake. If all their efforts to procure rain prove abortive, they will remember that such and such a twin was buried in a dry place on the side of a hill. No wonder, says a wizard in such a case, that the sky is fiery. Take up his body and dig him a grave on the shore of the lake. His orders are at once obeyed, for this is supposed to be the only means of bringing down the rain. The Swiss missionary who reports this strange superstition has also suggested what appears to be its true explanation. He points out that, as the mother of twins is called by the Baronga the sky, they probably think that to pour water on her is equivalent to pouring water on the sky itself, and if the water be poured on the sky, it will of course drip through it as through the nozzle of a gigantic watering pot, and fall on the earth beneath. A slight extension of the same train of reasoning explains why the desired result is believed to be expedited by drenching the graves of twins who are the children of the sky. Among the Zulus, twins are supposed to be able to foretell the weather, and people who want rain will go to a twin and say, "Tell me, do you feel ill today?" If he says he feels quite well, they know it will not rain. The Wanyamyesi, a large tribe of Central Africa to the south of the Victorian Nyanza, also believe in the special association of twins with weather, for amongst them, when a twin is about to cross a river, stream, or lake, he must fill his mouth full of water and spurt it out over the surface of the river or lake, adding, "I am a twin, Nana Impasa." And he must do the same if a storm arises on a lake over which he is sailing. Were he to omit the ceremony, some harm might befall him or his companions. In this tribe, the birth of twins is comparatively common, and is attended by a number of ceremonies. Old women march about the village collecting gifts for the infants, while they drum with a hoe on a piece of oxhide and sing an obscene song in praise of the father. Further, 2 little fetish huts are built for the twins before their mother's house, and here people sacrifice to them in season and out of season, especially when somebody is sick or about to go on a journey or to the wars. If one or both twins die, 2 aloes are planted beside the little fetish hut. Lastly, the Hindus of the central provinces of India believe that a twin can save the crops from the ravages of hail and heavy rain if he will only paint his right buttock black and his left buttock some other colour, and thus adorned, go and stand in the direction of the wind. The rainmaker assimilates himself to rain. Many of the foregoing facts strongly support an interpretation which Professor Oldenburg has given of the rules to be observed by a Brahmin who would learn a particular hymn of the ancient Indian collection known as the Samaveda. The hymn bears the name of the Sakvari song, was believed to embody the might of Indra's weapon, the thunderbolt, and hence on account of the dreadful and dangerous potency with which it was thus charged, the bold student who essayed to master it had to be isolated from his fellow men, and to retire from the village into the forest. Here, for a space of time, which might not vary according to different doctors of the law, from 1 to 12 years, he had to observe certain rules of life, among which were the following. Thrice a day he had to touch water. He must wear black garments and eat black food. When it rained, he might not seek the shelter of a roof, but had to sit in the rain and say, "Water is a Sakvari song." When the lightning flashed, he said, "That is like the Sakvari song." When the thunder pealed, he said, "The Great One is making a great noise." He might never cross a running stream without touching water. He might never set foot on a ship unless his life were in danger. And even then, he must be sure to touch water when he went on board. For in water, so ran the saying, lies the virtue of the Sakvari song. When at last he had allowed to learn the song itself, he had to dip his hands in a vessel of water in which plants of all sorts had been placed. If a man walked in the way of all these precepts, the rain god Parjanya, it was said, would send rain at the wish of that man. It is clear, as Professor Oldenburg well points out, that all these rules are intended to bring the Brahmin into union with water, to make him, as it were, an ally of the water powers, and to guard him against their hostility. The black garments and the black food have the same significance. No one will doubt that they refer to the rain clouds when he remembers that a black victim is sacrificed to procure rain. It is black, for such is the nature of rain. In respect of another rain charm, it is said plainly, he puts on a black garment edged with black, for such is the nature of rain. We may therefore assume that here in the circle of ideas and ordinances of the Vedic schools there have been preserved magical practices of the most remote antiquity, which were intended to prepare the rainmaker for his office and dedicate him to it. On the contrary, the maker of dry weather must himself be dry. It is interesting to observe that where an opposite result is desired, primitive logic enjoins the weather doctor to observe precisely opposite rules of conduct. In the tropical island of Java, where the rich vegetation attests the abundance of the rainfall, ceremonies for the making of rain are rare, but ceremonies for the prevention of it are not uncommon. When a man is about to give a great feast in the rainy season and has invited many people, he goes to a weather doctor and asks him to prop up the clouds that may be lowering. If the doctor consents to exert his professional powers, he begins to regulate his behaviour by certain rules as soon as his customer has departed. He must observe a fast, and might neither drink nor bathe. What little he eats must be eaten dry, and in no case he may touch water. The host on his side, and his servants, both male and female, must neither wash clothes nor bathe so long as the feast lasts, and they have all during its continuance to observe strict chastity. The doctor seats himself on a new mat in his bedroom, and before a small oil lamp he murmurs, shortly before the feast takes place, the following prayer or incantation. Grandfather and Grandmother Surakel. The name seems to be taken at random. Others are sometimes used. Return to your country. Akamat is your country. Put down your water cask. Close it properly, that not a drop may fall out. While he utters his prayer, the sorcerer looks upwards, burning incense the while. So among the Torajas of Central Celebes, the rain doctor, Sando, whose special business is to drive away rain, takes care not to touch water before, during, or after the discharge of his professional duties. He does not bathe, he eats with unwashed hands, he drinks nothing but palm wine, and if he has to cross a stream, he is careful not to step in the water. Having thus prepared himself for his task, he has a small hut built for himself outside of the village in a rice field, and in this hut he keeps up a little fire, which on no account may be suffered to go out. In the fire he burns various kinds of wood, which are supposed to possess the property of driving off rain, and he puffs in the direction from which the rain threatens to come, holding in his hand a packet of leaves and bark which derive a similar cloud-compelling virtue, not from their chemical composition, but from their names, which happens to signify something dry or volatile. If clouds should appear in the sky while he is at work, he takes lime in the hollow of his hand and blows it towards them. The lime, being so very dry, is obviously well adapted to disperse the damp clouds. Should rain afterwards be wanted, he has only to pour water on his fire, and immediately the rain will descend in sheets. So in Santa Cruz and Reef Islands, when the man who has power over rain wishes to prevent it from falling, he will abstain from washing his face for a long time, and will do no work, lest he should sweat and his body be wet. For they think that if his body be wet, it will rain. On the other hand, when he desires to bring on rain, he goes into the house where the spirit or ghost of the rain is believed to reside, and there he sprinkles water at the head of the ghost post, doka, in order that showers may fall. To make wet weather, you must be wet. To make dry weather, you must be dry. The reader will observe how exactly the Javanese and Toraja observances, which are intended to prevent rain, form the antithesis of the Indian observances which aim at producing it. The Indian sage is commanded to touch water thrice a day regularly as well as on various special occasions. The Javanese and Toraja wizards may not touch it at all. The Indian lives out in the forest, and even when it rains he may not take shelter. The Javanese and the Toraja sit in a house or a hut. The one signifies his sympathy with water by receiving the rain on his person and speaking of it respectfully. The others light a lamp or a fire and do their best to drive the rain away. Yet the principle on which all three act is the same. Each of them, by a sort of childish make-believe, identifies himself with the phenomenon which he desires to produce. It is the old fallacy that the effect resembles its cause. If you would make wet weather, you must be wet. If you would make dry weather, you must be dry.
Rainmaking in southeastern Europe by drenching with water a leaf-clad girl or boy who represents vegetation. In southeastern Europe, at the present day, ceremonies are observed for the purpose of making rain, which not only rest on the same general train of thought as the preceding, but even in their details resemble the ceremonies practiced with the same intention by the Baronga of Deloga Bay. Among the Greeks of Thessaly and Macedonia, when a drought has lasted a long time, it is customary to send a procession of children round to all the wells and springs of the neighbourhood. At the head of the procession walks a girl adorned with flowers, whom her companions drench with water at every halting pace, while they sing an invocation, of which the following is part. Perperia, all fresh bedowed, fresh in all the neighbourhood, by the woods on the highway, as thou goest, to God now pray, O my God, upon the plain. Send thou us a still small rain, that the fields may fruitful be, and vines in blossom we may see, that the grain be full and sound, and wealthy grow the folks around. Rain-making in Servia. In the time of drought, the Servians strip a girl to her skin, and clothe her from head to foot in grass, herbs, and flowers, even her face being hidden behind a veil of living green. Thus disguised, she is called the Dodola, and goes through the village with a troop of girls. They stop before every house. The Dodola keeps turning herself round and dancing, while the other girls form a ring about her singing one of the Dodola songs, and the housewife pours a pail of water over her. One of the songs they sing runs thus: We go through a village, the clouds go in the sky. We go faster, faster go the clouds. They have overtaken us, and wetted the corn and the vine. Rain-making in Romania. A similar custom is observed in Greece and Romania. In Romania, the rain-making is called Paporuda, or Baboruda. She is a gypsy girl who goes naked except for a short skirt of dwarf elder, Sambucus ebulus, or of corn and vines. Thus scantily attired, the girls go in procession from house to house, singing for rain, and are drenched by the people with buckets of water. The ceremony regularly takes place all over Romania on the third Tuesday after Easter, but it may be repeated any time of drought during the summer. But the Romanians have another way of procuring rain. They make a clay figure to represent drought, cover it with a pole, and place it in an open coffin. Girls crouch round the coffin and lament, saying, "Drought, Skoloi is dead. Lord, give us rain." And the coffin is carried by children in funeral procession with a burning wax candle before it, while lamentations fill the air. Finally, they throw the coffin and the candle into a stream or a well. Rain-making in Bulgaria. When rain is wanted in Bulgaria, the people dress up a girl in branches of nut trees, flowers, and the green stuff of beans, potatoes, and onions. She carries a nosegay of flowers in her hand, and is called Djuljul, or Peperuga. Attended by a train of followers, she goes from house to house, and is received by the good man with a kettle of water, on which flowers are swimming. With this water he drenches her, while a song is sung. The Peperuga flew, God give rain, that the corn, the millet, and the wheat may thrive. Rain-making in Macedonia and Dalmatia. Sometimes the girl is dressed in flax to the girdle. At Melinik, a Greek town in Macedonia, a poor orphan boy parades the streets in times of drought, decked with ferns and flowers, and attended by other boys of about the same age. The women shower water and money on him from the windows. He is called Dudul, and as they march along, the boys sing a song which begins, "Hail, hail, Dudul, bring us both maize and wheat." In Dalmatia, also their custom is observed. The performer is a young unmarried man who is dressed up, dances, and has water poured over him. He goes by the name of Prebats, and is attended by companions called Preporush, who are young bachelors like himself. In such customs, the leaf-clad person appears to personify vegetation, and the drenching of him or her with water is certainly an imitation of rain. The words of the Servian song, however, taken in connection with the constant movement which the chief actress in the performance seems expected to keep up, points to some comparison of the girl or her companions to clouds moving through the sky. This again reminds us of the old quivering movement kept up by the Australian rainmaker, who, in his disguise of white down, may perhaps represent a cloud. The King of Rain in India. At Pune in India, when rain is needed, the boys dress up one of their number in nothing but leaves and call him King of Rain, Aruj Raja. Then they go round to every house in the village, where the householder or his wife sprinkles the Rain King with water, and gives the party food of various kinds. When they have thus visited all the houses, they strip the Rain King of his leafy robes, and feast upon what they have gathered. Rain-making in Armenia. Similar rain charms are practiced in Armenia, except that there the representative of vegetation is an effigy, or doll, not a person. The children dress up a broomstick as a girl and carry it from house to house. Before every house they sing a song, of which the following is one version. Nurin, Nurin is come, the wondrous maiden is come. A shirt of red stuff she has put on, with a red girdle she is girdled. Bring water to pour on her head, bring butter to smear on her hair. Let the blessed rain fall, let the fields of your fathers grow green. Give our Nurin her share, and we will eat and drink and be merry. The children are asked, will you have it from the door or from the garret window? If they choose the door, the water is poured on Nurin from the window, and if they choose the window, it is poured on her from the door. At each house they receive presents of butter, eggs, rice, and so forth. Afterwards they take Nurin to a river and throw her into the water. Sometimes the figure has a head of a pig or a goat, and is covered with boughs. At Agan in Armenia, when rain is wanted, boys carry about an effigy, which they call Chi-Chi Mama, or the drenched mother, as they interpret the phrase. As they go about they ask, what does Chi-Chi Mother want? The answer is, she wants wheat in her bins, she wants bread on her bread hooks, and she wants rain from God. The people pour water on her from roofs, and rich people make presents to the children. At Orfa in Armenia, the children in time of drought make a rain bride, which they called Chimchik Gelen. They say this means in Turkish shovel bride. While they carry it about they say, what does Chimchik Gelen want? She wishes mercy from God. She wants offerings of lambs and rams. And the crowd responds, give my God, give rain, give a flood. The rain bride is then thrown into the water. Rain-making in Palestine and Moab. At Kerak in Palestine, whenever there is a drought, the Greek Christians dress up a winnowing fork in women's clothes. They call it the Bride of God. The girls and women carry it from house to house, singing doggerel songs. We are told that
The bride of God is drenched with water or thrown into a stream, but the charm would hardly be complete without this feature. Similarly, when rain is much wanted, the Arabs admire a Bataya dummy in the robes and ornaments of a woman and call it the Mother of the Rain. A woman carries in procession past the houses of the village or the tents of the camp, singing, "O Mother of the Rain, O immortal, moisten our sleeping seeds, moisten the sleeping seeds of the Sheikh, who is ever generous. She is gone, the Mother of the Rain, to bring the storm. When she comes back, the crops are as high as the walls. She is gone, the Mother of the Rain, to bring the winds. When she comes back, the plantations have attained the height of lances. She is gone, the Mother of the Rain, to bring the thunders. When she comes back, the crops are as high as camels," and so on. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Golden Bough, Volume 1. Part 1. The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5, Subchapter 2, Magic Control of the Rain, Part 2. Rainmaking by bathing and sprinkling of water. Bathing is practiced as a rain charm in some parts of southern and western Russia. Sometimes after service in church, the priest in his robes has been thrown down on the ground and drenched with water by his parishioners. Sometimes it is women who, without stripping off their clothes, bathe in crowds on the day of St. John the Baptist, while they dip in the water a figure made of branches, grass, and herbs, which is supposed to represent the saint. In Kursk, a province of southern Russia, when rain is much wanted, the women seize a passing stranger and throw him into the river, or souse him from head to foot. Later on, we shall see that a passing stranger is often taken for a deity or the personification of some natural power. It is recorded in official documents that during a drought in 1790 the peasants of Sherelts and Whereabouts collected all the women and compelled them to bathe in order that rain might fall. An Armenian rain charm is to throw the wife of a priest into the water and drench her. The Arabs of North Africa fling a holy man willy-nilly into a spring as a remedy for drought. In Minahassa, a province of North Celebes, the priest bathes as a rain charm. In central Celebes, when there has been no rain for a long time and the rice stalks begin to shrivel up, many of the villagers, especially the young folk, go to a neighbouring brook and splash each other with water, shouting noisily or squirt water on one another through bamboo tubes. Sometimes they imitate the plump of rain by smacking the surface of the water with their hands or by placing an inverted cord on it and drumming on the cord with their fingers. The Karo Bataks of Sumatra have a rain-making ceremony which lasts a week. The men go about with bamboo squirts and the women with bowls of water, and they drench each other or throw the water into the air and cry, "The rain has come," when it drips down on them. In Kumaon, a district of northwest India, when rain falls, they sink a Brahmin up to his lips in a tank or pond, where he repeats the name of the god of rain for a day or two. When this rite is duly performed, rain is sure to fall. For the same purpose, village girls in the Punjab will pour a solution of cow dung in water upon an older woman who happens to pass, or they will make her sit down under the footsprout of a house and get a wetting when it rains. In the Solok district of Sumatra, when a drought has lasted a long time, a number of half-naked women take a half-witted man to a river, and there they sprinkle him with water as a means of compelling the rain to fall. In some parts of Bengal, when drought threatens the country, troops of children of all ages go from house to house and roll and tumble in puddles, which have been prepared for the purpose by pouring water into the courtyards. This is supposed to bring down rain. Curses supposed to cause rain. Again, in Dabrajur, a village in the Burgham district of Bengal, when rain has been looked for in vain, people will throw dirt or filth on the houses of their neighbours who abuse them for doing so, or they drench the lame, the halt, the blind, and other infirm persons who are reviled for their pains by the victims. This vituperation is believed to bring about the desired result by drawing down showers on the parched earth. Similarly, in the Shahpur district of the Punjab, it is said to be customary in time of drought to spill a pot of filth on the threshold of a notorious old shrew, in order that the fluent stream of foul language in which she vents her feelings may accelerate the lingering rain. Beneficial effect of curses and abuse. In these later customs, the means adopted for bringing about the desired result appear to be not so much imitative magic as a beneficent effect which curiously enough, is often attributed to curses and maledictions. Thus, in the Indian district of Bihar, much virtue is ascribed to abuse, which is supposed in some cases to bring good luck. People, for example, who accompany a marriage procession to the bride's house are often foully abused by the women of the bride's family in the belief that this contributes to the good fortune of the newly married pair. So in Bihar on Jamadvitaya Day, which falls on the second day of the bright period of the moon next to that during which the Dasera festival takes place, brothers are reviled by sisters to their heart's content because it is thought that this will prolong the lives of the brothers and bring them good luck. Further, in Bihar and Bengal, it is deemed very unlucky to look at the new moon of Bhadon, August. Whoever does so is sure to meet with some mishap, or to be falsely accused of something. To avert these evils, people are commonly advised to throw stones or brickbats into their neighbours' houses, for if they do so and are reviled of their pains, they will escape the threatened evils, and the neighbours who abuse them will suffer in their stead. Hence the day of the new moon in this month is called the Day of Stones. At Benares a regular festival is held for the purpose on the 4th day of Bhadon, which is known as the Colt Festival of the North. On the Kurda estate in the Orissa gardens and fruit trees are conspicuously absent. The peasants explain their absence by saying that from time immemorial they have held it lucky to be annoyed and abused by their neighbours at a certain festival, which answers to the Nashti Chandra in Bengal. Hence, in order to give ample ground of offence, they mutilate the fruit trees and trample down the gardens of their neighbours, and so court fortune by drawing down on themselves the wrath of the injured owners. At Kranganore, in the native state of Cochin, there is a shrine of the goddess Bhagavati, which is much frequented by pilgrims in the month of Minam, March-April. From all parts of Cochin, Malabar, and the Travancore crowds flock to attend the festival, and the high roads ring with the shouts of Nada Nada, March March. They desecrate the shrine of the goddess in every conceivable way, discharge volleys of stones and filth, and level the most opprobrious language at the goddess herself. These proceedings are supposed to be acceptable to her. The intention of the pilgrimage is to secure immunity from disease during the succeeding year. In some causes a curse may, like rags and dirt, be supposed to benefit a man by making him appear vile and contemptible, and thus diverting from him the evil eye and other malignant influences which were attracted by beauty and prosperity, but repelled by their opposites. Among the Huzuls of the Carpathians, if a herdsman or cattle owner suspects himself of having the evil eye, he would charge one of his household to call him a devil or a robber every time he goes near the cattle, for he thinks that this will undo the effect of the evil eye. Among the Chams of Cambodia and Annam, while a corpse is being burned on the pyre, a man who bears the title of the Master of Sorrows remains in the house of the deceased and loads it with curses, after which he beseeches the ghost not to come back and torment his family. These last curses are clearly intended to make his old home unattractive to the spirit of the dead. Estonian fishermen believe that they never have had good luck as when someone is angry with them and curses them. Hence, before a fisherman goes out to fish, they will play a rough practical joke on a comrade in order to be abused and execrated by him. The more his friend storms and curses, the better he is pleased. Every curse brings at least 3 fish into his net. There is a popular belief in Berlin and the neighbourhood that if you wish a huntsman good luck when he is going out to shoot deer, he will be certain never to get a shot at all. To avert the ill luck caused by such a wish, a hunter must throw a broomstick at the head of his well-wisher. If he is really to have luck, he must wish that he may break his neck, or both his neck and his legs. The wish is expressed with pregnant brevity in the phrase, "Now then, neck and leg." The intention of such curses may be to put the fish or the deer off the guard, or as we shall see later on, animals are commonly supposed to understand human speech, and even to overhear what is said of them many miles off. Accordingly, if they hear a fisherman or a hunter flouted, vituperated, they will think too meanly of him to go out of his way, and will fall an easy prey to his net or his gun. When a Greek sower sowed cumin, he had to curse and swear, or the crop would not turn out well. Roman writers mention a similar custom observed by the sowers of rue and basil, and hedge doctors in ancient Greece laid it down as a rule that, in cutting black hellebore, you should face eastward and curse. Perhaps the bitter language was supposed to strengthen the bitter taste, and hence the medical virtue of these plants. At Lindus, on the island of Rhodes, it was customary to sacrifice 1 or 2 plough oxen to Hercules with curses and imprecations. and here we are told that the sacrifice was deemed invalid if a good word fell from anyone's lips during the rite. The custom was explained by a legend that Hercules had laid hands on the oxen of a ploughman and cooked and devoured them, while their owner, unable to defend his beasts, stood far off and vented his anger in a torrent of abuse and execration. Hercules received his maledictions with a roar of laughter, appointed him his priest, and bade him always sacrifice in the very same execrations, for he had never died better in his life. The legend is plainly a fiction devised to explain the ritual. We may conjecture that the curses were intended to palliate the slaughter of a sacred animal. The subject will be touched on in a later part of this work. Here we must return to rainmaking.
Rainmaking by ploughing. Women are sometimes supposed to be able to make rain by ploughing, or pretending to plough. Thus the Bashaws and Creusers of the Caucasus have a ceremony called ploughing the rain, which they observe in time of drought. Girls yoke themselves to a plough and drag it into a river, wading in the water up to their girdles. In the same circumstances, Armenian girls and women do the same. The oldest woman, or the priest's wife, wears the priest's dress, while the others, dressed as men, drag the plough through the water against the stream. In the Caucasian province of Georgia, when a drought has lasted long, marriageable girls are yoked in couples with an ox yoke on their shoulders. A priest holds the reins, and, thus harnessed, they wade through rivers, puddles, and marshes, praying, screaming, weeping, and laughing. In a district of Transylvania, when the ground is parched with drought, some girls strip themselves naked, and led by an older woman, who is also naked, they steal a harrow and carry it across the field to a brook, where they set it afloat. Next they sit in the harrow and keep a tiny flame burning on each corner of it for an hour. Then they leave the harrow in the water and go home. A similar rain charm is resorted to in some parts of India. Naked women drag a plough across the field by night, while the men keep carefully out of the way, for their presence would break the spell. As performed at Churnar in Bengal on the 24th of July 1891, the ceremony was this. Between 9 and 10 in the evening, a barber's wife went from door to door and invited the women to engage in ploughing. They all assembled in a field from which the men were excluded. 3 women of a husbandman's family then stripped themselves naked. 2 of them were yoked like oxen to the plough, while the third held the handle. They next began to imitate the operation of ploughing. One who held the plough cried out, "O Mother Earth, bring parched grain, water, and chaff. Our stomachs are breaking to pieces from hunger and thirst." Then the landlord and accountant approached them and laid down some grain, water, and chaff in the field, and that the women dressed and returned home. By the grace of God, adds the gentleman who reports the ceremony, the weather changed almost immediately, and we had a good shower. Sometimes, as they drew the plough, the women sing a hymn to Vishnu, in which they seek to enlist his sympathy by emulating the ills which the people are suffering from the want of rain. In some cases they discharge volleys of abuse at the village officials, and even at the landlord, whom they compel to drag the plough. These ceremonies are all the more remarkable because, in ordinary circumstances, Hindu women never engage in agricultural operations like ploughing and harrowing. Yet in drought it seems to be women of the highest, or Brahmin caste, who are chosen to perform what, at other times, would be regarded as a menial and degrading task. Occasionally, when hesitation is felt at subjecting Brahmin ladies to this indignity, they are allowed to get off by merely touching the plough early in the morning, before people are astir. The real work is afterwards done by the ploughmen. In Manipur, the prosperity of all classes depends on the abundance and regularity of the rainfall. Hence the people have many rites and ceremonies for the making of rain. Thus, in times of drought, 108 girls milk 108 cows in the temple of Govindji, the most popular incarnation of Krishna in the country. If this fails, the women throw their dung pounders into the nearest pool. At the dead of night, strip themselves naked and plough. There is a Burmese superstition that if a harrow has a flaw in it, no rain will fall till the faulty harrow has been decked with flowers, broken, and thrown into the river. Further, the owner should have his hair cropped, and being adorned with flowers should dance and carry the harrow to the water. Otherwise the country is sure to suffer from drought. The Tarahumara Indians of Mexico dip the plough in water before they use it, that it may draw rain. Making rain by means of the dead. Sometimes a rain charm operates through the dead. Thus in New Caledonia the rainmakers blackened themselves all over, dug up a dead body, took the bones to a cave, jointed them, and hung the skeleton over some taro leaves. Water was poured over the skeleton to run down on the leaves. They believed that the soul that has ceased took up the water, converted it into rain, and showered it down again. In some parts of New Caledonia,
The ceremony is somewhat different. A great quantity of provisions is offered to the ancestors, being laid down before their skulls in the sacred place. In front of the skulls a number of pots full of water are set in a row, and in each pot is deposited a sacred stone which has more or less the shape of a skull. The rainmaker then prays to the ancestors to send rain. After that he climbs a tree with a branch in his hand, which he waves about to hasten the approach of the rain clouds. The ceremony is a mixture of magic and religion. The prayers and offerings to the ancestors are purely religious, while the placing the skull-like stones in water and the waving of the branch are magical. In Russia, if common report may be believed, it is not long since the peasants of any district that chanced to be afflicted with drought used to dig up the corpse of someone who had drunk himself to death and seek it in the nearest swamp or lake, fully persuaded that this would ensure the fall of the needed rain. In 1868, the prospect of a bad harvest, caused by a prolonged drought, induced the inhabitants of a village in the Tarashchansk district to dig up the body of a Raskolnik, or dissenter, who had died in the preceding December. Some of the party beat the corpse, or what was left of it, about the head, exclaiming, "Give us rain," while others poured water on it through the sieve. Here the pouring of water through a sieve seems plainly an imitation of a shower, and reminds us of the manner in which the Strepsiades in Aristophanes imagined that rain was made by Zeus. An Armenian rain charm is to dig up a skull and throw it into running water. At Orpha, for this purpose, they preferred the skull of a Jew, which they cast at the pool of Abraham. In Mysore, people think that if a leper is buried instead of being burnt, as he ought to be, rain would not fall. Hence they have been known to disinter buried lepers in time of drought. In Halmahera, there is a practice of throwing stones on a grave, in order that the ghost may fall into a passion and avenge the disturbance, as he imagines, by sending heavy rain. This may explain a rain charm, which seems to have been practiced by the Mauritanians in antiquity. A mound in the shape of a man lying on his back was pointed out as a grave of the giant Antaeus, and if any earth was dug up and removed from it, rain fell till the soil was replaced. Perhaps the rain was a revenge the surly giant took for being wakened from his long sleep. Sometimes, in order to procure rain, the Torajas of sensual celebs make an appeal to the pity of the dead. Thus, in the village of Kalingoa, in Kadombuku, there is a grave of a famous chief, the grandfather of the present ruler. When the land suffers from unseasonable drought, the people go to this grave, pour water on it, and say, "O grandfather, have pity on us. If it is your will that this year we should eat, then give rain." After that, they hang a bamboo full of water over the grave. There is a small hole in the lower end of the bamboo, so that the water drips from it continually. The bamboo is always refilled with water until rain drenches the ground. Here, as in New Caledonia, we find religion blent with magic, for the prayer of the dead chief, which is purely religious, is egged out with a magical imitation of rain at his grave. We have seen that the Baronga of Delagoa Bay drenched the tombs of their ancestors, especially the tombs of twins, as a rain charm. In Zululand, the native girls form a procession and carry large pots of water to a certain tree which chances to be on a mission station. When the girls were asked why they did this, they said that an old ancestor of theirs had been buried under the tree, and, as he was a great rainmaker in his life, they always came and poured water on his grave in time of drought, in order that he might send them rain. This ceremony partakes of the nature of religion, since it implies an appeal for help to a deceased ancestor. Purely religious, on the other hand, are some means adopted by the Herero of southwestern Africa to procure rain. If a drought has lasted long, the whole tribe goes with its cattle to the grave of some eminent man. It may be the father or grandfather of the chief. They lay offerings of milk and flesh on the grave and utter their plaint. "Look, O Father, upon your beloved cattle and children. They suffer distress. They are so lean, they are dying of hunger. Give us rain." The ears of the spectator are defined by the lowing and bleating of herds and flocks, the shouts of herdsmen, the barking of dogs, and the screams of women. Among some of the Indian tribes in the region of the Orinoco, it was customary for the relations of a deceased person to disinter his bones a year after burial, burn them, and scatter the ashes to the winds, because they believed that the ashes were changed into rain, which the dead man sent in return for his obsequies. The Chinese are convinced that when human bodies remain unburied, the souls of their late owners feel the discomfort of rain, just as living men would do if they were exposed without shelter to the inclemency of the weather. These wretched souls, therefore, do all in their power to prevent the rain from falling, and often their efforts are only too successful. Then drought ensures, the most dreaded of all calamities in China, because bad harvests, dearth, and famine follow in its train. Hence it has been a common practice of the Chinese authorities in time of drought to interre the dry bones of the unburied dead for the purpose of putting an end to the scourge and conjuring down the rain. Making rain by means of animals. Animals again often play an important part in these weather charms. The Anula tribe of northern Australia associate the dollar bird with rain and call it the rain bird. A man who has the bird for his totem can make rain at a certain pool. He catches a snake, puts it alive into the pool, and after holding it under water for a time, takes it out, kills it, and lays it down by the side of the creek. Then he makes an arched bundle of grass stalks in imitation of a rainbow, and sets it up over the snake. After that all he does is to sing over the snake and the mimic rainbow. Sooner or later the rain will fall. They explain this procedure by saying that long ago the dollar bird had as mate at this spot a snake who lived in the pool and used to make rain by spitting up into the sky till the rainbow and clouds appeared and rain fell. The Tidjingili of northern Australia make rain in an odd way. One of them will catch a fat bandicoot and carry it about, singing over it till the animal grows very thin and weak. Then he lets it go, and the rain will follow. When some of the Blackfoot Indians were at war in summer and wished to bring on a tempest, they would take a kid fox skin and rub it with dirt and water, which never failed to be followed by a storm of rain. The Thompson Indians of British Columbia think that when the loon calls loud and often, it will soon rain, and that to mimic the cry of the bird may bring the rain down. The fish called the small sculpin, which abounds along the rocky shore of Norton Sound, is called by the Eskimos the rainmaker. They say that if a person takes one of these fish in his hand, heavy rain will follow. If Aino fishermen desire to bring on rain and wind, they pray to the skulls of raccoons and then throw water over each other. Should they wish the storm to increase, they put on gloves and caps of raccoon skin and dance. Then it blows great guns. In Mahalang, a district of Upper Burma, when rain is scarce, the people pray to a certain fish called Nya Yan and send it. They also catch some fish and put them in a tub, while offerings of plantains and other food are made to the monks in the name of the fish. After that the fish are let loose in a stream or pond, with gold leaves stuck on their heads. If live fish are not to be had, wooden ones are used and answer the purpose just as well. When the Chiros of Manipur wish to make rain, they catch a crab and put it in a pot of water. Then the headman goes to the gate of the village and keeps lifting the crab out of the water and putting it back into it till he is tired. An ancient Indian mode of making rain was to throw an otter into the water. If the sky refuses rain and the cattle are perishing, an Arab sheikh will sometimes stand in the middle of the camp and cry, "Redeem yourselves, O people, redeem yourselves." At these words, every family sacrifices a sheep, divides it in two, and hanging the pieces on two poles, passes between them. Children too young to walk are carried by their mother, but this custom has rather the appearance of a sacrifice than of a charm. The southern Celebes people try to make rain by carrying a cat tied in a sedan chair thrice round the parched fields, while they drench it with water from bamboo squirts. When the cat begins to meow, they say, "O Lord, let rain fall on us." A common way of making rain in many parts of Java is to bathe a cat or two cats, a male and a female. Sometimes the animals are carried in procession with music. Even in Batavia, you may from time to time see children going about with a cat for this purpose. When they have ducked it in a pool, they let it go. Often in order to give effect to the rain charm, the animal must be black. Thus an ancient Indian way of bringing on rain was to set a black horse with his face to the west and rub him with a black cloth till he neighed. In the Benai Cholgaran tribe of northern Africa, women lead a black cow in procession, while other women sprinkle the whole group with water as a means of wringing a shower from the sky. To procure rain, the Peruvian Indians used to set a black sheep in a field, poured chica over it, and give the animal nothing to eat until the rain fell. Once when a drought lasting 5 months had burnt up their pastures and withered the corn, the Caffres of Natal had recourse to a famous witch, who promised to procure rain without delay. A black sheep having been produced, an incision was made in the animal near the shoulder, and the gall taken out. Part of this the witch rubbed over her own person, part she drank, part was mixed with medicine. Some of the medicine was then rubbed on her body, the rest of it attached to a stick, was fixed in the fence of a cow's pen. The woman next harangued the clouds. When the sheep was to be cooked, a new fire was procured by the friction of fire sticks, In ordinary circumstances, a brand would have been taken from one of the huts. Among the Wambugwe, a Bantu people of Western Africa, when the sorcerer desires to make rain, he takes a black sheep and a black calf in bright sunshine, and has them placed on the roof of a large common hut in which the people live together. Then he slits open the stomachs of the animals and scatters their contents in all directions. After that he pours water and medicine into a vessel. If the charm has succeeded, the water boils up and rain follows. On the other hand, if the sorcerer wishes to prevent rain from falling, he withdraws into the interior of the hut, and there heats a rock crystal in a calabash. In order to procure rain, the Wagogo of German East Africa sacrifice black fowls, black sheep, and black cattle at the graves of dead ancestors, and the rainmaker wears black clothes during the rainy season. Among the Matabele, the rain charm employed by sorcerers was made from the blood and gall of a black ox. In a district of Sumatra, in order to procure rain, all the women of the village, scantily clad, go into the river, wade into it, and splash each other with the water. A black cat is thrown into the stream and made to swim about for a while, then allowed to escape to the bank, pursued by the splashing women. The Garos of Assam offer a black goat on the top of a very high mountain in time of drought. In all these cases, the colour of the animal is part of the charm. Being black, it will darken the sky with rain clouds. So the Bekonos burn the stomach of an ox at evening, because they say the black smoke will gather the clouds and cause the rain to come. The Timorese sacrifice a black pig to the earth goddess for rain, a white or red one to the sun god for sunshine. The Angoli, a tribe of Zulu descent to the north of the Zambezi, sacrifice a black ox for rain and a white one for fine weather. Among the high mountains of Japan, there is a district in which, if rain has not fallen for a long time, a party of villagers goes in procession to the bed of a mountain torrent, headed by a priest who leads a black dog. At the chosen spot, they tuft the beast to a stone and make it a target for their bullets and arrows. When its lifeblood bespatters the rocks, the peasants throw down their weapons and lift up their voices in supplication to the dragon divinity of the stream, exhorting him to send down forthwith a shower to cleanse the spot from its defilement. Custom has prescribed that on these occasions the colour of the victim shall be black, as an emblem of the wished-for rain clouds. If fine weather is wanted, the victim must be white without a spot. Frogs and toads in relation to rain. The intimate association of frogs and toads with water has earned for these creatures a widespread reputation as custodians of rain, and hence they often play a part in charms designed to draw needed showers from the sky. Some of the Indians of the Orinoco held the toad to be the god or lord of the waters, and for that reason feared to kill the creature even when they were ordered to do so. They have been known to keep frogs under a pot and to beat them with rods when there was a drought. It is said that the Aymara Indians of Peru and Bolivia often make little images of frogs and other aquatic animals and place them on the tops of the hills as a means of bringing down rain. In some parts of southeastern Australia, where the rainfall is apt to be excessive, the natives feared to injure Taitale, the frog, or Bluck, the bullfrog, because they were said to be full of water instead of intestines, and great rains would follow if one of them were killed. The frog family was often referred as the Bunjil Wulang, or Mr. Rain. A tradition ran that once upon a time long ago the frog drank up all the water in the lakes and rivers, and then sat in the dry reed beds swollen to enormous size, saying "Bluck, bluck," in a deep gurgling voice. All the other animals wandered about gaping and gasping for a drop of moisture, but finding none, they agreed they must all die of thirst unless they could contrive to make the frog laugh. So they tried one after the other, but for a long time in vain. At last the conger eel and his relations hung around the lake grass and gay seaweed, reared themselves on their tails, and pranced round the fire. This was too much for the frog. He opened his mouth and laughed till the water ran out and the lakes and streams were full once more. We have seen that some of the Queensland Aborigines imitate the movements and cries of frogs as part of a rain charm. The Tomsawari River Indians of British Columbia and some people in Europe think that to kill a frog brings on rain. In order to procure rain, people of low caste in the central provinces of India will tie a frog to a rod covered in green leaves and branches of the nim tree Azadirachta indica and carry it from door to door singing, "Send soon, O frog, the jewel of water, and ripen the wheat and millet in the field." In Kumaon, a district northwestern India, one way of bringing on rain when it is needed is to hang a frog with its mouth up on a tall bamboo or on a tree for a day or two. The notion is that the god of rain, seeing the creature in trouble, will take pity on it and send the rain. In the district of Muzaffarpur in India, the vulgar believe that the cry of a frog is most readily heard by the god of rain. Hence, in a year of drought, the low-caste females of a village assemble at evening and put a frog in a small earthen pot together with water taken from 5 different houses. The pot with the frog is then placed in the hollow wooden cup into which the lever used for pounding rice falls. Being raised with the foot and then allowed to drop, the lever crushes the frog to death, and while the creature emits his dying croak, the women sing songs in a loud voice about the dearth of water. The Kapas or Redis are a large and prosperous caste of cultivators and landowners in the Madras presidency. When rain falls, women of the caste will catch a frog and tie it alive to a new winnowing fan made of bamboo. On this fan they spread a few margosa leaves and go from door to door singing, "Lady Frog must have her bath. O rain god, give her a little water for her at least." While the Kapu women sing this song, the woman of the house pours water over the frog and gives in alms, convinced that by so doing she will soon bring rain down in torrents. Again, in order to procure rain, the Mallas, who are the pariahs of the Telugu country in southern India, tie a live frog to a mortar and put a mud figure of Gontil Ayalama over it. Then they carry the mortar, frog, and all in procession, singing, "Mother Frog, playing in water, pour rain by pots full," while the villagers of the caste pour water over them. Beliefs like these might easily develop into a worship of frogs, regarded as personifying the powers of water and rain. In the Rig Veda, there is a hymn about frogs which appears to be substantially a rain charm. The Newars, the aboriginal inhabitants of Nepal, worship the frog as a creature associated with the demigod Nagas, in the production and control of rain and the water supply on which the welfare of the crops depends. A sacred character is attributed to the little animal, and every care is taken not to molest or injure it. The worship of the frog is performed on the 7th day of the month of Kartik, October, usually at a pool which is known to be frequented by frogs, although it is not essential to the efficiency of the rite that a frog should be actually seen at the time. After carefully washing his face and hands, the priest takes 5 brazen bowls and places in them 5 separate offerings, namely rice, flowers, milk, and vermilion, ghee, and incense, and water. Lighting the pile of ghee and incense, the priest says, "Hail Paremsvada, Bhuminatha, I pray you receive these offerings and send us timely rain and bless our crops." Suggested explanation of connection of frog with rain. Some of these customs and belief may be, at least in part, based on the frog's habit of storing up water in its body against seasons of drought. When it is caught at such times, it squirts the water out in a jet. On seeing a frog emit a gush of water when all around was dry and parched, savages might easily infer that the creature had caused the drought by swallowing all the water, and that in order to restore its moisture to the thirsty ground, they had only to make the frog disgorge its secret store of the precious liquid. Stopping rain by means of rabbits and serpents. Among some tribes of South Africa, when too much rain falls, the wizard, accompanied by a large crowd, repairs to the house of a family where there has been no death for a very long time, and there he burns the skin of a coney. As it burns, he shouts, "The rabbit is burning," and the cry is taken up by the whole crowd, who continue shouting until they are exhausted. This, no doubt, is supposed to stop the rain. Equally effective is a method adopted by gypsies in Australia. When the rain has continued to pour steadily for a long time, to the great discomfort of the homeless vagrants, the men of the band assemble at a river and divide themselves into 2 parties. Some of them cut branches with which to make a raft, while the others collect hazel leaves and cover the raft with them, on which thereupon lays a dried serpent, wrapped in white rags on the raft, which is then carried by several men to the river. Women are not allowed to be present at this part of the ceremony. While the procession moves towards the river, the witch marches behind the raft singing a song, of which the burden is a statement that gypsies do not like water and have no urgent need of serpent's milk, coupled with the expression of a hope that the serpent may see his way to swallow the water, that he may run to his mother and drink milk from her breasts, and that the sun may shine out, bringing back mirth and jollity to gypsy hearts. Transylvanian gypsies will sometimes expose the dried carcass of a serpent to the pouring rain, in order that the serpent may convince himself of the inclemency of the weather, and so grant the people's wish. Doing violence to the being who controls the weather. This last custom is an example of an entirely different mode of procuring rain, to which people sometimes have recourse in extreme cases, when the drought is long and their temper short. At such times they will drop the usual hocus-pocus of imitative magic altogether,
and being far too angry to waste their breath in prayer, they seek by threats and curses or even downright physical force to extort the waters of heaven from the supernatural being who has, so to say, cut them off at the main. Thus, in Muzaffarnagar, a town of the Punjab, when the rains are excessive, the people draw a figure of a certain Muni or Rishi Agastya on a loincloth and put it out in the rain. Or they paint his figure on the outside of the house and let the rain wash it off. This Muni or Rishi Agastya is a great personage in the native folklore and enjoys the reputation of being able to stop the rain. It is supposed that he will exercise his powers as soon as he is thus made to feel in effigy the misery of wet weather. On the other hand, when rain is wanted at Chhattarpur, a native state in Bundelkhand, they paint two figures with their legs up and their heads down on a wall that faces east. One of the figures represents Indra, the other Megha Raja, the Lord of Rain. They think that in this uncomfortable position these powerful beings will soon be glad to send the much-needed showers. In a Japanese village, when the guardian divinity has long been deaf to the peasants' prayers for rain, they at last throw down his image and, with curses loud and long, hurled it head foremost into the stinking rice field. There, they said, you may stay yourself for a while and see how you will feel after a few days scorching in this broiling sun that is burning the life from our cracking fields. In the like circumstances, the Felups of Senegambia cast down their fetishes and drag them about the fields, cursing them till rain falls. In Okunumura, a Japanese village not far from Tokyo, when rain is wanted, an artificial dragon is made out of straw, reeds, bamboos, and magnolia leaves, preceded by a Shinto priest, attended by men carrying paper flags, and followed by others beating a big drum. The dragon is carried in procession from the Buddhist temple and finally thrown into a waterfall. When the spirits withhold rain or sunshine, the Comanches whip a slave. If the gods prove obstinate, the victim is almost flayed alive. Chinese modes of compelling the gods to give rain. The Chinese are adepts in the art of taking the kingdom of heaven by storm. Thus, when rain is wanted, they make a huge dragon of paper or wood to represent the rain god, and carry it about in procession. But if no rain follows, the mock dragon is executed and torn to pieces. At other times they threaten and beg the god if it does not give rain. Sometimes they publicly dispose of him from the rank of deity. On the other hand, if the wished-for rain falls, the god is promoted to a higher rank by an imperial decree. It is said that in the reign of Kai King, 5th emperor of the Manchu dynasty, a long drought desolated several provinces of northern China. Processions were of no avail. The rain dragon hardened his heart and would not let a drop fall. At last the emperor lost patience and condemned the recalcitrant deity to perpetual exile on the banks of the river Ili in the province of Torgot. The decree was in process of execution. The divine criminal, with a touching resignation, was already traversing the deserts of Tartary to work out his sentence on the borders of Turkestan, when the judges of the High Court of Peking, moved with compassion, flung themselves at the feet of the emperor and implored his pardon for the poor devil. The emperor consented to revoke his doom, and a messenger set off at full gallop to bear the tidings to the executors of the imperial justice. The dragon was reinstated in his office on condition of performing his duties a little better in future. About the year 1710, the island of Songming, which belongs to the province of Nanking, was afflicted with a drought. The viceroy of the province, after the usual attempts to soften the heart of the local deity by burning incense sticks had been made in vain, sent word to the idol that if rain did not fall by such and such a day, he would have turned out of the deity and his temple razed to the ground. The threat had no effect on the obdurate divinity. The day of grace came and went, and yet no rain fell. Then the indignant viceroy forbade the people to make any more offerings at the shrine of his unfeeling deity, and commanded that the temple should be shut up and seals placed on the doors.
Cut off from his base of supplies, the idol had no choice but to surrender at discretion. Rain fell in a few days, and thus the god was restored to the affections of the faithful. In some parts of China, the mandarins procure rain or fine weather by shutting the southern or the northern gates of the city. For the south wind brings drought and the north wind brings showers. Hence, by closing the southern and opening the northern gates, you clearly exclude drought and admit rain. Whereas, contrariwise, by shutting the northern and opening the southern gates, you bar out the clouds and the wet and let in sunshine and genial warmth.
In April 1888, the mandarins of Canton prayed to the god Lung Wong to stop the incessant downpour of rain, and when he turned a deaf ear to their petitions, they put him in a lock-up of 5 days. This had a salutary effect. The rain ceased and the god was restored to liberty.
Some years before, in times of drought, the same deity had been changed and exposed to the sun for days in the courtyard of his temple in order that he might feel for himself the urgent need of rain. Siamese modes of constraining the gods to give rain. So when the Siamese need rain, they set out their idols in the blazing sun, but if they want dry weather, they unroof the temples and let the rain pour down on the idols. They think the inconvenience to which the gods are thus subjugated will induce them to grant the wishes of their worshippers. When the rice crop is endangered by a long drought, the governor of Bantamang, a province of Siam, goes in great state to a certain pagoda and prays to Buddha for rain. Then, accompanied by his suite and followed by an enormous crowd, he adjourns to a plain behind the pagoda. Here a dummy figure is being made up, dressed in bright colours and placed in the middle of the plain. A wild music begins to play, maddened by the din of drums and cymbals and crackers, and goaded on by the drivers. The elephants charge down on the dummy and trample it to pieces. After this, Buddha will soon give rain. Compelling the saints to give rain in Sicily. The reader may smile at the meteorology of the Far East, but precisely similar modes of procuring rain have been resorted to in Christian Europe within our own lifetime. By the end of April 1893, there was great distress in Sicily for lack of water. The drought had lasted 6 months. Every day the sun rose and set in a sky of cloudless blue. The gardens of the Conca d'Oro, which surrounded Palermo with a magnificent belt of verdure, were withering. Food was becoming scarce. The people were in great alarm. All the most approved methods of procuring rain had been tried without effect. Processions had traversed the streets and the fields. Men, women, and children, telling their beads, had lain whole nights before the holy images. Consecrated candles had burned day and night in the churches. Palm branches, blessed on Palm Sunday, had been hung in the trees. At Sola Paruta, in accordance with a very old custom, the dust swept from the churches on Palm Sunday had been spread on the fields. In ordinary years, these holy sweepings preserved the crops, but that year, if you will believe me, they had no effect whatever. At Nicosia, the inhabitants, bareheaded and barefoot, carried the crucifixes through the wards of the town and scourged each other with iron whips. It was all in vain. Even the great St. Francis of Paola himself, who annually performs the miracle of rain and is carried every spring through the market gardens, either could not or would not help. Masses, vespers, concerts, illuminations, fireworks, nothing could move him. At last the peasants began to lose patience. Most of the saints were banished. At Palermo they dumped St. Joseph in a garden to see the state of things for himself, and they swore to leave him there in the sun till rain fell. Other saints were turned like naughty children with their faces to the wall. Others again, stripped of their beautiful robes, were exiled far from their parishes, threatened, grossly insulted, ducked in horse bonds. At Caltanissetta, the golden wings of St. Michael, the archangel, were torn from his shoulders and replaced with wings of pasteboard. His purple mantle was taken away, and a clout wrapped about him instead. At Licata, the patron St. Angelo fared even worse, for he was left without any garments at all. He was reviled, he was put in irons, he was threatened with drowning or hanging. Rain or the rope, or the angry crowd at him, as they shook their fists in his face. Disturbing the rain god in his haunts. Another way of constraining the rain god is to disturb him in his haunts. This seems to be the reason why rain is supposed to follow the troubling of a sacred spring. The Dards believe that if a cow skin or anything impure is placed in certain springs, storms will follow. In the mountains of Fargana, there was a place where rain began to fall as soon as anything dirty was thrown into a certain famous well. Again, in Tabaristan, there was said to be a cave in the mountain of Tak, which had only to be defiled by filth or milk for the rain to begin to fall, and to continue falling till the cave was cleansed. Gervasius mentions a spring, into which if a stone or a stick were thrown, rain would at once issue from it and drench the thrower. There was a fountain at Munster, such that if it were touched or even looked at by a human being, it would at once flood the whole province with rain. In Normandy, a wizard will sometimes repair to a spring, sprinkle flour at it, and sprinkle the water with a hazel rod while he chants his spell. A mist then rises from the spring and condenses in the shape of heavy clouds, which discharge volleys of hail on the orchards and cornfields. When rain was long of coming in the Canary Islands, the priestesses used to beat the sea with rods to punish the water spirit for his niggardliness. Among the natural curiosities of Oman are the caves of Chorhang or Trok. You may sail into them in a boat underground for a distance of half a mile, and a little way further in you come to the remains of an ancient altar among magnificent stalactite columns. The Ammonites worship the spirit of the cave and offer sacrifices at its mouth in time of drought. From all the villages in the neighbourhood come boats, the boatmen singing, "Let it rain, let it rain." In time to the measured dip of their oars on the water, arrived at the mouth of the cave, they offer rice and wine to the spirit, prostrating themselves 4 times before him. Then the master of the ceremonies recites a prayer, ties a written copy of it to the neck of a dog, and flings the animal into the stream which flows from the grotto. This is done in order to provoke the spirit of the cave to anger by defiling his pure water, for he will then send abundant rains to sweep far away the carcass of the dead dog which pollutes the sacred grotto. Putting compassion on the rain god. 200 miles to the east of the land of the Huichol Indians in Mexico, there is a sacred spring, and away to the west of their country stretches the Pacific Ocean. To ensure the fall of rain, these Indians carry water from the spring to the sea, and an equal quantity of sea water from the sea to the spring. The 2 waters thus transferred will, they think, feel strange in their new surroundings, and will seek to return to their old homes. Hence they will pass, in the shape of clouds, across the Huichol country, and meeting there will descend as rain, exciting the pity of the beings who control the rain. Sometimes an appeal is made to the pity of the gods. When their corn is being burnt up by the sun, the Zulus look out for a heaven bird, kill it, and throw it into a pool. Then the heaven melts with tenderness for the death of the bird. It wails for it by wailing a funeral wail. In Zululand, women sometimes bury their children up to the neck in the ground, and then, retiring to a distance, keep up a dismal howl for a long time. The sky is supposed to melt with pity at the sight. Then the women dig the children out, and feel sure that the rain will soon follow. They say that they call to the Lord above and ask him to send rain. If it comes, they declare that Usondo reigns. In times of drought, the Guanches of Tenerife led their sheep to sacred ground, and there they separated the lambs from their dams, that their plaintive bleating might touch the heart of the god. In Kuamon, a way of stopping rain is to pour hot oil in the left ear of a dog. The animal howls with pain. His howls are heard by Indra, and out of pity for the beast suffering, the god stops the rain. Sometimes the Tarajas of Central Celebes attempt to procure rain as follows. They place the stalks of certain plants in water, saying, "Go and ask for rain, and so long as no rain falls, I will not plant you again, but there shall you die." Also, they string some freshwater snails on a cord, and hang the cord on a tree, and say to the snails, "Go and ask for rain, and so long as no rain comes, I will not take you back to the water." Then the snails go and weep, and the gods take pity and send rain. However, the foregoing ceremonies are religious rather than magical, since they involved an appeal to the compassion of high powers. A peculiar mode of making rain was adopted by some of the heathen Arabs. They tied 2 sorts of bushes to the tails and hind legs of their cattle, and setting fire to the bushes, drove the cattle to the top of a mountain, praying for rain. This may be, as Will Hawson suggests, an imitation of lightning on the horizon, but it may also be a way of threatening the sky, as some West African rainmakers put a pot of inflammable materials on the fire and blow up the flames, threatening that if heaven does not soon give rain, they will send up a blaze which will set the sky on fire. In time of drought, the priests of the Maiscas in New Granada ascend a mountain, and there burned billets of wood smeared with resin. The ashes they scattered in the air, thinking thus to condense the clouds and bring rain. Making rain by means of stones. Stones are often supposed to possess the property of bringing on rain, provided they be dipped in water or sprinkled with it, or treated in some other appropriate manner. In a Samoan village, a certain stone was carefully housed as the representative of the rain-making god, and in time of drought, his priests carried the stone in procession and dipped it in a stream. Among the Tatathi tribe of New South Wales, the rainmaker breaks off a piece of quartz crystal and spits it towards the sky. The rest of the crystal he wraps in emu feathers, soaks both crystal and feathers in water, and carefully hides them. In the Karamin tribe of New South Wales, the wizard retires to the bed of a creek, drops water on a round flat stone, then covers up and conceals it. Among some tribes in northwestern Australia, the rainmaker repairs to a piece of ground which is set apart for the purpose of rainmaking. There he builds a heap of stones or sand, places on the top of it his magic stone, and walks or dances round the pile, chanting his incantations for hours, till sheer exhaustion obliges him to desist, when his place is taken by his assistant. Water is sprinkled on the stone, and huge fires are kindled. No layman may approach the sacred spot while the mystic ceremony is being performed. When the Sulka of New Britain wished to procure rain, They blacken stones with the ashes of certain fruits, and set them out, along with certain other plants and buds in the sun. Then a handful of twigs is dipped in water, and weighed with stones, while a spell is chanted. After that rain should follow. In Manipur, on a lofty hill in the east of the capital, there is a stone which the popular imagination likens to an umbrella. When rain is wanted, the Raja fetches water from a spring below and sprinkles it on the stone. At Sagami in Japan, there is a stone which draws down rain whenever water is poured on it. When the Wakondyo, a tribe of Central Africa, desired rain, they sent to the Wewamba, who dwells at the foot of snowy mountains, and are the happy possessors of a rainstone. In consideration of a proper payment, the Wewamba wash the precious stone, anoint it with oil, and put it in a pot full of water. After that, the rain cannot fail to come. In Bihar, people think that to put an end to drought by keeping a holy stone named Narayan Chakra in a vessel of water. The Turks of Armenia make rain by throwing pebbles into the water. At Egin, the pebbles are hung in 2 bags in the Euphrates. There should be 70,001 of them. At Myandus in Asia Minor, the number of the stones used for this purpose is 70,000, and each of them should be licked before it is cast into the sea. Bezoar stones as instruments of rain. In some parts of Mongolia, when the people desire rain, they fasten a bezoar stone to a willow twig and place it in pure water, uttering incantations or prayers at the same time. At Yakutsk, all classes used firmly to believe they could make rain by means of one of these bezoar stones, provided it had really been found in the stomach of an animal, and the fiercer the beast, the more powerful the charm. The rainmaker had to dip the stone in spring water just as the sun rose, and then holding it between the thumb and the forefinger of the right hand to present it to the luminary, after which he made 3 turns contrary to the direction of the sun. The virtue of the bezoar stone lasted only 9 days. Conversely, when Dr. Radloff's Mongolian guide wished to stop the rain, he tied a rock crystal by a short string to a stick, held the stone over the fire, and swung the stick about in all directions, while he chanted an incantation. Water is scarce with the fierce Apaches, who roam the arid wastes of Arizona and New Mexico, for springs are few and far between in these torrid wildernesses, where the intense heat would be unendurable were it not for the great dryness of the air. The stony beds of the streams are waterless in the plains, but if you ascend for some miles, the profound canyons that worm their way into the heart of the wild and rugged mountains, you come in time to a current trickling over the sand, and a mile or 2 more will bring you to a stream of a tolerable size, flowing over boulders and screened from the fierce sun by walls of rock that tower on either hand 1,000 feet into the air. Their parched sides matted with the fantastic forms of the prickly cactus, and their summits crested far overhead with pine woods, like a black fringe against the burning blue of the sky. In such a land we need not wonder that the thirsty Indians seek to procure rain by magic. They take water from a certain spring and throw it on a particular point high up on a rock. The welcome clouds then soon gather, and rain begins to fall. In the district of Aranda, in Armenia, there is a rock with a hole in it near a sacred place. Women light candles on the rock and pour water into the hole in order to bring on rain. As in the same district, there is another rock in which water is poured and milk boiled as offering in time of drought. Making rain by means of stones in Europe. But customs of this sort are not confined to the worlds of Africa and Asia or the torrid deserts of Australia and the New World. They have been practiced in the cool air and under the grey skies of Europe. There is a fountain called Barenton, of romantic fame, in those wild woods of Broceliande, where, if legend be true, the wizard Merlin still sleeps his magic slumber in the hawthorn shade. Thither the Breton peasants used to resort when they needed rain. They caught some of the water in a tankard and threw it on a slab near the spring. On Snowdon there is a lonely tarn called Dunlin, or the Black Lake, lying in a dismal dingle surrounded by high and dangerous rocks. A row of stepping stones runs out into the lake, and if anyone steps on the stones and throws water so as to wet the farther stone, which is called the Red Altar, it is but a chance that you do not get rain before night, even when it is hot weather. In these cases it appears probable that, as in Samoa, the stone is regarded as more or less divine. This appears from the custom sometimes observed in dipping the cross in the fountain of Barenton to procure rain, for this is plainly a Christian substitute for the old pagan way of throwing water on the stone.
Dipping images of saints in water as a rain charm. At various places in France, it is, or used till lately to be, the practice to dip the image of a saint in water as a means of procuring rain. Thus, beside the old priory of Comagui, a mile or two on the southwest of Moulins Engelbert, there is a spring of St. Gervais, whither the inhabitants go in procession to obtain rain or fine weather according to the needs of the crops. In times of great drought, they throw into the basin of the fountain an ancient stone image of the saint that stands in a sort of niche from which the fountain flows. At Collobrières and Carpentres, both in Provence, a similar practice was observed with the image of St. Pons and St. Jens respectively. In several villages in Navarre, prayers for rain used to be offered to St. Peter, and by way of enforcing them, the villagers carried the image of the saint in procession to the river, where they thrice invited him to reconsider his resolution and to grant their prayers. Then, if he was still obstinate, they plunged him in the water, despite the remonstrances of the clergy, who pleaded with as much truth as piety that a simple caution or admonition administered to the image would produce an equally good effect. After this, the rain was sure to fall within 24 hours. Catholic countries do not enjoy a monopoly of making rain by ducking holy images in water. In Mingrelia, when the crops are suffering from want of rain, they take a particularly holy image and dip it in water every day till a shower falls. And in the Far East, the Chans drench the images of Buddha with water whence the rice is perishing of drought. In all such cases, the practice is probably at bottom a sympathetic charm, however may be disguised under the appearance of a punishment or a threat. Various rain charms by means of stones. The application of water to a miraculous stone is not the only way of securing its good offices in the making of rain. In the island of Ust, one of the Outer Hebrides, there is a stone cross opposite to St. Mary's Church, which the natives used to call the water cross. When they needed rain, they set the cross up, and when enough rain had fallen, they laid it flat on the ground. In Aurora, one of the New Hebrides islands, the rainmaker puts a tuft of leaves of a certain plant in the hollow of a stone. Over it he lays some branches of a pepper tree pounded and crushed, and to these he adds a stone which is believed to possess the property of drawing down showers from the sky. All this he accompanies with incantations, and finally covers the whole mass up. In time it ferments, and steam, charged with magical virtue, goes up and makes clouds and rain. The wizard must be careful, however, not to pound the pepper too hard, as otherwise the wind might blow too strong. Sometimes the stone derives its magical virtue from its likeness to a real or imaginary animal. Thus at Kota Kadang, in Sumatra, there is a stone which, with the help of a powerful imagination, may perhaps be conceived to bear a faint and distant resemblance to a cat. Naturally, therefore, it possesses the property of eliciting showers from the sky, since in Sumatra, as we have seen, a real black cat plays the part in ceremonies for the production of rain. Hence the stone is sometimes smeared with the blood of fowls, rubbed and incensed, while the charm is uttered over it. At Anete, in Washington State, there is an irregular basaltic rock on which a face, said to be that of the thunderbird, has been hammered. The Indians of the neighbourhood long believed that to shake the rock would cause rain by exciting the wrath of the thunderbird. Rain charms in classical antiquity. Like other peoples, the Greeks and Romans sought to obtain rain by magic, when prayers and processions had proved ineffectual. For example, in Arcadia, when the corn and trees were parched with drought, the priest of Zeus dipped an oak branch in a certain spring on Mount Lycaeus. Thus troubled, the water sent up a misty cloud, from which rain soon fell upon the land. A similar mode of making rain is still practised, as we have seen, in Halmahera, near New Guinea. The people of Cranon in Thessaly had a bronze chariot which they kept in a temple. When they desired a shower, they shook the chariot, and the shower fell. Probably the rattling of the chariot was meant to imitate thunder. We have already seen that mock thunder and lightning form part of the rain charm in Russia and Japan. The legendary Salmoneus, king of Elis, made mock thunder by dragging bronze kettles behind his chariot, or by driving over a bronze bridge, while he hurled blazing torches in imitation of lightning. It was his imperious wish to mimic the thundering car of Zeus as it rolled across the vaults of heaven. Indeed, he declared that he was actually Zeus, and caused sacrifices to be offered to himself as such. Near a temple of Mars outside the walls of Rome, there was kept a certain stone known as a lapis manalis. In times of drought, the stone was dragged into Rome, and this was supposed to bring down rain immediately. There were Etruscan wizards who made rain or discovered springs of water, it is not certain which. They were thought to bring the rain or the water out of their bellies. The legendary Telchians in Rhodes are described as magicians who could change their shape and bring clouds, rain, and snow. The Athenians sacrificed boiled, not roast meat, to the seasons, begging them to avert drought and dry heat and to send due warmth and timely rain. This is an interesting example of the admixture of religion with sorcery, of sacrifice with magic. The Athenians dimly conceived that, in some way, the water in the pot would be transmitted through the boiled meat to the deities, and then sent down again by them in the form of rain. In a similar spirit, the prudent Greeks made it as a rule always to pour honey, but never wine on the altars of the sun god, pointing out with great show of reason how expedient it was that a god on whom so much depended should keep strictly sober. End of section 11. Section 12 of Volume 1 of The Golden Bough by James Frazer. Part 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5, Magical Control of the Weather. Subchapter 3, The Magical Control of the Sun. Making the Sun Shine. The rule of total abstinence which Greek prudence and piety imposed on the sun god introduces us to a second class of natural phenomena, which primitive man commonly supposes to be in some degree under his control and dependent on his exertions. Magical control of the sun. Attempts to help the sun at an eclipse. As a magician thinks he can make rain, so he fancies he can cause the sun to shine, and can hasten or stay its going down. At an eclipse, the Ojibways used to imagine that the sun was being extinguished, so they shot fire-tipped arrows in the air, hoping thus to rekindle his expiring light. The censors of eastern Peru also shot burning arrows at the sun during an eclipse, but apparently they did not so much to relight his lamp as to drive away a savage beast with which they supposed him to be struggling. Conversely, during an eclipse of the moon, some Indians of the Orinoco used to bury lighted brands in the ground, because, said they, if the moon were to be extinguished, all fire on earth would be extinguished with her, except such as was hidden from her sight. During an eclipse of the sun, the Kamchatkans were wont to bring out the fire from their huts and pray the great luminary to shine as before. But the prayer addressed to the sun shows that this ceremony was religious rather than magical. Purely magical, on the other hand, was a ceremony observed on similar occasions by the Chilcotin Indians of northwestern Africa. Men and women tucked up their robes, as they do in travelling, and then leaning on staves, as if they were heavy laden, they continued to walk in a circle till the eclipse was over. Apparently they thought thus to support the failing steps of the sun as he trod his weary round in the sky. Similarly, in ancient Egypt the king, as a representative of the sun, walked solemnly round the walls of a temple, in order to ensure that the sun should perform its daily journeys round the sky without the interruption of an eclipse or other mishap. After the autumnal equinox, the ancient Egyptians held a festival called the Nativity of the Sun's Walking Stick, because as the luminary declined daily in the sky, and his light and heat diminished, he was supposed to need a staff on which to lean. Various charms to cause the sun to shine. In New Caledonia, when a wizard desires to make sunshine, he takes some plants and corals to the burial ground, and fashions them in a bundle, adding 2 locks of hair cut from a living child of his family, also 2 teeth, or an entire jawbone from the skeleton of an ancestor. He then climbs a mountain whose top catches the first rays of the morning sun. Here he deposits 3 sorts of plants on a flat stone, places a branch of dry coral beside them, and hangs a bundle of charms over the stone. Next morning he returns to the spot and is satisfied of the bundle at the moment when the sun rises from the sea. As the smoke curls up, he rubs the stone with the dry coral, invokes his ancestors and says, "Sun, I do this that you may be burning hot and eat up all the clouds in the sky." The same ceremony is repeated at sunset. The New Caledonians also make a trout by means of a disc-shaped stone with a hole in it. At the moment when the sun rises, the wizard holds the stone in his hand and passes a burning brand repeatedly into the hole, while he says, "I kindle the sun, in order that he may eat up the clouds and dry up around, so that it may produce nothing." When the sun rises behind clouds, a rare event in the bright sky of northern Africa, the Sun clan of the Bukonans say that he is grieving their heart. All work stands still, and all the food of the previous day is given to matrons or old women. They may eat it and may share it with the children they are nursing, but no one else may taste it.
The people go down to the river and wash themselves all over. Each man throws into the river a stone taken from his domestic earth and replaces it with one picked up in the bed of the river. On their return to the village, the chief kindles a fire in his hut, and all his subjects come to get a light from it. A general dance follows. In these cases it seems that the lighting of the flame on earth is supposed to rekindle the soul of fire. Such a belief comes naturally to people who, like the Sun clan of the Bokanans, deem themselves the veritable kinsmen of the sun. When the sun is obscured by clouds, the Lengua Indians of the Grand Chaco hold burning sticks towards him to encourage the luminary, or rather perhaps to rekindle his seemingly expired light. The Banks Islanders make sunshine by means of a mock sun. They take a very round stone called a vatloa or sunstone, wind red braid about it, and stick it with owl's feathers to represent rays, singing the proper spell in a low voice. Then they hang it on some high tree, such as a banyan or a casuarina, in a sacred place, or the stone is laid on the ground with white rods radiating from it to imitate sunbeams. Sometimes the mode of making sunshine is the converse of that of making rain. Thus we have seen that a white or red victim is sacrificed for sunshine, while a black one is sacrificed for rain. Some of the New Caledonians drench a skeleton to make rain, but burn it to make sunshine. Sun charms among the American Indians. When the mists lay thick on the Sierras of Peru, the Indian women used to rattle the silver and copper ornaments which they wore on their breasts, and they blew against the fog, hoping thus to disperse it and make the sun shine through. Another way of producing the same effect was to burn salt or scatter ashes in the air. The Guarayo Indians also threw ashes in the air for the sake of clearing up the clouded evening sky. In Car Nicobar, when it has rained for several days without stopping, the natives roll long bamboos and leaves of various kinds and set them up in the middle of the village. They call these bamboos rods, inviting the sun to shine. The offering made by the Brahmin in the morning is supposed to produce the sun, and we are told that assuredly it would not rise were he not to make that offering. Human sacrifices offered to the sun by the Mexicans. The ancient Mexicans conceived the sun as the source of all vital force, hence they named him Ipalnemohuay, he by whom men live. But if he bestowed life on the world, he needed also to receive life from it. And as the heart of the sun and symbol of life, bleeding hearts of men and animals were presented to the sun to maintain him in vigor and enable him to run his course across the sky. Thus the Mexican sacrifices to the sun were magical rather than religious, being designed not so much to please and propitiate him, as physically to renew his energies of heat, light and motion. The constant demand for human victims to feed the soul of fire was met by waging war every year on the neighbouring tribes and bringing back troops of captives to be sacrificed on the altar. Thus the ceaseless wars of the Mexicans and their cruel systems of human sacrifices, the most monstrous on record, sprang in great measure from a mistaken theory of the solar system. No more striking illustration could be given of the disastrous consequences that may flow in practice from a purely speculative era. Greek sacrifice of horses to the sun. The ancient Greeks believed that the sun drove in a chariot across the sky, hence the Rhodians, who worshipped the sun as their chief deity, annually dedicated a chariot and 4 horses to him, and flung them into the sea for his use. Doubtless they thought that after a year's work his old horses and chariot would be worn out. From a like motive, probably, the idolatrous king of Judah dedicated chariots for horses to the sun, and the Spartans, Persians, and Massagetae sacrificed horses to him. The Spartans performed this sacrifice on the top of Mount Taygetus, the beautiful range behind which they saw the great luminary set every night. It was as natural for the inhabitants of the valley of Sparta to do this as it was for their islanders of Rhodes to throw their chariot and horses into the sea, into which the sun seemed to them to sink at evening. For thus, whether on the mountain or in the sea, the fresh horses stood ready for the weary god, where they would be most welcome at the end of his day's journey. Staying the sun by means of a net or string. As some people think they can light up the sun or speed him on his way, so others fancy they can retard or stop him. In a past, the Peruvian Andes stand 2 ruined towers in opposite hills. Iron hooks are clamped into their walls for the purpose of stretching a net from one tower to the other. The net is intended to catch the sun. On a small hill in Fiji grew a patch of reeds, and travellers who feared to be belated used to tie the tops of a handful of reeds together to prevent the sun from coming down. As to this, my late friend, the Reverend Lorimer Pearson, wrote to me, I have often seen the reeds tied together to keep the sun from going down. The place is on a hill in Lacombe, one of the eastern islands of the Fijian group. It is on the side, not on the top of the hill. The reeds grow to the right side of the path. I asked an old man the meaning of the practice, and he said, "We used to think the sun would see us, and know we wanted him not to go down till we got past on our way home again." But perhaps the original intention was to entangle the sun in the reeds, just as the Peruvians try to catch him in the net. Stories of men who have caught the sun in a noose are widely spread. When the sun is going southward in the autumn and sinking lower and lower in the Arctic sky, the Eskimos of Igloolik play the game of cat's cradle in order to catch him in the meshes of the string and so prevent his disappearance. On the contrary, when the sun is moving northward in the spring, they play the game of cup and ball to hasten his return. Means like those which the Eskimos take to stop the departing sun are adopted by the Negroes of the slave coast to catch a runaway slave. They take 2 sticks, unite them by a string, and then wind the string round one of them. At the same time, they pronounce the name of the fugitive. When the string is quite wound about the stick, the runaway will be bound fast and able to stir. In New Guinea, when a Motu man is hunting or travelling late in the afternoon and fears to be overtaken by darkness, he will sometimes take a piece of twine, loop it and look through the loop at the sun. Then he pulls the loop into a knot and says, "Wait until we get home, and we will give you the fat of a pig." After that he passes the string to the man behind him, and then it is thrown away. In a similar case, and more Tuamotu, a man of New Guinea says, "Son, do not be in a hurry, just wait until I get to the end." And the son waits. The Motomutu do not like to eat in the dark, so if the food is not yet ready, and the sun is sinking, they say, "Son, stop, my food is not ready, and I want to eat by you." Here the looking at the sinking sun through a loop and then drawing the loop into a knot appears to be a purely magical ceremony designed to catch the sun in the mesh. But the request that the luminary would kindly stand still till home is reached or the dinner cooked, coupled with the offer of a slice of fat bacon as an inducement to him to comply with the request, is thoroughly religious. Jerome of Prague, travelling among the heathen Lithuanians early in the 15th century, found a tribe who worshipped the sun and venerated a large iron hammer. The priest told him that once the sun had been invisible for several months because a powerful king had shut it up in a strong tower, but the signs of the zodiac had broken over the tower with this very hammer and released the sun. Therefore they adored the hammer. Staying the sun by putting a stone or a clod in the fork of a tree. When the Australian blackfellow wishes to stay the sun from going down till he gets home, he puts a sod in the fork of a tree exactly facing the setting sun. For the same purpose, an Indian of Yucatan, journeying westward, places a stone in a tree or pulls out some of his eyelashes and blows them towards the sun. When the Golos, a tribe of the Bahr el Ghazal, are on the march, they will sometimes take a stone or a small ant heap about the size of a man's head and place it in the fork of a tree in order to retard the sunset. South African natives, in travelling, will put a stone in a fork of a tree or place some grass on the path with a stone over it, believing that this will cause their friends to keep the meal waiting till their arrival. In this, as in previous examples, the purpose apparently is to retard the sun. But why should the act of putting a stone or a sod in a tree be supposed to effect this? A partial explanation is suggested by another Australian custom. In their journeys, the natives are accustomed to place stones in trees at various heights from the ground in order to indicate the height of the sun in the sky at the moment when they pass the particular tree. Those who follow are thus made aware of the time of day when their friends in advance pass the spot. Possibly the natives, thus accustomed to mark the sun's progress, may have slipped into the confusion of imagining that to mark the sun's progress was to arrest it at the point marked. On the other hand, to make it go down faster, the Australians throw sand in the air and blow with their mouths towards the sun, perhaps to waft the lingering oil westward and bury it under the sands into which it appears to sink at night. Accelerating the moon. As some people imagine they can hasten the sun, so others fancy they can jog the tardy moon. The natives of German New Guinea reckon months by the moon, and some of them have been known to throw stones and spears at the moon in order to accelerate its progress and so to hasten the return of their friends, who are away from home for 12 months working on a tobacco plantation. The Malays think that a bright glow at sunset may throw a weak person into a fever, hence they attempt to extinguish the glow by spitting out water and throwing ashes at it. The Shuswap Indians of British Columbia believe that they can bring on cold weather by burning the wood of a tree that has been struck by lightning. The belief may be based on the observation that in their country cold follows a thunderstorm. Hence in spring, when these Indians are travelling over the snow on high ground, they burn splinters of such wood in the fire in order that the crust of the snow may not melt. Subchapter 4. The magical control of the wind. Making the wind to blow or be still. Once more the savage thinks he can make the wind to blow or to be still. When the day is hot at a Yakut has a long way to go, he takes a stone which he has chanced to find in an animal or fish, winds a horsehair several times round it, and ties it to a stick. Then he waves the stick about, uttering a spell. Soon a cool breeze begins to blow. In order to procure a cool wind for 9 days, the stone should first be dipped in the blood of a bird or beast, and then presented to the sun, while the sorcerer makes 3 turns contrary to the course of the luminary. The wind clan of the Omahas flap their blankets to start a breeze which will drive away the mosquitoes. When a Haida Indian wishes to obtain a fair wind, he fasts, shoots a raven, singes it in the fire, and then goes to the edges of the sea, sweeps it over the surface of the water 4 times in the direction in which he wishes the wind to blow. He then throws the raven behind him, but afterwards picks it up and sets it in a sitting posture at the foot of a spruce tree, facing towards the required wind. Propping its beak open with a stick, he requests a fair wind for a certain number of days. Then going away, he lies covered up in his mantle, till another Indian asks for how many days he has desired the wind, which question he answers. When a sorcerer in New Britain wishes to make a wind blow in a certain direction, he throws burnt lime in the air, chanting a song all the time. Then he waves sprigs of ginger and other plants about, throwing them up and catches them. Next he makes a small fire with these sprigs on the spot where the lime has formed thickest, and walks round the fires chanting. Lastly he takes the ashes and throws them on the water. If a Hottentot desires the wind to drop, he takes one of his fattest skins and hangs it on the end of a pole, in the belief that by lowering the skin down the wind will lose all its force and must itself fall. Fuegian wizards throw shells against the wind to make it drop. On the other hand, when a Persian peasant desires a strong wind to winnow his corn, he rubs a kind of bastard saffron and throws it up into the air. After that the breeze soon begins to blow. Some of the Indians on Canada believe that the winds were caused by a fish like a lizard. When one of these fish had been caught, the Indians advised the Jesuit missionaries to put it back into the river as fast as possible in order to calm the wind, which was contrary. If a Cherokee wizard desires to turn aside an approaching storm, he faces it and recites a spell with outstretched hand. Then he gently blows towards the quarter to which he wishes it to go, waving his hand in the same direction as if he were pushing away the storm. The Ottawa Indians fancied they could calm a tempest by relating the dreams they had dreamed during their fast, or by throwing tobacco on the troubled water. When the Kay Islanders wished to obtain a favourable wind for their friends at sea, they dance in a ring, both men and women, swaying their bodies to and fro, while the men hold handkerchiefs in their hands. In Melanesia, there are everywhere weather doctors who can control the powers of the air and are willing to supply wind or calm in return for a proper remuneration. For instance, in Santa Cruz, the wizard makes wind by waving the branch of a tree and chanting the appropriate charm. In another Melanesian island, a missionary observed a large shell filled with earth, in which an oblong stone covered with red ochre was set up, while the whole was surrounded by a fence of sticks strengthened by a creeper, which was twined in and out the uprights. On asking a native what these things meant, he learned that the wind was here fenced or bound round, lest it should blow hard. The imprisoned wind should not be able to blow again until the fence that kept it in should have rotted away. In South Africa, when the Kaffirs wish to stop a high wind, they call in a wind doctor, who takes a pot with a spout and points the spout towards the quarter from which the wind is blowing. He then places medicines and some of the dust blown by the wind in the vessel, and seals up every opening of the pot with damp clay. Thereupon the doctor declares, "The head of the wind is now in my pot, and the wind will cease to blow." The natives of the island of Bibili, of German New Guinea, are reputed to make wind by blowing with their mouths. In stormy weather, the Bogadjim people say, "The Bibili folk are at it again, blowing away." Another way of making wind, which is practiced in New Guinea, is to strike the windstone lightly with a stick. To strike it hard would bring on a hurricane. So in Scotland, which is used to raise the wind by dipping a rag in water and beating it thrice on a stone, saying, "I knock this rag upon this stone, to raise the wind in the Devil's name. It shall not lie till I please again." Raising the wind. At Victoria, the capital of Vancouver's Island, there are a number of large stones not far from what is called the Battery. Each of them represents a certain wind. When an Indian wants any particular wind, he goes and moves the corresponding stone a little. Were he to move it too much, the wind would blow very hard. The natives of Murray Island and Torres Straits used to make a great wind blow from the south-east by pointing coconut leaves and other plants at two gigantic boulders on the shore. So long as the leaves remained there, the wind sat in the quarter, but significantly enough, the ceremony was only performed during the prevalence of the southeast monsoon. The natives knew better than to try to raise a southeast wind while the northwest monsoon was blowing. On the altar of Flada's chapel in the island of Fladahuan, one of the Hebrides, lay a round bluish stone which was always moist.
Wind-bound fishermen walked sunwise round the chapel and then poured water on the stone, whereupon a favourable breeze was sure to spring up. In Geiger, an island off the western coast of Argyllshire, there is a well-named Tilbury Rath, Buthaig, or the Lucky Well of Bethag, which used to be famous for its power of raising the wind. It lies at the foot of a hill facing northeast, near an isthmus called Tarbat.
6 feet above where the water gushes out, there is a heap of stones which forms a cover to the sacred spring. When a person wished for a fair wind, either to leave the island or to bring home his absent friends, this part was opened with great solemnity. The stones were carefully removed and the well cleaned with a wooden dish or a clam shell. This being done, the water was thrown several times in the direction from which the wished-for wind was to blow, and this action was accompanied by a certain form of words which the person repeated every time he threw the water. When the ceremony was over, the well was again carefully shut up to prevent fatal consequences. It had been firmly believed that if the place left open, a storm would arise which would overwhelm the whole island. The Estonians have various odd ways of raising a wind. They scratch their fingers or hang up a serpent or strike an axe into a house beam in the direction from which they wish the wind to blow, while at the same time they whistle. The notion is that the gentle wind will not let an innocent beam, or even a beam, suffer without coming and breathing softly to assuage the pain.
Winds raised by wizards and witches. In Bough, an island between New Guinea and Australia, there were men whose business was to make wind for such as wanted it. When engaged in his professional duties, the wizard painted himself black behind and red on his face and chest. The red in front typified the red cloud of morning, the black represented the dark blue sky of night. Thus arrayed, he took some bushes, and when the tide was low, fastened them at the edge of the reef, so that the flowing tide made them sway backwards and forwards. But if only a gentle breeze was needed, he fastened them nearer to the shore. To stop the wind, he again painted himself red and black, the latter in imitation of the clear blue sky, and then, removing the bushes from the reef, he dried and burnt them. The smoke, as it curled up, was believed to stop the wind. Smoke he'd go up, and him clear up on top. In some islands of Torres Straits, the wizard made wind by whirling a bull roarer. The booming sound of the instrument probably seemed to him like the roar or the whistling of the wind. Amongst the Kurnai tribe of Gippsland and Victoria, there used to be a noted raiser of storms who went by the name of Bunjil Krora, or Great West Wind. This wind makes the tall center trees of the Gippsland forest to rock and sway so that the natives could not climb them in search of opossums. Hence the people were forced to propitiate Bunjil Krora by liberal offerings of weapons and rugs whenever the tree tops bent before a gale. Having received their gifts, Bunjil Krora would bind his head with swathes of stringy bark and lull the storm to rest with a song which consisted of the words, "Where string west wind," repeated again and again. Apparently the wizard identified himself with the wind and fancied that he could bind it by tying string round his own head. The Kwakiutl Indians of British Columbia, as we have seen, believe that twins can summon any wind by merely moving their hands. In Greenland, a woman in childbed, and for some time after delivery, is supposed to possess the power of laying a storm.
She has only to go out of doors, fill her mouth with air, and coming back into the house blow it out again. In antiquity there was a family at Corinth which enjoyed the reputation of being able to still the raging wind, but we do not know in what manner its members exercised useful function, which probably earned for them a more solid recompense wins than mere repute among the seafaring population of the isthmus.
Even in Christian times, under the reign of Constantine, a certain Sopater suffered death at Constantinople on a charge of binding the winds by magic, because it happened that the corn ships of Egypt and Syria were detained afar off by calms or headwinds, and the rage and disappointment of the hungry Byzantine rabble. An ancient charm to keep storms from damaging the crops was to bury a toad
in a new earthen vessel in the middle of the field. Finnish wizards used to sell wind to storm-stayed mariners. The wind was enclosed in 3 knots. If they undid the first knot, a moderate wind sprang up. If the second, it blew half a gale. If the third, a hurricane. Indeed, the Estonians, whose country is divided from Finland only by an arm of the sea, still believe in the magical powers of their northern neighbours. The bitter winds that blow in spring from the north and northeast, bringing ague and rheumatic inflammations in their train, are set down by the simple Estonian peasantry to the machinations of the Finnish wizards and witches. In particular, they regard with special dread 3 days in spring, to which they give the name of Days of the Cross. One of them falls on the eve of Ascension Day. The people in the neighbourhood of Fellin fear to go out on these days, lest the cruel winds from Lapland should smite them dead. A popular Estonian song runs, "Wind of the Cross, rushing and mighty, heavy blow of thy wings sweeping past. Wild wailing, wind of misfortune and sorrow, wizards of Finland ride by on the blast." It is said too that sailors, beating up against the wind in the Gulf of Finland, sometimes see a strange sail, have in sight astern, and overhaul them hand over hand. On she comes with a cloud of canvas, all her studding sails out, right in the teeth of the wind, forging away through the foaming billows, dashing back, the spray in sheets from her cutwater, every sail swollen to bursting, every rope strained to cracking. Then the sailors know that she hails from Finland. Enclosing the winds in knots, bags, and pots. The art of tying up the wind in 3 knots, so that the more knots are loosed, the stronger will blow the wind, has been attributed to wizards in Lapland and to witches in Shetland, Lewis, and the Isle of Man. Shetland seamen still buy winds in the shape of knotted handkerchiefs or threads from old women who claim to rule the storms. There are said to be ancient crones in Lerwick now who live by selling wind. In the early part of the 19th century, Sir Walter Scott visited one of these witches at Stormness in the Orkneys. He says, "We clomb by steep and dirty lanes, an eminence rising above the town, and commanding a fine view. An old hag lives in a wretched cabin on this height, and subsists by selling winds. Each captain of a merchantman, between jest and earnest, gives the old woman 6pence, and she boils her kettle to procure a favourable gale. She was a miserable figure, upwards of 90, she told us, and dried up like a mummy. A sort of clay-coloured cloak folded over her head corresponded in colour to her corpse-like complexion. Fine light blue eyes, and nose and chin that almost met, and a ghastly expression of cunning gave her quite the effect of a Kate. A Norwegian witch has boasted of sinking a ship by opening a bag in which she had shut up a wind. Ulysses received the winds in a leather bag from Aeolus, king of the winds. The Motamutu in New Guinea think that storms are sent by an old sorcerer. For each wind he has a bamboo which he opens at pleasure. On the top of Mount Agu in Togo, a district of German West Africa, resides a fetish called Bagba, who is supposed to control the wind and the rain. His priest is said to keep the winds shut up in great pots. Frightening, driving away, and killing the spirit of the winds.
Often the stormy wind is regarded as an evil being who may be intimidated, driven away, or killed. When the darkening of the sky indicates the approach of a tornado, a South African magician will repair to a height whither he collects as many people as can be hastily summoned to his assistance. Directed by him, they shout and bellow in imitation of the gust as it swirls roaring about the huts and among the trees of the forest. Then at a signal, they mimic the crash of the thunder, after which there is a dead silence for a few seconds. Then follows a screech more piercing and prolonged than any that preceded, dying away in a tumultuous wail. The magician fills his mouth with a foul liquid, which he squirts in defiant jets against the approaching storm, as a kind of menace or challenge to the spirit of the wind. And the shouting and wailing of his assistants is meant to frighten the spirit away.
The performance lasts until the tornado either bursts or passes away in another direction. If it bursts, the reason is that the magician who sent the storm was more powerful than he who endeavoured to avert it.
When storms and bad weather have lasted long and food is scarce with the Central Eskimos, they endeavour to conjure the tempest by making a long whip of seaweed, armed with which they go down to the beach and strike out in the direction of the wind, crying, "Taba, it is enough." Once when northwesterly winds had kept the ice long on the coast and food was becoming scarce, the Eskimos performed a ceremony to make it calm. A fire was kindled on the shore, and the men gathered round it and chanted, An old man then stepped up to the fire and in a coaxing voice invited the demon of the wind to come under the fire and warm himself. When he was supposed to have arrived, a vessel of water to which each man present had contributed was thrown on the flames by an old man, and immediately a flight of arrows sped towards the spot where the fire had been. They thought that the demon would not stay where he had been so badly treated. To complete the effect, guns were discharged in various directions, and the captain of a European vessel was invited to fire on the wind with cannon. On the 21st of February, 1883, a similar ceremony was performed by the Eskimos at Point Barrow, Alaska, with the intention of killing the spirit of the wind. Women drove the demon from their houses with clubs and knives, with which they made passes in the air, and the men, gathering round a fire, shot him with their rifles and crushed him under a heavy stone the moment that steam rose in a cloud from the smouldering embers on which a tub of water had just been thrown.
Confronting the storm with swords and drums. In ancient India, the priest was directed to confront a storm, armed to the teeth with a bludgeon, a sword, and a firebrand, while he chanted a magical lay. During a tremendous hurricane, the drums of Kaduma, near the Victoria Nyanza, were heard to beat all night. When next morning a missionary inquired the cause, he was told that the sound of the drums is a charm against storms. The Sea Dyaks and Kayans of Borneo beat gongs when a tempest is raging, but the Dyaks and perhaps the Kayans also do this not so much to frighten away the spirit of the storm as to apprise him of their whereabouts, lest he should inadvertently knock their houses down. Heard at night above the howling of the storm, the distant boom of the gongs has a weird effect, and sometimes before the notes can be distinguished for the wind and rain, they strike fear into a neighbouring village. Lights are extinguished, the women are put in a place of safety, and the men stand to their arms to resist an attack. Then, with a lull in the wind, the true nature of the gong beating is recognised, and the alarm subsides. Attacking the whirlwind with weapons. On calm summer days in the Highlands of Scotland, eddies of wind sometimes go past, whirling about dust and straws, though not another breath of air is stirring. The Highlanders think that the fairies are in these eddies carrying away men, women, children, or animals, and they will fling their left shoe, or their bonnet, or a knife, or earth from a molehill of the eddy to make the fairies drop their booty. When a gust lifts the hay in the meadow, the Breton peasant throws a knife or a fork at it to prevent the devil from carrying off the hay. Similarly, in the Estonian island of Orsel, when the reapers are busy among the corn and the wind blows about the ears that have not yet been tied to sheaves, the reapers slash at it with their sickles. The custom of flinging a knife or a hat at a whirlwind observed alike by German, Slavonian, and Estonian rustics. They think that a witch or wizard is riding on the blast, and that the knife, if it hits the witch, will be reddened by her blood or will disappear altogether, sticking the wound it has afflicted. Sometimes Estonian peasants run shrieking and shouting behind a whirlwind, hurling sticks and stones into the flying dust. The Lengoi Indians of the Grand Chaco ascribe the rush of the whirlwind to the passage of a spirit, and they fling sticks at it to frighten it away. When the wind blows down their huts, Paguans of South America snatch up firebrands and run against the wind, menacing it with the blazing brands, while others beat the air with their fists to frighten the storm. When the Goyukurus are threatened by a severe storm, the men go out armed, and the women and children scream their loudest to intimidate the demon. During a tempest, the inhabitants of a Bata village in Sumatra have been seen to rush from their houses armed with sword and lance. The Rajah placed himself at their head, and with shouts and yells they hooted and hacked at the invisible foe. An old woman was observed to be especially active in the defence of her house, slashing at the air right and left with a long sabre. In a violent thunderstorm, the peals sounding very near, the Kayans of Borneo have been seen to draw their swords, threatening half out of their scabbards, as if to frighten away the demons of the storm. In Australia, the huge columns of red sand that move rapidly across a desert tract are thought by the natives to be spirits passing along. Once an athletic young black ran after one of these moving columns to kill it with boomerangs. He was away 2 or 3 hours and came back very weary, saying he had killed Kuchi, the demon, but that Kuchi had growled at him and he must die. Of the Bedouins of eastern Africa, it is said that no whirlwind ever sweeps across the path without being pursued by a dozen savages with drawn creeses, who stab into the centre of the dusty column in order to drive away the evil spirit that is believed to be riding on the blast. Fighting the simoon. In the light of these examples, a story told by Herodotus, which his modern critics have treated as a fable, is perfectly credible. He says without, however, vouching for the truth of the tale, that once in the land of the Vasili, the modern Tripoli, the wind blowing from the Sahara had dried up all the water tanks, so the people took counsel and marched in a body to make war on the south wind. But when they entered the desert, the simoon swept down on them and buried them to a man. The story may well have been told by one who watched them disappearing in battle array with drums and cymbals beating into the red cloud of whirling sand. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Golden Bough, Volume 1, Part 1, The Magic Art of the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Chapter 6, Magicians as Kings, Part 1. Social importance of magicians and their rise to the position of chiefs or kings. The foregoing evidence may satisfy us that in many lands and many races magic has claimed to control the great forces of nature for the good of man. If that has been so, the practitioners of the art must necessarily be personages of importance and influence in any society which puts faith in their extravagant pretensions, and it would be no matter for surprise if, by virtue of the reputation which they enjoy and of the awe which they inspire, some of them should attain to the highest position of authority. In point of fact, magicians appear to have often developed into chiefs and kings. But magic is not the only road by which men have travelled to a throne. Not that magic is the only, or perhaps even the main road by which men have travelled to a throne. The lust of power, the desire to domineer over our fellows, is among the commonest and the strongest of human passions, and no doubt men of a masterful character have sought to satisfy it in many different ways and have attained by many different means to the goal of their ambition. The sword, for example, in a strong hand has unquestionably done for many what the magician's wand in a deft hand appears to have done for some. Complexity of the social phenomena and the danger of simplifying them unduly by our hypothesis. He who investigates the history of institutions should constantly bear in mind the extreme complexity of the causes which have built up the fabric of human society, and should be on his guard against the subtle danger incidental to all science, the tendency to simplify unduly the infinite variety of the phenomena by fixing our attention on a few of them to the exclusion of the rest. The propensity to excessive simplification is indeed natural to the mind of man, since it is only by abstraction and generalization, which necessarily imply the neglect of a multitude of particulars, that he can stretch his puny faculties so as to embrace a minute portion of the illuminate vastness of the universe. But if the propensity is natural and even inevitable, it is nevertheless fraught with peril, since it is apt to narrow and falsify our conception of any subject under investigation. To correct it partially, for to correct it wholly would require an infinite intelligence, we must endeavour to broaden our views by taking account of a wide range of facts and possibilities, and when we have done so to the utmost of our power, we must still remember that from the very nature of things our ideas fall immeasurably short of the reality. This propensity to excessive simplification has done much to discredit the study of primitive mythology and religion. In no branch of learning, perhaps, has this process to an attractive but fallacious simplicity wrought more havoc than in the investigation of the early history of mankind. In particular, the excesses to which it has been carried have done much to discredit the study of primitive mythology and religion. Students of these subjects have been far too ready to pounce on any theory which adequately explains some of the facts, and forthwith to stretch it so as to cover them all. And when the theory, thus unduly strained, has broken, as was to be expected in their unskilful hands, they have pettishly thrown it aside in disgust, instead restricting it, as they should have done from the outset, to the particular class of facts to which it is really applicable. So it fared in our youth with the solar myth theory, which, after being unreasonably exaggerated by its friends, has long been quite as unreasonably rejected altogether by its adversaries. And in more recent times the theories of totemism, magic and taboo, to take only a few conspicuous examples, have similarly suffered from the excessive zeal of injudicious advocates. This instability of judgment, this tendency of anthropological opinion to swing to and fro from one extreme to another with every breath of new discovery, is perhaps the principal reason why the whole study is still viewed askance by men of sober and cautious temper, who naturally look with suspicion on idols that are set up and worshipped
one day only to be knocked down and trampled underfoot the next. To these cool observers, Max Müller and the rosy dawn of the 19th century stand on the same dusty shelf with Jacob Bryant and Noah's Ark in the 18th, and they expect, with a sarcastic smile, the time when the fashionable anthropological topics of the present day will, in their turn, be consigned to the same peaceful limbo of forgotten absurdities. It is not for the anthropologist himself to anticipate the verdict of posterity on his labours. Still, it is his humble hope that the facts which he has patiently amassed will be found sufficiently numerous and solid to bear the weight of some, at least, of the conclusions which he rests upon them, so that these can never again be lightly tossed aside as the fantastic dreams of a mere bookish student. At the same time, if he is wise, he will be forward to acknowledge and proclaim that our hypotheses at best are but partial, not universal, solutions of the manifold problems which confront us, and that in science, as in daily life, it is vain to look for one key to open all locks. The practice of magic explains the rise of kings in some communities, but not in all. Therefore, to revert to our immediate subject, in putting forward the practice of magic as an explanation of the rise of monarchy in some communities, I am far from thinking or suggesting that it can explain the rise of it in all, or in other words, that kings are universally the descendants or successors of magicians, and if anyone should hereafter, as it is likely enough, either enunciate such a theory or attribute it to me, I desire to enter my caveat against it in advance. To enumerate and describe all the modes in which men have pushed, or fought, or wormed their way by force or by fraud, by their own courage and wisdom, or by the cowardice and folly of others, to supreme power might furnish the theme of a political treatise such as I have no pretension to write. For my present purpose, it suffices if I can trace the magician's progress in some savage and barbarous tribes from the rank of a sorcerer to the dignity of a king. The facts which I am about to lay before the reader seem to exhibit various steps of this development from simple conjuring up to the conjuring compound with despotism. Social importance of magicians among the Aborigines of Central Australia. Let us begin by looking at the lowest race of men as to whom we possess comparatively full and accurate information, the Aborigines of Australia. These savages are ruled neither by chiefs nor kings. So far as the tribes can be said to have a political constitution, it is a democracy, or rather an oligarchy, of old and influential men who meet in council and decide on all measures of importance to the practical exclusion of the younger men. Their deliberative assembly answers to the Senate of later times. If we had to coin a word for such a government of elders, we might call it a genontocracy. The elders who in Aboriginal Australia thus meet and direct the affairs of their tribe appear to be, for the most part, the headmen of their respective totem clans. Now in Central Australia, where the desert nature of their country and the almost complete isolation from foreign influences have retarded progress and preserved the natives, on the whole, in the most primitive state, the headmen of the various totem clans are charged with the important task of performing magical ceremonies for the multiplication of the totems, and as the great majority of the totems are edible animals or plants, it follows that these men are commonly expected to provide the people with food by means of magic. Others have to make the rain to fall or to render other services to the community. In short, among the tribes of Central Australia, the headmen are public magicians. Further, the most important function is to take charge of the sacred storehouse, usually a cleft in the rocks or a hole in the ground, where are kept the holy stones and sticks, charinga, with which the souls of all the people, both living and dead, are apparently supposed to be in a manner bound up. Thus, while the headmen have certainly to perform what we should call civil duties, such as to inflict punishment for breaches of tribal custom, their principal functions are sacred or magical. Social importance of magicians among the Aborigines of southeastern Australia. Again, in the tribes of southeastern Australia, the headman was often, sometimes invariably, a magician. Thus, in the southern Wiradjuri tribe, the headman was always a wizard or a medicine man. There was one for each local division. He called the people together for the initiation ceremonies or to discuss matters of public importance. In the Yerkla mining tribe, the medicine men are the headmen. They are called Mobang Bai, from Mobang, magic. They decide disputes, arrange marriages, conduct the ceremonies of initiation, and in certain circumstances, settle the formalities to be observed in ordeals of battle. In fact, they wield authority in the tribe and give orders where others only make requests. Again, in the Uni tribe, there was a headman for each local division, and in order to be fitted for his office he had, among other qualifications, to be a medicine man. Above all, he must be able to perform magical feats at the initiation ceremonies. The greatest headman of all was he who, on these occasions, could bring up the largest number of things out of his inside. In fact, the budding statesman and king must be first and foremost a conjurer in the most literal sense of the word. Some 40 or 50 years ago, the principal headman of the Dairi tribe was a certain Jalina Piramarana, who was known among the colonists as the Frenchman on account of his polished manners. He was not only a brave and skillful warrior, but also a powerful medicine man, greatly feared by the neighbouring tribes, who sent him presents even from a distance of 100 miles. He boasted of being the tree of life, for he was the head of a totem consisting of a particular sort of seed, which forms at certain times the chief vegetable food of these tribes. His people spoke of him as the plant itself, Manura, which yields the edible seed. Again, an early writer on the tribes of southwestern Australia, near King George's Sound, tells us that the individuals who possess most influence are the Mulgaradocs, or doctors. A Mulgaradoc is considered to possess the power of driving away wind or rain, as well as bringing down lightning or disease upon any object of their or others' hatred, and they also attempt to heal the sick. On the whole, then, it is highly significant that in the most primitive society about which we are accurately informed, it is especially the magicians or medicine men who appear to have been in process of developing into chiefs.
Social importance of magicians in New Guinea. When we pass from Australia to New Guinea, we find that, though the natives stand at a far higher level of culture than the Australian Aborigines, the constitution of society among them is still essentially democratic or oligarchic, and chieftainship exists only in embryo. Thus Sir William McGregor tells us that in British New Guinea no one has ever risen wise enough, bold enough, and strong enough to become the despot even of a single district. The nearest approach to this has been the very distant one of some person becoming a renowned wizard, but that has only resulted in living a certain amount of blackmail. To the same effect, a Catholic missionary observes that in New Guinea the Nepu, or sorcerers, are everywhere. They boast of their misdeeds. Everybody fears them, everybody accuses them, and after all, nothing positive is known of their secret practices. This cursed brood is, as it were, the soul of the Papuan life. Nothing happens without the sorcerer's intervention. Wars, marriages, diseases, deaths, expeditions, fishing, hunting, always and everywhere the sorcerer. One thing is certain for them, that they do not regard it as an article of faith, but as a fact patent and indisputable, and that is the extraordinary power of the Nepu. He is the master of life and of death. Hence it is only natural that they should fear him and obey him in everything and give him all that he asks for. The Nepu is not a chief, but he domineers over the chiefs, and we may say that the true authority, the only effective influence in New Guinea, is that of the Nepu. Nothing can resist him. We are told that in the Tairopi, or Montumutu tribe of British New Guinea, chiefs have not necessarily supernatural powers, but that a sorcerer is looked upon as a chief. Some years ago, for example, one man of the tribe was a chief because he was supposed to rule the sea, calming it or rousing it to fury at his pleasure. Another owed his power to his skill in making the rain to fall, the sun to shine, and the plantations to bear fruit. It is believed that the chief of Mowat in British New Guinea can affect the growth of crops for good or ill, and coax the turtle and dugong to come from all parts of the sea and allow themselves to be caught. At Pottle Bay in British New Guinea, there are magicians, Taniwaga, who are expected to manage certain departments of nature for the good of the community by means of charms, pari, which are known only to them. One of these men, for example, works magic for rain, another for taro, another for wallaby, and another for fish. A magician who is believed to control an important department of nature may be the chief of his community. Thus, the present chief of Wadao is a sorcerer who can make rain and raise or calm winds. He is greatly respected by all and receives many presents. A chief of Kolem, on Finch Harbour in German New Guinea, enjoyed a great reputation as a magician. It was supposed that he could make wind and storm, rain and sunshine, and visit his enemies with sickness and death. Supposed magical or supernatural powers of chiefs in Melanesia. Turning now to the natives of the Melanesian Islands,
which stretched an immense quadrant of a circle round New Guinea and Australia on the east. We are told by Dr. Codrington that among these savages, as a matter of fact, the power of chiefs has hitherto rested upon the belief in their supernatural power derived from the spirits or ghosts with which they had intercourse. As this belief has failed, in the Banks Islands, for example, some time ago, the position of a chief has tended to become obscure, and as this belief has now been generally undermined, a new kind of chief must needs arise unless a time of anarchy is to begin. According to a native Melanesian account, the origin of the power of chiefs lies entirely in the belief that they have communication with mighty ghosts, Tindalo, and wield that supernatural power, mana, whereby they can bring the influence of the ghost to bear. If a chief imposed a fine, it was paid because the people universally dreaded his ghostly power, and firmly believed that he could inflict calamity and sickness upon such as resisted him. As soon as any considerable number of his people began to disbelieve in his influence with the ghosts, his power to levy fines was shaken. In Malo, one of the New Hebrides, the highest nobility consists of those persons who have sacrificed 1,000 little pigs to the souls of their ancestors. No one ever resists a man of that exalted rank, because in him are supposed to dwell all the souls of the ancient chiefs and all the spirits who preside over the tribe. In the northern New Hebrides, the son does not inherit the chieftainship, but he inherits, if his father can manage it, what gives him the chieftainship, namely, his father's supernatural power, his charms, magical songs, stones, and apparatus, and his knowledge of the way to approach spiritual beings. A chief in the island of Parramatta informed a European that he had the power of making rain, wind, storm, thunder and lightning, and dry weather. He exhibited as his magical instrument a piece of bamboo with some partially coloured rags attached to it. In this bamboo, he said, were kept the devils of rain and wind, and when he commanded them to discharge their office or to lie still, they were obliged to obey, being his subjects and prisoners. When he had given his orders to these captive devils, the bamboo had to be fastened to the highest point of his house. In the Marshall Bennett Islands to the east of New Guinea, it was the duty of each chief of the clan to charm the gardens of his clan so as to make them productive. The charm consisted of turning up part of the soil of a long stick and muttering an appropriate spell. Each special crop, such as yams, bananas, sugarcane, and coconuts, had its special kind of stick and its special spell. Magicians as chiefs in New Britain. With regard to government among the Melanesians of New Britain, or the Bismarck Archipelago, I may cite the evidence of an experienced missionary, the Reverend Dr. George Brown, who settled in the islands at a time when no other white man was living in the group, and who resided among the savage islanders for some 5 or 6 years. He says, there was no government so called in New Britain except that former jurisdiction or power represented by the secret societies and that exercised by chiefs, who were supposed to possess exceptional powers of sorcery and witchcraft. These powers were very real, owing I think principally to 2 reasons. One of which was that the men themselves thoroughly believed that they were the possessors of the powers which they claimed, and the other was that the people themselves believed that the men really possessed them. There was indeed the title of chief, Todaru, claimed and also given to them by the people, but this was not the result of any election or necessarily by inheritance. It was simply that a certain man claimed to be the professor of these powers and succeeded in convincing the people that he really possessed them. Again, Dr. Brown tells us that in New Britain, a ruling chief was always supposed to exercise priestly functions, that is, he professed to be in constant communication with the Tebarans, spirits, and through their influence he was enabled to bring rain or sunshine, fair winds or foul ones, sickness or health, success or disaster in war, and generally to procure any blessing or curse for which the applicant was willing to pay a sufficient price. If his spells did not produce the desired effect, he always had a plausible explanation ready, which was generally accepted as a sufficient excuse. I think much of the success which these men undoubtedly had was due to their keen observation of natural phenomena, and to the effects of fear upon the people. Dr. Turner on the power of magical disease makers in Tanna. According to Dr. Turner, the real gods at Tanna may be said to be the disease makers. It is surprising how these men are dreaded, and how firm the belief is that they have in their hands the power of life and death. There are rain makers and thunder makers, and fly and mosquito makers, and a host of other sacred men, but the disease makers are the most dreaded. It is believed that these men can create disease and death by burning what is called nahuk. Nahok means rubbish, but principally refuse of food. Everything of the kind they bury or throw into the sea, lest the disease maker should get hold of it. These fellows are always about, and consider it their special business to pick up and burn with certain formalities anything that the Nahok line which comes in their way. If a disease maker sees the skin of a banana, for instance, he picks it up, wraps it in the leaf, and wears it all day hanging round his neck. The people stare as they see him go along, and say to each other, "He has got something. He will do for somebody by and by at night." In the evening he scrapes some bark off a tree, mixes it up with a banana skin, rolls all up tightly in a leaf in the form of a cigar, and then puts the one end close enough to the fire to cause it to singe and smoulder and burn away very gradually. Presently he hears a shell blowing. "There," he says to his friends, "there it is. That is a man whose rubbish time now burning. He is ill. Let us stop burning and see what they bring in the morning." When a person is taken ill, he believes that it is occasioned by someone burning his rubbish. Instead of thinking about medicine, he calls someone to blow a shell, a large conch or other shell, which, then perforated and blown, can be heard 2 or 3 miles off. The meaning of it is to implore the person who is supposed to be burning the sick man's rubbish and causing all the pain to stop burning, and it is a promise as well that a present will be taken in the morning. The greater the pain, the more they blow the shell, and when the pain abates, they cease, supposing that the disease maker has been kind enough to stop burning. Night after night the silence is broken by the dismal toot-toot-tooing of these shells. In the morning the friends of the sufferer repair to the disease maker with the presents of pigs, mats, hatchets, beads, whales' teeth, or such like things. Thus the sorcerers attain to a position of immense power and influence, and acquire wealth by purely maleficent magic. It is not by the imaginary benefits which they confer on the community, but by the imaginary evils which they inflict on individuals, that they climb the steps of a throne, or the ladder that leads up to heaven. For according to Dr. Turner, these rascals are on the high road to divinity. The process which they employ to accomplish their ends is a simple application of the principles of contagious magic. Whatever has once been in contact with a person remains in sympathetic connection with him always, and harm done to it is therefore harm done to him. Side by side with the evil which this superstition produces, on the one hand by inspiring men with baseless terrors, and on the other by leading them to neglect effectual remedies for real evils,
we must recognize the benefit which it incidentally confers on society by causing people to clear away and destroy the refuse of their food and other rubbish, which if suffered to accumulate about their dwellings might, by polluting the atmosphere, prove a real, not an imaginary source of disease. In practice, cleanliness based on motives of superstition may be just as effective for the preservation of health as if it were founded on the best ascertained principles of sanitary science. Evolution of chiefs or kings out of magicians, especially out of rainmakers in Africa. Still rising in the scale of culture, we come to Africa, where both the chiefmanship and the kingship are fully developed, and here the evidence for the evolution of the chief out of the magician, and especially out of the rainmaker, is comparatively plentiful. Power of the magicians among the Wamburgwi, Wataptern, and Wagogo of East Africa. Thus among the Wambugwe, a Bantu people of East Africa, the original form of government was a family republic, but the enormous power of the sorcerers, transmitted by inheritance, soon raised them to the rank of petty lords or chiefs. Of the 3 chiefs living in the country by 1894, 2 were much dreaded as magicians, and the wealth of cattle they possessed came to them almost wholly in the shape of presents bestowed for their services in that capacity.
Their principal art was that of rainmaking. The chiefs of Wataturu, another people of East Africa, are said to be nothing but sorcerers destitute of any direct political influence. Again, among the Wagogo of German East Africa, the main power of the chiefs, we are told, is derived from the art of rainmaking. If a chief cannot make rain himself, he must procure it from someone who can. Among the Maasai, the supreme chief is always the powerful medicine man. Again, in the powerful Maasai nation of the same region, the medicine men are not uncommonly the chiefs, and the supreme chief of the race is almost invariably a powerful medicine man.
These Laibon, as they are called, are priests as well as doctors, skilled in interpreting omens and dreams, in averting ill luck, and in making rain. The head chief or medicine man, who has been called the Maasai Pope, is expected not only to make rain, but to repel and destroy the enemies of the Maasai in war by his magic art.
The following is Captain Merker's account of the Maasai Pope. The most prominent clan of the whole Maasai people is the Ngidun, because to it belong not only the family of the chief, or Oboni, but also the family of the magicians. The designation chief is, strictly speaking, not quite correct, since the chief, or Oboni, does not govern directly and exercises no real administrative function. He rules only indirectly. The firm belief of his subjects in his prophetic gifts and his supernatural power of sorcery gives him an influence on the destinies of the people. Despotism and cruelty, such as we find among all Negro rulers, are alien to him. He is not so much a ruler as a national saint or patriarch. The people speak of his sacred person with shy awe, and no man dares to appear before this mighty personage without being summoned. The aim of his policy is to unite and strengthen the Maasai, while he allows free play to the predatory instincts of the warriors and raids and other tribes. He guards his own people from the scourge of civil war, to which the ceaseless quarrels of the various districts with each other would otherwise continually give occasion. This influence of his is rendered possible by the belief that victory can only be achieved through the secret power of the war medicine, which none but he can compound, and that defeat would infallibly follow if he were to predict it. Neither he nor his nearest relatives march with the army to war. He supplies remedies, generally in the shape of magical medicines, for plagues and sicknesses, and he appoints festivals of prayer in honor of the Maasai god Ngai. He delivers these predictions by means of an oracular game, like the telling of beads, and just as Samson's miraculous strength went from him when his hair was shorn, so it is believed that the head chief of the Maasai would lose his supernatural powers if his chin was shaved. According to one writer, the Maasai Pope has never more than one eye. The father knocks out his son's eye in order to qualify him for the holy office.
Among the Mandai of British East Africa, the principal medicine man is the supreme chief. Among the Mandai of British East Africa, the Okoriot, or principal medicine man, holds precisely the same position as the Maasai or Oiboni. That is to say, he is supreme chief of the whole race. He is a diviner and foretells the future by casting stones, inspecting entrails, interpreting dreams, and prophesying when he is drunk. The Nandai believe implicitly in his powers. He tells them when to begin planting their crops. In time of drought he procures rain for them either directly or by means of the rainmakers. He makes women and cattle fruitful, and no war party can expect to be successful if he has not approved of the foray. His office is hereditary, and his person is usually regarded as absolutely sacred. Nobody may approach him with weapons in his hand, or speak in his presence unless the great man dresses him, and it is most important that nobody should touch his head, else it is feared that his powers of divination and so forth would depart from him. However, one of these sacred pontiffs was clubbed to death, being held responsible for several public calamities, to wit, famine, sickness, and defeat in war.
The Suk and Turkana, two other peoples of British East Africa, distinguish between their chiefs and their medicine men who wield great power, but very often the medicine man is a chief by virtue of his skill in medicine or the occult arts. Rainmakers as chief among the tribes of the Upper Nile. Again, among the tribes of the Upper Nile, the medicine men are generally the chiefs.
Their authority rests above all upon their supposed power of making rain, for the rain is the one thing which matters to the people in those districts, as if it does not come down at the right time, it means untold hardships for the community. It is therefore small wonder that men more cunning than their fellows should arrogate to themselves the power of producing it, or that, having gained such a reputation, they should trade on the credulity of their simpler neighbours. Hence most of the chiefs of these tribes are rainmakers, and enjoy popularity in proportion to their powers to give rain to their people at the proper season.
Rain-making chiefs always build their villages on the slopes of a fairly high hill, as they no doubt know that the hills attract the clouds, and that they are therefore fairly safe in their weather forecasts.
Each of these rainmakers has a number of rain stones, such as rock crystal, aventurine, and amethyst, which he keeps in a pot. When he wishes to produce rain, he plunges the stones in water, and taking in his hand a peeled cane, which is split at the top, he beckons with it to the clouds to come, or waves them away in the way they should go, muttering an incantation the while. Or he pours water and the entrails of a sheep or goat into a hollow in a stone, and then sprinkles the water towards the sky. Though the chief acquires wealth by the exercise of his supposed magical powers, he often, perhaps generally, comes to a violent end, for in time of drought The angry people assemble and kill him, believing that it is he who prevents the rain from falling. Yet the office is usually hereditary and passes from father to son. Among the tribes which cherish these beliefs and observe these customs are the Latuka, Bari, Lalulba, and Lakoya.
Rainmakers as chiefs among the Latuka. Thus, for example, with regard to the Latuka, we are told that amongst the most important but also most dangerous occupations of the greater chiefs is the procuring of rain for their country. Almost all the greater chiefs enjoy the reputation of being rainmakers, and the requisite knowledge usually passes by inheritance from father to son. However, there are also here and there among the natives persons who, without being chiefs, busy themselves with rainmaking. If there has been no rain in a district for a long time, and the people wish to attract it for the sake of the sowing, they apply to their chief, bringing him a present of sheep, goats, or in urgent cases, cattle or a girl, and if the present seems to him sufficient, he promises to furnish rain. But if it appears to him too little, he asks for more. If some days pass without rain, it gives the magician an opportunity for claiming fresh presents, on the ground that the smallness of the offered gifts hinders the coming of the rain. When the cupidity of the rainmaker is satisfied, he goes to work in the usual way, pouring water over 2 flat stones, one called the male and the other female, till they are covered to a depth of 3 inches. The male stone is a common white quartz. The female is brownish. If still no rain falls, he makes a smoky fire in the open with certain herbs, and if the smoke mounts straight up, rain is near. Although an unsuccessful rainmaker is often banished or killed, his son always succeeds him in the dignity.
Amongst the Bari, the procedure of the rain-making chief to draw down the water from heaven is somewhat elaborate. He uses many rainstones consisting of rock crystals and pink and green granite. These are deposited in the hollows of some 20 slabs of gneiss, and across the hollows are laid numerous iron rods of various shapes and sizes. When rain is to be made, these iron rods are set up in a perpendicular position, and water is poured on the crystals and stones. Then the rainmaker takes up the stones one by one and oils them, praying to his dead father to send the rain.
Praying to his dead father to send the rain. One of the iron rods is provided with a hook, and another is a 2-headed spear. With the hook, the rainmaker hooks and attracts the rain clouds. With the 2-headed spear, he attracts and drives them away. In this procedure, the prayer to the dead ancestor is religious, while the rest of the ceremony is magical. Thus, as so often happens, the savage seeks to compass his object by combining magic with religion.
The logical inconsistency does not trouble him, provided he attains his end. Further, the rainmaker chief of the Bari is supposed to be able to make women fruitful. For this purpose, he takes an iron rod with a hollow bulb at each end, in which are small stones. Grasping the rod by the middle, he shakes it over the would-be mother, rattling the stones and muttering an incantation.
Magical powers of chiefs among the Bongo and Dinkas. Again, among the Bongo, a tribe of the same region, the influence of the chiefs is said to rest in great part on a belief in their magical powers, for the belief is credited with the knowledge of certain roots, which are the only means of communicating with the dangerous spirits of whose mischievous pranks the Bongos stand in great fear. In the Dinka or Denga nation, to the northeast of the Bongo, men who are supposed to be in close communication with spirits pass for omnipotent. It is believed that they make rain, conjure away all calamities, foresee the future, exorcise evil spirits, know all that goes on even at a distance, have the wild beasts in their service, and can call down every kind of disaster on their enemies. One of these men became the richest and most esteemed chief for the Kik tribe through his skill in ventriloquism. He kept a cage from which the roars of imaginary lions and the howls of imaginary hyenas were heard to proceed, and he gave out that these beasts guarded his house and were ready at his bidding to rush forth on his enemies. The dread which he infused into the tribe and his neighbours was incredible. From all sides oxen were sent to him as presents, so that his herds were the most numerous in the country. Another of these conjurers in the Tuareg tribe had a real tame lion and 4 real fat snakes, which he kept in front of his door, to the great awe of the natives, who could only attribute the pacific demeanour of these ferocious animals to sorcery. But it does not appear that the real lion inspired nearly so much terror as the imaginary one, from which we may perhaps infer that among these people ventriloquism is a more solid basis of political power even than lion taming. Chiefs and kings as rainmakers in Central Africa. In Central Africa, again, the Lendu tribe to the west of Lake Albert firmly believe that certain people possess the power of making rain. Among them, the rainmaker either is a chief or almost invariably becomes one. The Banyoro also have a great respect for the dispensers of rain, whom they load with a profusion of gifts. The great dispenser, he who has absolute uncontrollable power over the rain, is the king, but he can depute his power to other persons so that the benefit may be distributed and the heavenly water laid on over the various parts of the kingdom. A Catholic missionary observes that a superstition common to the different peoples of equatorial Africa attributes to the petty kings of the country the exclusive power of making the rain to fall. In extreme cases the power is ascribed to certain kings more privileged than the rest, such as those of Huila, Humbre, Fare, Libebe, and others. These kings profit by the superstition in order to draw to themselves many presents of cattle, but the rain must fall after the sacrifice of an ox, and if it tarries, the king, who is never at a loss for excuses to extricate himself from the scrape, will ascribe the failure to the defects of the victim, and will seize the pretext to claim more cattle. Among the Bayaka, a tribe of the Kasi district in the Congo Free State, magicians are exempt from justice, and the chief is a principal magician. And among the Banyazi, another tribe of the same district, there is, or was a few years ago, a chief who passed for the greatest magician in the country.
Medicine men as chiefs in Western Africa. In Western as well as in Eastern and Central Africa, we meet with the same union of chiefly with magical functions. Thus, in the Fan tribe, the strict distinction between chief and medicine man does not exist. The chief is also a medicine man, and a smith to boot, for the Fans esteem the smith's craft sacred, and none but chiefs may meddle with it. The chiefs of the Occidental district in the Cameroons have as such very little influence over their subjects, but if the chief happens to be also the fetish priest, as he generally is among the Ekois, he has not only powerful influence in all fetish matters, and most of the vital interests of the people are bound up with fetish worship, but he also enjoys great authority in general.
A few years ago, the head chief of Itetin on the Cross River in southern Nigeria was an old man whom the people had compelled to take office in order that he should look after the fetishes or jujus and work magic for the benefit of the community. In accordance with the old custom, which is binding on the head chief, he was never allowed to leave his compound, that is, to ensure in which his house stands. He gave the following account of himself to an English official who paid him a visit. "I have been shut up 10 years. But being an old man, I don't miss my freedom. I am the oldest man of the town, and they keep me here to look after the jujus, and to conduct the rites celebrated when women are about to give birth to children, and other ceremonies of the same kind. By the observance and performance of these ceremonies, I bring game to the hunter, cause the yam crop to be good, bring fish to the fishermen, and make rain to fall. So they bring me meat, yams, fish, etc. To make rain, I drink water and sweat it out, and pray to our big deities. If I were to go outside this compound, I should fall down dead on returning to this hut. My wives cut my hair and nails and take great care of the parings." Chiefs as rainmakers in Southern Africa.
As to the relation between the offices of chief and rainmaker in South Africa, a well-informed writer observes, "In very old days the chief was the great rainmaker of the tribe. Some chiefs allowed no one else to compete with them, lest a successful rainmaker should be chosen as chief. There was also another reason. The rainmaker was sure to become a rich man if he gained a great reputation, and it would manifestly never do for the chief to allow any one to be too rich. The rainmaker exerts tremendous control over the people, and so it would be most important to keep this function connected with royalty. Tradition always places the power of making rain as the fundamental glory of ancient chiefs and heroes, and it seems probable that it may have been the origin of chieftainship. The man who made the rain would naturally become the chief. In the same way, Chaka, the famous Zulu despot, used to declare that he was the only diviner in the country, for if he allowed rivals, his life would be insecure. These South African rainmakers smear themselves with mud and sacrifice oxen as an essential part of the charm. Almost everything is thought to turn to the colour of the beasts. Thus, Mbandine, the old king of the Swazis, had huge herds of cattle of a peculiar colour, which was particularly well adapted for the production of rain. Hence deputations came to him from distant tribes, praying and bribing him to make rain by the sacrifice of his cattle.
And he used to threaten to bind up the sky if they did not satisfy his demands.
The power which by these means he wielded was enormous.
Similarly, Mablan, a chief of the Bewenda in the northeastern corner of the Transvaal, enjoyed a wide reputation and was revered beyond the limits of his own tribe because he was credited with the power of rainmaking, a greater power in the eyes of natives than that of the Assegai. Hence he was constantly importuned by other chiefs to exercise his power,
and received valuable presents of girls, oxen, and red and green beads as inducements to turn on the heavenly water tap. The power of rainmakers among the Matabele's. Among the Matabele's of South Africa, the witch doctors are supposed to be on speaking terms with spirits, and their influence is described as tremendous. In the time of King Lobengula, some years ago, their power was as great as, if not greater than, the king's. Similarly, speaking of the South African tribes in general, Dr. Moffat says that the Rainmaker is, in the estimation of the people, no mean personage, possessing an influence over the minds of the people superior even to that of the king, who is likewise compelled to yield to the dictates of this arch-official. In Matabele land, the rainy season falls in November, December, January, and February. For several weeks before the rain sets in, the clouds gather in heavy banks, dark and lowering. Then the king is busy with his magicians compounding potions of wondrous strength to make the labouring clouds discharge their pent-up burden on the thirsty earth. He may be seen gazing at every black cloud, for his people flock from all parts to beg rain from him, their rainmaker, for their parched fields, and they thank and praise him when a heavy rain has fallen. The king of the Matabele's is rainmaker. A letter dated from Bulawayo, the 12th of November, 1880, records that Lobengula, king of the Matabele's, arrived yesterday evening at his kraal of the White Rocks. He brought with him the rain to his people. For according to the ideas of the Matabele's, it is the king who ought to make the rain and the good season in all senses of the word.
Now Lobengula had chosen well the day and the hour, for it was in the midst of a tremendous storm that the king made his solemn entrance into the capital. You must now, at the arrival of the king and of the rain, gives rise every year to a little festival. For the rain is the great benefit conferred by the king, the pledge of future harvests and of plenty after 8 months of desolating drought. To bring down the needed showers, the king of the Matabele's boils a magic hell broth in a cauldron, which sends up volumes of steam to the blue sky. But to make assurance doubly sure, he has recourse to religion as well as to magic, for he sacrifices 12 black oxen to the spirits of his fathers, and prays to them. O great spirits of my father and grandfather, I thank you for having granted last year to my people more wheat than our enemies, the Mashonas. This year also, in gratitude for the 12 black oxen which I am about to dedicate to you, make us to be the best fed and the strongest people in the world. Thus the king of the Matabele's acts not only as a magician, but as a priest, for he prays and sacrifices to the spirits of his forefathers. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Golden Bough, Part 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6, Part 2.
Thus in Africa, kings have probably often been developed out of magicians and especially out of rainmakers. The foregoing evidence renders it probable that in Africa the king has often been developed out of the public magician, and especially out of the rainmaker. The unbounded fear which the magician inspires and the wealth which he amasses in the exercise of his profession may both be supposed to have contributed to his promotion. But if the career of a magician, and especially of a rainmaker, offers great rewards to the unsuccessful practitioner of the art, it is beset with many pitfalls, into which the unskilled or unlucky artist may fall. The position of the public sorcerer is indeed a very precarious one, for where the people firmly believe that he has it in his power to make the rain to fall, the sun to shine, and the fruits of the earth to grow, they naturally impute drought and dearth to his culpable negligence or wilful obstinacy, and they punish him accordingly. We have seen that in Africa the chief who fails to procure rain is often exiled or killed. Examples of such punishments could be multiplied. Kings in Africa are punished for drought and dearth. Thus in some parts of West Africa, when prayers and offerings presented to the king have failed to procure rain, his subjects bind him with ropes and take him by force to the grave of his forefathers, that he may obtain from them the needed rain. The Banjais in West Africa ascribe to their king the power of causing rain or fine weather. So long as the weather is fine, they load him with presents of grain and cattle, but if long drought or rain threatens to spoil the crops, they insult and beat him till the weather changes. When the harvest fails or the surf of the coast is too heavy to allow of fishing, the people of Lango accuse the king of a bad heart and depose him. On the grain coast, the high priest of fetish king, who bears the title of Bough, is represented for the health of the community, the fertility of the earth, and the abundance of fish in the sea and rivers. And if the country suffers in any of these respects, the Bough is deposed from his office. In Usukuma, a great district on the southern bank of the Victoria Nyanza, the rain and locust question is part and parcel of the Sultan's government. He too must know how to make rain and drive away the locusts. If he and his medicine men are unable to accomplish this, his whole existence is at stake in times of distress. On a certain occasion, when the rain so greatly desired by the people did not come, the Sultan was simply driven out in a tatwa near Nasser. The people in fact hold that rulers must have power over nature and her phenomena. Again, we are told of the natives of the Nyanza region generally that they are persuaded that rain only falls as a result of magic, and the important duty of causing it to descend devolves on the chief of the tribe. If rain does not come at the proper time, everybody complains. More than one petty king has been banished to his country because of drought. Similarly, among the Antimores of Madagascar, the chiefs are held responsible for the operation of the laws of nature. Hence, if the land is smitten with a blight or devastated by clouds of locusts, if the cows yield little milk or fatal epidemics rage among the people, the chief is not only deposed but stripped of his property and banished, because they say that under a good chief such things ought not to happen. So too, if the Antimorona, we read that although the chiefs of this tribe are chosen by the people, during their tenure of power they enjoy a respect which borders on adoration. But if a crop of rice fails, or any other calamity happens, they are immediately deposed, sometimes even killed, and yet their successor is always chosen from the family. Among the Latukas of the Upper Nile, when the crops are withering in the fields and all the efforts of the chief to bring down rain have proved fruitless, the people commonly attack him by night, rob him of all he possesses and drive him away, but often they kill him. In other parts of the world, kings have been punished for failing to regulate the course of nature. In many other parts of the world, kings have been expected to regulate the course of nature for the good of their people, and have been punished if they have failed to do so. It appears that the Scythians, when food was scarce, used to put their kings in bonds. In ancient Egypt, the sacred kings were blamed for the failure of the crops, but the sacred beasts were also held responsible for the course of nature. When pestilence and other calamities had fallen on the land, in consequence of a long and severe drought, the priests took the animals by night and threatened them. If the evil did not abate, they slew the beasts. On the coral island of Nu, or Savage Island, in the South Pacific, there formerly reigned a line of kings, but as the kings were also high priests, and were supposed to make the food grow, the people became angry with them in times of scarcity and killed them. Till at last, as one after another was killed, no one would be king and the monarchy came to an end. Ancient Chinese writers inform us that in Korea, the blame was laid on the king whenever too much or too little rain fell and the crops did not ripen. Some said that he must be deposed, others that he must be slain. The Chinese emperor himself is deemed responsible if the drought is at all severe, and many are the self-condemnatory edicts on the subject published in the pages of the Venerable Peking Gazette. In extreme cases, the emperor, clad in humble vestments, sacrifices to heaven and implores its protection. So too the kings of Tonkin used to take blame to themselves when the country was visited by such calamities as scanty harvests, dearth, food, destructive hurricanes, and cholera. On these occasions, the monarch would sometimes publicly confess his guilt and impose on himself a penance as a means of appeasing the wrath of heaven. In former days, it sometimes happened that when the country suffered from drought and dearth, the king of Tonquin was obliged to change his name in the hope that this would turn the weather to rain. But if the drought continued even after the change of name, the people would sometimes resort to stronger measures and transfer the title of king from the legitimate monarch to his brother, son, or other near relation. Power of medicine men among the North American Indians. Among the American Indians, the furthest advance towards civilization was made under the monarchical and theocratic governments of Mexico and Peru. But we know too little of the early history of these countries to say whether the predecessors of their deified kings were medicine men or not. Perhaps a trace of such a succession may be detected in the oath which the Mexican kings took when they mounted the throne. They swore that they would make the sun to shine, clouds to give rain, rivers to flow, and the earth to bring forth fruits in abundance. Certainly in Aboriginal America, the sorcerer or the medicine man, surrounded by a halo of mystery and an atmosphere of awe, was a personage of great influence and importance, and he may well have developed into a chief or king in many tribes, though positive evidence of such a development appears to be lacking. Thus Catlin tells us that in North America the medicine men are valued as dignitaries in the tribe, and the greatest respect is paid to them by the whole community, not only for their skill in their materia medica, but more especially for their tact in magic and mysteries, in which they all deal to a very great extent. In all tribes our doctors are conjurers, our magicians are soothsayers, and I like to have said high priests, inasmuch as they superintend to conduct all their religious ceremonies. They are looked upon by all as oracles of the nation. In all councils of war and peace they have a seat with the chiefs, are regularly consulted before any public step is taken, and the greatest deference and respect is paid to their opinions. Among the Lukilks of North West America, each band is headed by a chief and one or more medicine men. The latter, however, do not possess any secular power as chiefs, but they acquire an authority of shamanism to which even the chiefs themselves are subject. The Lukilks are very superstitious, and place implicit faith in the pretended incantations of their medicine men, for whom they entertain great fear. The power of the medicine men is very great, and they use every means they can to increase it by working on the fears and credulity of the people. Their influence exceeds even that of the chiefs. The power of the latter consists in the quantity of beads they possess, their wealth, and the means it affords them to work ill to those to whom they may be ill disposed, while the power of the medicine man consists in the harm they believe he is able to do by shamanism, should they happen to displease him in any way. It is when sickness prevails and the conjurer rules supreme. It is then that he fills his bead bags and increases his riches. Amongst the Tene Indians of the same region, the social standing of the medicine man is, on the whole, a desirable one, but it has also its drawbacks and its dark side. The medicine man is decidedly influential among his fellow savages. He is consulted and listened to on account of the superior knowledge imparted to him by the spirits. He is feared on account of his power to do evil, viz. to cause the death of a person, to ruin his undertakings, to render him unsuccessful in the hunt by driving away the game from his path, and cause the loss of his property, of his strength, of his health, of his faculties, etc. The medicine man is rich because his services, when summoned, or even when accepted though uncalled for, are generously remunerated. He is respected on account of his continual intercourse with the supernatural world. His words, when said in a peculiar low tone, with a momentary glow in the eyes which he seems able to control at will, or when uttered during his sleep, real or feigned, are taken as oracles, as the very words of the spirit. In short, of these tribes who have no chiefs, no religion, no medical knowledge, he is the nearest approach to a chief, a priest, and a physician. Similarly, in California, the shaman was, and still is, perhaps the most important individual among the Maidu. In the absence of any definite system of government, the word of a shaman has great weight. As a class, they are regarded with much awe, and as a rule are obeyed much more than the chief. Power of medicine men among the North American Indians. As leader of the local branch of a secret society, the most noted Maidu shaman of each district was supposed to make rain when it was needed, to ensure a good crop of edible acorns and a plentiful supply of salmon, and to drive away evil spirits, disease, and epidemics from the village. Further, it was his business to inflict disease and death on hostile villages, which he did by burning certain roots and blowing the smoke towards the doomed village, while he said, over there, not here, to the other place. Do not come back this way. We are good. Make those people sick. Kill them, they are bad people. Among the Yakuts, another tribe of Californian Indians, the rainmakers exercised great influence. One of them, by his insulating address, eloquence, and jugglery, spread his fame at a distance of 200 miles, and cunningly availed himself of 2 years of drought, to levy contributions far and wide from the trembling Indians, who attributed to his magic the fall of the rain. In the same tribe, the wizards drew large profits from the rattlesnake dance, which they danced every spring, capering about rattlesnakes twined round their arms, for after this exhibition many simpletons paid them for complete immunity from snake bites, which the wizards were believed able to grant for a year. Power of medicine men among the South American Indians. In South America, also, the magicians or medicine men seem to have been on the high road to chieftainship or kingship. One of the earliest settlers on the coast of Brazil, the Frenchman Thevet, reports that the Indians hold these pagas, or medicine men, in such honour and reverence that they adore or rather idolize them. You may see the common folk go to meet them, prostrate themselves, and pray to them, saying, "Grant that I be not ill, that I do not die, neither I nor my children," or some such request. And he answers, "You shall not die, you shall not be ill," and such like replies. But sometimes if it happens that these pagas do not tell the truth, and things turn out otherwise than they predicted, the people make no scruple of killing them as unworthy of the title and dignity of pagas. The Indians of Brazil, say a modern writer who knew them well, have no priests but only magicians, who at the same time use medical help and exorcism in order to exert influence over the superstition and the dread of spirits felt by the rude multitude. We may perfectly compare them with the shamans of the northeastern Asiatic peoples, but like the shamans they are not mere magicians, fetish men, soothsayers, interpreters of dreams, visionaries, and casters out of devils. Their activity has also a political character in so far as they influence the decisions of the leaders and of the community in public business, and exert a certain authority more than anybody else as judges, sureties, and witnesses in private affairs. Among the Lengua Indians of the Gran Chaco, every clan has its cacique or chief, but he possesses little authority. In virtue of his office, he has to make many presents, so he seldom grows rich, and is generally more shabbily clad than any of his subjects. As a matter of fact, the magician is the man who has most power in his hands, and he is accustomed to receive presents instead of to give them. It is the magician's duty to bring down misfortune and plagues on the enemies of his tribe, and to guard his own people against hostile magic. For these services he is well paid, and by them he acquires a position of great influence and authority. Among the Indians of Guiana, also the magician or medicine man, Paye Bayman, is a personage of great importance. By his magic art he alone, it is believed, can counteract the machinations of the great host of evil spirits, to which these savages attribute all the ills of life. It is almost impossible, we are told, to overestimate the dreadful sense of constant and unavoidable danger in which the Indian would live were it not for his trust in the protecting power of the magician. Every village has one such spiritual guardian, who is physician, priest, and magician in one. His influence is immense. No Indian dare refuse him anything he takes a fancy to, from a trifle of food up to a man's wife. Hence these cunning fellows live in idleness on the fat of the land, and acquire a large harem. Their houses are commonly full of women who serve them in the capacity of beasts of burden as well as of wives, plodding wearily along under the weight of the baggage of long journeys, while their lord and master, fantastically tricked out in feathers and paint, strolls ahead, burdened only with his magic rattle and perhaps his bow and arrows. Power of medicine men among the pagan tribes of the Malay Peninsula. Among the wild pagan tribes of the Malay Peninsula, the connection between the offices of magician and chief is very close. Indeed, the two offices are often united in the same person. Among these savages, as among the Malays, the accredited intermediary between gods and men is in all cases the medicine man or sorcerer. In the Semang tribes, the office of chief medicine man appears to be generally combined with that of chief, but amongst the Sakai and Jakan, these offices are sometimes separated, and although the chief is almost invariably a medicine man of some repute, he is not necessarily the chief medicine man, any more than the chief medicine man is necessarily the administrative head of the tribe. In both cases there is an unfailing supply of aspirants to the office, though it may be taken for granted that, all else being equal, a successful medicine man would have much the best prospect of being elected chief, and that in the vast majority of cases his priestly duties form an important part of a chief's work. The medicine man is, as might be expected, duly credited with supernatural powers. His tasks are to preside as chief medium at all the ceremonies, to instruct the youth of the tribe, to ward off as well as to heal all forms of sickness and trouble, to foretell the future as affecting the results of any given act, to avert when necessary the wrath of heaven, and even when re-embodied after death in the shape of a wild beast, to extend a benign protection to his devoted descendants. Among the Sakai and the Jakan, he is provided with a distinctive form of dress and body painting, and carries an emblematic wand or staff by virtue of his office. Development of kings out of magicians among the Malays. Throughout the Malay region, the Raja or king is commonly regarded with superstitious veneration as the possessor of supernatural powers, and there are grounds for thinking that he too, like apparently so many African chiefs, has been developed out of a simple magician. At the present day, the Malays firmly believe that the king possesses a personal influence over the works of nature, such as the growth of the crops and the bearing of fruit trees. The same prolific virtue is supposed to reside, though in a lesser degree, in his delegates and even in the persons of Europeans who chance to have charge of districts. Thus in Selangor, one of the native states of the Malay Peninsula, the success or failure of the rice crops is often attributed to a change of district officers. The Turatayas of southern Celebes hold that the prosperity of the rice depends on the behaviour of their princes, and that bad government, by which they mean a government which does not conform to ancient custom, will result in a failure of the crops. Belief of the Dayaks in the power of the Raja to fertilize the rice. The Dayaks of Sarawak believed that their famous English ruler, Raja Brooke, was endowed with a certain magical virtue, which, if properly applied, could render the rice crops abundant. Hence, when he visited a tribe, they used to bring him the seed which they intended to sow next year, and he fertilized it by shaking over it the women's necklaces, which had been previously dipped in a special mixture, and when he entered a village, the women would wash and bathe his feet, first with water, and then with the milk of a young coconut, and lastly with water again.
And all this water which had touched his person they preserved for the purpose of distributing it on their farms, believing that it ensured an abundant harvest.
Tribes which were too far off for him to visit used to send him a small piece of white cloth and a little gold or silver, and when these things had been impregnated by his generative virtue, they buried them in their fields, and confidently expected a heavy crop. Once a European remarked at the rice crops of the sunbound tribe within.
The chief immediately replied that they could not be otherwise, since Raja Brooke had never visited them, and he begged that Mr. Brooke might be induced to visit his tribe and remove the sterility of their land.
Links between Malay, Rajas and magicians. Among the Malays, the links which unite the king, or Raja, with the magician happen to be unusually plain and conspicuous. Thus the magician shares with the king the privilege of using cloth dyed yellow, the royal colour. He has considerable political influence, and he can compel people to address him in ceremonial language, of which indeed the phraseology is even more copious in its application to a magician than to a king. Moreover, and this is a fact of great significance, the Malay magician owns certain insignia which are said to be exactly analogous to the regalia of the king, and even bear the very same name, kebesaran. Now the regalia of the Malay king are not more jewelled baubles designed to impress the multitude with the pomp and splendour of royalty. They are regarded as wonder-working talismans, the possession of which carries with it the right to the throne. If the king loses them, he thereby forfeits the allegiance of his subjects. It seems therefore to be a probable inference that in the Malay region the regalia of the kings are only the conjuring apparatus of their predecessors, the magicians, and that in this part of the world accordingly the magician is the humble grub or chrysalis which in due time bursts and discloses that gorgeous butterfly, the Raja or king. In Celebes the regalia are talismans or fetishes, the possession of which carries with it the right to the throne. Nowhere, apparently, in the Indian archipelago is this view of the regalia as the true front of regal dignity carried to such lengths as in southern Celebes. Here the royal authority is supposed to be in some mysterious fashion embodied in the regalia, while the princes owe all the power they exercise and all the respect they enjoy to their possession of these precious objects. In short, the regalia reign, and the princes are merely their representatives. Hence, whoever happens to possess the regalia is regarded by the people as their lawful king. For example, if a deposed monarch contrives to keep the regalia, his former subjects remain loyal to him in their hearts, and look upon his successor as an usurper who is to be obeyed only in so far as he can exact obedience by force. And on the other hand, in an insurrection, the first aim of the rebels is to seize the regalia, for if they can only make themselves masters of them, the authority of the sovereign is gone. In short, the regalia are here fetishes, which confer a title to the throne and control the fate of the kingdom. Houses are built for them to dwell in, as if they were living creatures. Furniture, weapons, and even lands are assigned to them. Like the ark of God, they are carried with the army to battle, and on various occasions the people appropriate them, as if they were gods, by prayer and sacrifice, and by smearing them with blood. Some of them serve as instruments of divination, or are brought forth in times of public disaster, for the purpose of staying the evil, whatever it may be. For example, when plague is rife among men or beasts, or when there is a prospect of death, the Boughanese bring out the regalia, smear them with buffalo's blood, and carry them about. For the most part, these fetishes are heirlooms of which their origin is forgotten. Some of them are said to have fallen from heaven. Popular tradition traces the foundation of the oldest states to the discovery or acquisition of one of these miraculous objects. It may be a stone, a piece of wood, a fruit, a weapon or whatnot, of a peculiar shape or colour. Often the original regalia have disappeared in course of time, but their place is taken by the various articles of property which were bestowed on them, and to which the people have transferred their pious allegiance. The oldest dynasties have the most regalia, and the holiest regalia consists of relics of the bodies of former princes, which are kept in golden caskets wrapped in silk. Regalia as talismans in Celebes. At Palapo, the capital of Luwu, a kingdom on the coast of Celebes, 2 toy cannons with barrels like thin gas pipes are regalia. Their possession is supposed to render the town impregnable. Other regalia of this kingdom are veiled from vulgar eyes in bark cloth. When a missionary requested to see them, the official replied that it was strictly forbidden to open the bundle. Were he to do so, the earth would yawn and swallow them up. In Burma, the principal part of the regalia or public talismans consist of a sacred brown house, which no man may ride. It is always stabled in the royal palace. When the animal passes the government fort on high days and holidays, it is saluted with the fire of 5 guns. When it is led to the river to bathe, the royal spear is carried before it, and any man who does not give way to the beast or crosses the road in front of it has to pay a fine. But the horse is mortal, and when it goes the way of all horse flesh, another steed chosen from the same stud reigns in its place. Magical virtue of regalia in Egypt and Africa. But if in the Malay region the regalia are essentially wonder-working talismans or fetishes which the kings appear to have derived from their predecessors, the magicians, we may conjecture that in other parts of the world the emblems of royalty may at some time have been viewed in a similar light and have had a similar origin. In ancient Egypt, the 2 royal crowns, the white and the red, were supposed to be endowed with magical virtues, indeed, to be themselves divinities, embodiments of the sun god. One text declares, the white crown is the eye of Horus, the red crown is the eye of Horus. Another text speaks of a crown as a great magician, and applied to the image of a god, the crown was supposed to confirm the deity in the possession of his soul and of his form. Among the Yorubas of West Africa, at the present time, the king's crown is sacred and is supposed to be the shrine of a spirit which has to be propitiated. When the king, Oni, of Ife, visited Lagos some years ago, he had to sacrifice 5 sheep to his crown between Ibadan and Ife, a 2 days' journey on foot. Among the Ashantis, the throne or chair of the king or chief is believed to be inhabited by a spirit to which it is consecrated, and to which human sacrifices were formerly offered. At present, the victims are sheep. It is the personification of power, hence a king is not a king if a chief is not a chief until he has been solemnly installed on the throne. Among the Hos, an Uri tribe of the Togoland in German West Africa, the king's proper throne is small and the king does not sit on it. Usually it is bound round with magic cords and wrapped up in a sheep's skin. From time to time it is taken out of the wrappings, washed in a stream, and smeared all over with the blood of a sheep which has been sacrificed for the purpose. The flesh of the sheep is boiled, and a portion of it eaten by every man who has been present at the ceremony. Regalia venerated in Cambodia, Scythia, and ancient Greece. In Cambodia, the regalia are regarded as a palladium on which the existence of the kingdom depends. They are committed to Brahmins for safekeeping. In antiquity, the Scythian kings treasured as sacred a plough, a yoke, a battle axe, and a cup, all of gold, which were said to have fallen from heaven. They offered great sacrifice to these sacred things at an annual festival, and if the man in charge of them fell asleep under the open sky, it was believed that he would die within the year. The scepter of King Agamemnon, or what passed for such, was worshipped as a god at Cheironeia. A man acted as priest of the scepter for a year at a time, and sacrifices were offered to it daily. The golden lamb of Mycenae, on the possession of which, according to legend, the 2 rivals Atreus and Thyestes based their claim to the throne, may have been a royal talisman of this sort. The belief that kings possess magical or supernatural powers to control the course of nature for the good of their subjects seems to have been shared by the ancestors of all the Aryan races from India to Ireland. The belief that kings possess magical or supernatural powers by virtue of which they can fertilize the earth and confer other benefits on their subjects would seem to have been shared by the ancestors of all the Aryan races from India to Ireland, and it has left clear traces of itself in our own country down to modern times. Thus the ancient Hindu law book called The Laws of Manu describes as follows the effects of a good king's reign. In that country where the king avoids taking the property of mortal sinners, men are born in due time and are long lived. and the crops of the husbandmen spring up, each as it was sown, and the children die not, and no misshapen offspring is born. In Homeric Greece, kings and chiefs were spoken of as sacred or divine. Their houses too were divine, and their chariots sacred, and it was thought that the reign of a good king caused the black earth to bring forth wheat and barley, the trees to be loaded with fruit, the flocks to multiply, and the sea to yield fish. A Greek historian of a much later age tells us that in the reign of a very bad king of Lydia, the country suffered from drought, for which he would seem to have held a king responsible. There is a tradition that once when the land of the Adonians in Thrace bore no fruit, the god Dionysus intimated to the people that its fertility could be restored by putting their king Lycurgus to death. So they took him to Mount Pangaeum, and there caused him to be torn to pieces by horses. When the crops failed, the Burgundians used to blame their kings and depose them. Swedish and Danish kings. In the time of the Swedish king Damald, a mighty famine broke out, which lasted several years and could be stayed by the blood neither of beasts nor of men. Therefore, in a great popular assembly held at Uppsala, the chiefs decided that King Damald himself was the cause of the scarcity and must be sacrificed for good seasons. So they slew him and smeared with his blood the altars of the gods.
Again, we are told that the Swedes always attributed good or bad crops to their kings as the cause. Now in the reign of King Olaf, there came dear times and famine, and the people thought that the fault was the king's because he was sparing any sacrifices. So, mustering an army, they marched against him, surrounded his dwelling, and burned him in it, giving him to Odin as a sacrifice for good crops. In the Middle Ages, when Waldemar I, King of Denmark, travelled in Germany, mothers brought their infants and husbandmen their seed for him to lay his hands on, thinking that children would both thrive the better for the royal touch, and for like reason farmers asked him to throw the seed for them. It was the belief of the ancient Irish that when their kings observed the customs of their ancestors, the seasons were mild, the crops plentiful, the cattle fruitful, the waters abounded with fish, and the fruit trees had to be propped up on account of the weight of their produce. A canon attributed to St. Patrick enumerates among the blessings that attend the reign of a just king, fine weather, calm seas, crops abundant, and trees laden with fruit. On the other hand, dearth, dryness of cows, blight of fruit, and scarcity of corn were regarded as infallible proofs that the reigning king was bad. For example, in the reign of the usurper King Carbry Kincat, evil was the state of Ireland. Fruitless corn, for there used to be only one grain on the stalk. Fruitless rivers, milkless cattle, plentiless fruit, for there used to be but one acorn on the stalk.
Magical virtue attributed to the chiefs of the MacLeods. Superstitions of the same sort seem to have lingered in the Highlands of Scotland down to the 18th century. When Dr. Johnson travelled in Skye, it was still held that the return of the laird to Dunvegan, after any considerable absence, produced a plentiful capture of herring. The laird of Dunvegan is chief of the clan of MacLeods, and his family still owns a banner which is called MacLeod's Fairy Banner, on account of the supernatural powers attributed to it. When it is unfurled, victory and war attends it, and it relieves its followers from imminent danger, but the virtues it can exert only thrice, and already it has been twice unfurled.
When the potato crop failed, many of the common people desired that the magical banner should be displayed, apparently in the belief that the mere sight of it would produce a fine crop of potatoes. Every one with a child who sees it is taken with premature labour, and every cow casts her calf.
A relic of this belief is the notion that English kings can heal scrofula by their touch. Perhaps the last relic of such superstitions which lingered about our English kings was the notion that they could heal scrofula by their touch. The disease was accordingly known as the King's Evil. Queen Elizabeth often exercised this miraculous gift of healing.
On Midsummer Day, 1633, Charles I cured 100 patients at one swoop in the Chapel Royal at Holyrood, but it was under his son, Charles II, that the practice seems to have attained its highest vogue. In this respect, the merry monarch did not let the grass grow under his feet. It was the 29th of May, 1660, when he was brought home in triumph from exile amid a shouting multitude and a forest of brandished swords, over roads strewn with flowers and through streets hung with tapestry, while the fountains ran wine and all the bells of London rang for joy. And it was on the 6th of July that he began to touch for the King's Evil.
Charles II touching for the King's Evil, scrofula. The ceremony is thus described by Evelyn, who may have witnessed it. His Majesty being first to touch for your evil, according to custom thus.
His matey sitting under his state in the banqueting house. The surgeons cause the sick to be brought or led up to the throne, where they, kneeling, your king strokes their faces or cheeks with both hands at once, at which instant a chaplain in his formalities says, he put his hands upon them and he healed them. This he said to every one in particular. When they had been all touched, they came up again in the same order, and the other chaplain kneeling and having angel gold strung on white ribbon on his arm, delivers them one by one to his matey, who puts them about the necks of the touched as they pass, whilst the first chaplain repeats, that is ye true light which came into your world. Then follows an epistle, as at first a gospel from the liturgy, praise for the sick with some alteration, lastly your blessing, and then the Lord Chamberlain and the Comptroller of the household bring a basin or a towel for his Majesty to wash.
Pepys witnessed the same ceremony at the same place on the 13th of April in the following year, and he's recorded his opinion that it was an ugly office and a symbol. It is said that in the course of his reign, Charles II touched near 100,000 persons for scrofula. The press to get near him was sometimes terrific. On one occasion, 6 or 7 of those who came to be healed were trampled to death. While the hope of a miraculous cure attracted the pious and sanguine, the certainty of receiving angel gold attracted the needy and avaricious, and it was not always easy for the royal surgeons to distinguish between the motives of the applicants. This solemn mummery cost the state little less than £10,000 a year. The cool-headed William III contemptuously refused to let himself to the hocus-pocus, and when his palace was besieged by the usual unsavoury crowd, he ordered them to be turned away with a dole. On the only occasion when he was importuned into laying his hand on a patient, he said to him, God give you better health and more sense. However, the practice was continued, as might have been expected by the dull bigot James II and his dull daughter Queen Anne. In his childhood, Dr. Johnson was touched for scrofula by the Queen, and he always retained a faint but solemn recollection of her as of a lady in diamonds with a long black hood. To judge by the too faithful picture which his biographer has drawn of the doctor's appearance in later life, we may conclude that the touch of the Queen's hand was not a perfect remedy for the disorder.
Perhaps the stream of divine grace which had flowed so copiously in the veins of Charles II had been dried up by the interposition of the sceptical William.
Other kings and chiefs have claimed to heal diseases by a touch. The King of France also claimed to possess the same gift of healing by touch, which they are said to have derived from Clovis or from St. Louis, while our English claims inherited it from Edward the Confessor. We may suspect that these estimates of the antiquity of the gift were far too modest, and that the barbarous, nay savage predecessors, both of the Saxon and of the Merovingian kings, had with the same justice claimed the same powers many ages before. Down to the 19th century, the West African tribe of the Wallows in Senegal ascribed to their royal family a like power of healing by touch. Mothers have been seen to bring their sick children to the Queen, who touched them solemnly with her foot on the back, the stomach, the head and the legs, after which the women departed in peace, convinced that their children had been made whole. Similarly, the savage chiefs of Tonga are believed to heal scrofula and cases of indurated liver by the touch of their feet, and the cure was strictly homeopathic, for disease as well as the cure was thought to be caused by contact with a royal person or with anything that belonged to it. The fact royal personages in the Pacific and elsewhere have been supposed to live in a sort of atmosphere highly charged with what we may call spiritual electricity, which, if it blasts all who intrude into its charmed circle, has happily also the gift of making them whole again by a touch. We may conjecture that similar views prevailed in ancient times as to the predecessors of our English monarchs, and that accordingly scrofula received its name of the king's evil from the belief that it was caused as well as cured by contact with the king. In Loango, palsy is called the king's disease because the Negroes imagine it to be heaven's punishment for treason meditated against the king. On the whole, kings seem to have been often evolved out of magicians, but in course of time to have exchanged magical for religious functions, in other words, to have become priests instead of sorcerers. On the whole, then, we seem to be justified in inferring that in many parts of the world the king is the lineal successor of the old magician or medicine man. When once a special class of sorcerers has been segregated from the community and entrusted by it with the discharge of duties on which the public safety and welfare are believed to depend, these men gradually rise to wealth and power till their leaders blossom out into sacred kings. But the great social revolution which thus begins with democracy and ends in despotism, is attended by an intellectual revolution which affects both the conception and the functions of royalty. For as time goes on, the fallacy of magic becomes more and more apparent to the acuter minds, and is slowly displaced by religion. In other words, the magician gives way to the priest, who, renouncing the attempt to control directly the processes of nature for the good of man, seeks to attain the same end indirectly by appealing to the gods and to do for him what he no longer fancies he can do for himself. Hence the king, starting as a magician, tends gradually to exchange the practice of magic for the priestly functions of prayer and sacrifice, and while the distinction between the human and the divine is still imperfectly drawn, it is often imagined that men may themselves attain to godhead, not merely after their death, but in their lifetime, through the temporary or permanent possession of their whole nature by a great and powerful spirit. No class of the community has benefited so much as kings by this belief in the possible incarnation of a god in human form. The doctrine of that incarnation, and with it the theory of the divinity of kings in the strict sense of the word, will form the subject of the following chapter.
End of section 14. Section 15 of The Golden Bough, Part 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey.
Chapter 7. Incarnate Human Gods. The conception of gods has been slowly evolved. The instances which in the preceding chapters I have drawn from the beliefs and practices of rude peoples all over the world may suffice to prove that the savage fails to recognize those limitations to his power over nature which seem so obvious to us. In a society where every man is supposed to be endowed more or less with powers which we should call supernatural, it is plain that the distinction between gods and men is somewhat blurred, or rather has scarcely emerged. The conception of gods as superhuman beings endowed with powers to which man possesses nothing comparable in degree, and hardly even in kind, has been slowly evolved in the course of history. By primitive peoples, the supernatural agents are not regarded as greatly, if at all, superior to man, for they may be frightened and coerced by him into doing his will. At this stage of thought, the world is viewed as a great democracy. All beings in it, whether natural or supernatural, are supposed to stand on a footing of tolerable equality, but with the growth of his knowledge, man learns to realize more clearly the vastness of nature and his own littleness and feebleness in presence of it. The recognition of his helplessness does not, however, carry with it a corresponding belief in the importance of those supernatural beings with which his imagination peoples the universe. On the contrary, it enhances his conception of their power. For the idea of the world as a system of impersonal forces acting in accordance with fixed and invariable laws has not yet fully dawned or darkened upon him. The germ of the idea he certainly has, and he acts upon it not only in magic art, but in much of the business of daily life. But the idea remains undeveloped, and so far as he attempts to explain the world he lives in, he pictures it as the manifestation of conscious will and personal agency. If then he feels himself to be so frail and slight, how vast and powerful must he deem the beings who control the gigantic machinery of nature. As religion grows, magic declines into a black art. Thus, as his old sense of equality with the gods slowly vanishes, he resigns at the same time the hope of directing the course of nature by his own unaided resources, that is, by magic, and looks more and more to the gods as the sole repositories of those supernatural powers which he once claimed to share with them. With the advance of knowledge, therefore, prayer and sacrifice assume the leading place in religious ritual, and magic, which once ranked with them as a legitimate equal, is gradually relegated to the background and sinks to the level of a black art. It is now regarded as an encroachment at once vain and impious on the domain of the gods, and as such encounters the steady opposition of the priests, whose reputation and influence rise or fall with those of their gods. Hence, when at a late period the distinction between religion and superstition has emerged, we find that sacrifice and prayer are the resource of the pious and enlightened portion of the community, while magic is a refuge of the superstitious and ignorant. But when still later the conception of the elemental forces as personal agents is giving way to the recognition of natural law, then magic, based as it implicitly is on the idea of a necessary and invariable sequence of cause and effect, independent of personal will, reappears from the obscurity and discredit into which it had fallen, and by investigating the casual sequence in nature, directly prepares the way for science. Alchemy leads up to chemistry. The conception of a man-god or deity, incarnate in human form, belongs to an early stage of religious history. The notion of a man-god, or of a human being endowed with divine or supernatural powers, belongs essentially to that earlier period of religious history, which gods and men are still viewed as beings of much the same order, and before they are divided by the impassable gulf, which, to later thought, opens out between them. Strange, therefore, as may seem to us the idea of a god incarnate in human form, is nothing very startling for an early man, who sees in a man-god, or a god-man, only a higher degree of the same supernatural powers, which he arrogates in perfect good faith to himself. Nor does he draw any very sharp distinction between a god and a powerful sorcerer. His gods, as we have seen, are often merely invisible magicians who, behind the veil of nature, work the same sort of charms and incantations which the human magician works in a visible and bodily form among his fellows. And as the gods are commonly believed to exhibit themselves in the likeness of men to their worshippers, it is easy for the magician, with his supposed miraculous powers, to acquire the reputation of being an incarnate deity, thus beginning as little more than a simple conjurer. The medicine man or magician tends to blossom out into a full-blown god and king in one. Only in speaking of him as a god, we must be aware of importing into the savage conception of deity those very abstract and complex ideas which we attach to the term. Our ideas on this profound subject are the fruit of a long intellectual and moral evolution, and they are so far from being shared by the savage that he cannot even understand them when they are explained to him. Much of the controversy which has raged as to the religion of the lower races has sprung merely from a mutual misunderstanding. The savage does not understand the thoughts of the civilized man, and few civilized men understand the thoughts of the savage. When the savage uses his word for God, he has in his mind a being of a certain sort. When the civilized man uses his word for God, he has in his mind a being of a very different sort. And if, as commonly happens, the two men are equally unable to place themselves at the other's point of view, nothing but confusion and mistakes can result from their discussions. If we civilized men insist on limiting the name of God to that particular conception of the divine nature which we ourselves have formed, then we must confess that the savage has no God at all. But we shall adhere more closely to the facts of history if we allow most of the higher savages, at least, to possess a rudimentary notion of certain supernatural beings who may fittingly be called gods, though not in the full sense in which we use the word. That rudimentary notion represents, in all probability, the germ out of which the civilized peoples have gradually evolved their own high conceptions of deity, and if we could trace the whole course of religious development, we might find that the chain which links our idea of the godhead with that of the savage is one and unbroken. Examples of incarnate human deities. With these explanations and cautions, I will now adduce some examples of gods who have been believed by their worshippers to be incarnate in living human beings, whether men or women. The persons in whom a deity is thought to reveal himself are by no means always kings or descendants of kings. A supposed incarnation may take place even in men of the humblest rank. In India, for example, one human god started in life as a cotton bleacher and another as the son of a carpenter. I shall therefore not draw my examples exclusively from royal personages, as I wish to illustrate the general principle of the deification of living men. In other words, the incarnation of a deity in human form. Such incarnate gods are common in rude society. The incarnation either temporary or permanent. The incarnation may be temporary or permanent. In the former case, the incarnation, commonly known as inspiration or possession, reveals itself in supernatural knowledge rather than in supernatural power. In other words, its usual manifestations are divination and prophecy rather than miracles. On the other hand, when the incarnation is not merely temporary, and the divine spirit has permanently taken up its abode in a human body, the god-man is usually expected to vindicate his character by working miracles. Only when we have to remember that by men at this stage of thought, miracles are not considered as breaches of natural law. Not conceiving the existence of natural law, primitive man cannot conceive a breach of it. A miracle is to him merely an unusually striking manifestation of a common power. Temporary incarnation of gods in human form among the Polynesians. The belief in temporary incarnation or inspiration is worldwide. Certain persons are supposed to be possessed from time to time by a spirit or deity. While the possession lasts, their own personality lies in abeyance. The presence of the spirit is revealed by convulsive shiverings and shakings of the man's whole body, by wild gestures and excited looks, all of which are referred not to the man himself, but to the spirit which has entered into him, and in this abnormal state all his utterances are accepted as the voice of the god or spirit dwelling in him and speaking through him. Thus, for example, in the Sandwich Islands, the king impersonating the god uttered the responses of the oracle from his concealment in a frame of wickerwork, but in the southern islands of the Pacific the god has frequently entered the priest, who, inflated as it were with the divinity, ceased to act to speak as a voluntary agent, but moved and spoke as entirely under supernatural influence. In this respect there was a striking resemblance between the rude oracles of the Polynesians and those of the celebrated nations of ancient Greece. As soon as the god was supposed to have entered the priest, the latter became violently agitated and worked himself up to the highest pitch of apparent frenzy. The muscles of the limbs seemed convulsed, the body swelled, the countenance became terrific, the features distorted, and the eyes wild and strained. In this state he often rolled on the earth, foaming at the mouth, as if labouring under the influence of the divinity by whom he was possessed. In shrill cries, the violent, often indistinct sounds revealed the will of the god. The priests, who were attending and versed in the mysteries, received and reported to the people the declarations which had been thus received. When the priest had uttered the response to the oracle, the violent paroxysm gradually subsided, and a comparative composure ensued. The god did not, however, always leave him as soon as the communication had been made. Sometimes the name Taura, or priest, continued for 2 or 3 days. Possessed by the spirit or deity, a piece of a native cloth of a peculiar kind, worn round one arm, was an indication of inspiration, or of the indwelling of the god with the individual who wore it. The acts of the man during this period were considered as those of the god, and hence the greatest attention was paid to his expressions and the whole of his deportment. When Uruhia uttered the inspiration of the spirit, the priest was always considered as sacred as the god, and was called during this period a Tua god, though at other times only denominated Tua or priest. Temporary incarnation of gods in Mangaia, Fiji, Bali, and Celebes. In Mangaia, an island on the South Pacific, the priests in whom the gods took up their abode from time to time were called the god boxers, or, for shortness, gods. Before giving oracles as gods, they drank an intoxicating liquor, and in the frenzy thus produced their wild whirling words were received as the voice of the deity.
In Fiji, there is in every tribe a certain family who alone are liable to be thus temporarily inspired or possessed by a divine spirit. Their qualification is hereditary, and any one of the ancestral gods may choose his vehicle from among them. I have seen this possession, and a horrible sight it is. In one case, after the fit was over, for some time the man's muscles and nerves twitched and quivered in an extraordinary way. He was naked except for his breech clout, and on his naked breast little snakes seemed to be wriggling for a moment or two beneath his skin, disappearing, and then suddenly reappearing in another part of his chest. When the mabit, which we may translate priest for want of a better word, is seized by the possession, the god within him calls out his own name in a stridulous tone. It is I, Katsuiver, or some other name.
At the next possession, some other ancestor may declare himself. In Bali, there are certain persons called Peramas, who are predestined or fitted by nature to become the temporary abode of the invisible deities. When a god is to be consulted, the villagers go and compel some of these mediums to lend their services. Sometimes the medium leaves his consciousness at home and is then conducted with marks of honour to the temple, ready to receive the godhead into his person. Temporary incarnation of gods in human form. Generally, however, some time passes before he can be brought into the requisite frame of body and mind, but the desired result may be hastened by making him inhale the smoke of incense or surrounding him with a band of singing men or women. The soul of the medium quits for a time his body, which is thus placed at the disposal of the deity, and up to the moment when his consciousness returns, all his words and acts are regarded as proceeding not from himself but from the god. So long as the possession lasts, he is a Dewa Kaparagan, that is, a god has become a man, and in that character he answers the question put to him. During this time his body is believed to be immortal and hence invulnerable. A dance with swords and pikes follows the consultation of the oracle, but these weapons could make no impression on the ethereal body of the inspired medium. In Poso, a district of central Celebes, sickness is often supposed to be caused by an alien substance, such as a piece of tobacco, a stick, or even a chopping knife, which has been introduced unseen into the body of the sufferer by the magic art of an insidious foe. To discover and eject this foreign matter is a task for a god, who, for this purpose, enters into the body of a priestess, speaks through her mouth, and performs the necessary surgical operation with her hands. An eyewitness of the ceremony has told how, when the priestess sat beside the sick man, with her head covered by a cloth, she began to quiver and shake, and to sing in a strident tone, at which someone observed to the writer, "Now her own spirit is leaving her body, and a god is taking its place." On removing the cloth from her head, she was no longer a woman but a heavenly spirit, and gazed about her with an astonished air, as if to ask how she came from her own celestial region to this humble abode. Yet the divine spirit condescended to chew betel and to drink palm wine, like any poor mortal of earthly mould. After she had pretended to extract the cause of the disease by laying the cloth from her head on the patient's stomach and pinching it, she veiled her face once more, sobbed, quivered, and shook violently, at which the people said, "The human spirit is returning into her." Deification of the sacrificer in Brahmin ritual. A Brahmin householder who performs the regular half-monthly sacrifices is supposed thereby to become himself a deity for a time. In the words of the Satapatha Brahmana, he who is consecrated draws nigh to the gods and becomes one of the deities. All formulas of the consecration are Odgrabhama, elevatory, since he who is consecrated elevates himself, Adgrab, from this world to the world of the gods. He elevates himself by means of these same formulas. He who is consecrated indeed becomes both Vishnu and a sacrificer, for when he is consecrated, he is Vishnu, and when he sacrifices, he is a sacrificer. After he has completed the sacrifice, he becomes man again, divesting himself of his sacred character with the words, "Now I am he who I really am," which are thus explained in the Satapatha Brahmana. In entering upon the vow, he becomes, as it were, non-human, and as it would not be becoming for him to say, "I enter from truth into untruth," and as in fact he now again becomes man, let him therefore divest himself of the vow with the text, "Now I am he who I really am." The new birth. The means by which the sacrificer passes from untruth to truth, from the human to the divine, was a simulation of a new birth. He was sprinkled with water as a symbol of seed. He feigned to be an embryo and shut himself up in a special hut, which resembled the womb. Under his robe he wore a belt, and over it the skin of a black antelope. The belt stood for the navel string, and the robe and the black antelope skin represented the inner and outer membranes, the amnion and the chorion, in which an embryo is wrapped. He might not scratch himself with his nails or a stick, because he was an embryo, and were an embryo scratched with nails or a stick it would die. If he moved about in the hut, it was because the child moves about in the womb. If he kept his fist doubled up, it was because an unborn babe does the same. If in bathing he put off the black antelope skin, but retained his robe, it is because the child is born with the amnion and not the chorion. By these practices he acquired, in addition to his old natural and mortal body, a new body that was sacramental and immortal, invested with superhuman powers, encircled with an aureole of fire. Thus, by a new birth, a regeneration of his carnal nature, the man became a god. At his natural birth, the Brahmins said, man is born but in part. It is by sacrifice that he is truly born into the world. The funeral rites which ensure the final passage from earth to heaven might be considered as a phrase of the new birth. In truth, they said, man is born thrice. At first he is born of his father and mother, then when he sacrifices he is born again, and lastly when he dies and is laid on the fire, he is born again from it, and that is his third birth. That is why they say that man is born thrice.
Temporary incarnation or inspiration produced by drinking blood.
But examples of such temporary inspiration are so common in every part of the world, and are now so familiar through books on ethnology, that it is needless to multiply illustrations of the general principle.
It may be well, however, to refer to two particular modes of producing temporary inspiration, because they are perhaps less known than some others, and because we shall have occasion to refer to them later on. One of these modes of producing inspiration is by sucking the fresh blood of a sacrificed victim. In the temple of Apollo Diradeots at Argos, a lamb was sacrificed by night once a month. A woman who had to observe a rule of chastity tasted the blood of the lamb, and thus, being inspired by the god, she prophesied or divined.
At Agira, in Akia, the priestess of earth drank the fresh blood of a bull before she descended into the cave to prophesy.
In southern India, a devil dancer cuts and lacerates his flesh till the blood flows, lashes himself with a huge whip, presses a burning torch to his breast, drinks the blood which flows from his own wounds, or drinks the blood of the sacrifice, putting the throat of the decapitated goat to his mouth.
Then, as if he had acquired new life, he begins to brandish his staff of bells and to dance with a quick but wild unsteady step. Suddenly, the Aphaetus descends. There is no mistaking that glare or those frantic leaps. He snorts, he stares, he gyrates. The demon has now taken bodily possession of him, and though he retains the power of utterance and of motion, both are under the demon's control, and his separate consciousness is in abeyance. The bystanders signalize the event by raising a long shout, attended with a peculiar vibratory noise, which is caused by the motion of the hand and tongue, or of the tongue alone. The devil dancer is now worshipped as a present deity, and every bystander consults him respecting his disease, his wants, the welfare of his absent relatives, the offerings to be made for the accomplishment of these wishes, and, in short, respecting everything for which superhuman knowledge is supposed to be available. Similarly, among the Kurivakarans, a class of bird catchers and beggars in southern India, the goddess Kali is believed to descend upon the priest, and he gives oracular replies after sucking the blood which streams from the cut throat of a goat. After the festival of the Alfoors of Minahasa in northern Celebes, after a pig has been killed, the priest rushes furiously at it, thrusts his head into the carcass and drinks of the blood. Then he is dragged away from it by force and set on a chair, whereupon he begins to prophesy how the rice crop will turn out that year. A second time he runs at the carcass and drinks of the blood. A second time he is forced into the chair and continues his predictions. It is thought that there is a spirit in him which possesses the power of prophecy. Drinking blood as means of inspiration. At Retra, a great religious capital of the Western Slavs, the priest tastes the blood of the sacrificed oxen and sheep in order to better to prophecy. The true test of the Danyal or diviner among some of the Hindu Kush tribes is to suck the blood from the neck of a decapitated goat. The Takars on the border of Kashmir have prophets who act as inspired mediums between the deity and his worshippers. At the sacrifice, the prophet inhales the smoke of the sacred cedar in order to keep off evil spirits, and sometimes he drinks the warm blood as it spouts from the neck of the decapitated victim before he utters his oracle. The heathen of Haran regarded blood as unclean, but nevertheless drank it because they believed it to be the food of demons, and thought that by imbibing it they entered into communion with the demons who would thus visit them and lift the veil that hides the future from mortal vision. Temporary incarnation or inspiration produced by means of a sacred tree or plant. The other mode of producing temporary inspiration, to which I shall here refer, consists in the use of a sacred tree or plant. Thus in Hindu Kush, a fire is kindled with twigs of the sacred cedar, and the Dinyal or Sobel, with a cloth over her head, inhales the thick pungent smoke till she is seized with the convulsions and falls senseless to the ground. Soon she rises and raises a shrill chant, which is caught up and loudly repeated by her audience. So Apollo's prophetess ate the sacred laurel and was fumigated with it before she prophesied. The Bacchanals ate ivy, and their inspired fury was by some believed to be due to the exciting and intoxicating properties of the plant. In Uganda, the priest, in order to be inspired by his god, smokes a pipe of tobacco fiercely till he works himself into a frenzy. The loud, excited tones in which he then talks are recognized as the voices of the god speaking through him. In Madura, an island off the north coast of Java, each spirit has its regular medium, who is oftener a woman than a man. To prepare herself for the reception of the spirit, she inhales the fumes of incense, sitting with her head over a smoking censer. Gradually she falls into a sort of trance, accompanied by shrieks, grimaces, and violent spasms. The spirit is now supposed to have entered into her, and when she grows calmer, her words are regarded as oracular, being the utterances of the indwelling spirit, while her own soul is temporarily absent.
Inspired victims. It is worth observing that many peoples expect the victim, as well as a priest or prophet, to give signs of inspiration by convulsive movements of the body. and if the animal remains obstinately steady, they esteem it unfit for sacrifice. Thus when the Yakuts sacrifice to an evil spirit, the beast must bellow and roll about, which is considered a token that the evil spirit has entered into it. Apollo's prophetess could give no oracles unless the sacrificial victim trembled in every limb when the wine was poured on its head. But for ordinary Greek sacrifices, it was enough that the victim should shake its head. To make it do so, water was poured on it. Many other peoples, Tonquinese, Hindus, Chawash, and so forth, have adopted the same test of a suitable victim. They pour water or wine on its head. If the animal shakes its head, it is accepted for sacrifice. If it does not, it is rejected. Among the Kafirs of the Hindu Kush, the priest or his substitute pours water into the ear and all down the spine of the intended victim, whether it be a sheep or a goat. It is not enough that the animal should merely shake its head to get the water out of its ear. It must shake its whole body as a wet dog shakes himself. When it does so, a kissing sound is made by all present, and the victim is forthwith slaughtered.
Divine power acquired by temporary inspiration. The person temporarily inspired is believed to acquire not merely divine knowledge, but also, at least occasionally, divine power. In Cambodia, when an epidemic breaks out, it happens that several villages unite and go with a band of music at their head to look for the man whom the local god is supposed to have chosen for his temporary incarnation. When found, the man is conducted to the altar of the god where the mystery of incarnation takes place. There the man becomes an object of veneration to his fellows, who implore him to protect the village against the plague. A certain image of Apollo, which stood in a sacred cave at Hylay near Magnesia, was thought to impart superhuman strength. Sacred men, inspired by it, leaped down precipices, tore up huge trees by the roots, and carried them on their backs along the narrowest defiles. The feats performed by inspired dervishes belonged to the same class.
Human gods or men permanently possessed by deity. Thus far we have seen that the savage, failing to discern the limits of his ability to control nature, ascribes to himself and to all men certain powers which we should now call supernatural. Further, we have seen that, over and above this general supernaturalism, some persons are supposed to be inspired for short periods by a divine spirit, and thus temporarily to enjoy the knowledge and power of the indwelling deity. From beliefs like these, it is an easy step to the conviction that certain men are permanently possessed by deity, or in some other undefined way are endued with so high a degree of supernatural power as to be ranked as gods and to receive the homage of prayer and sacrifice. Sometimes these human gods are restricted to purely supernatural or spiritual functions. Sometimes they exercise supreme political power in addition. In the latter case, they are kings as well as gods, and the government is a theocracy. Human gods in the Pacific. Thus in the Marquesas, or Washington Islands, there was a class of men who were deified in their lifetime. They were supposed to wield a supernatural power over the elements. They could give abundant harvests or smite the ground of barrenness. They could inflict disease or death. Human sacrifices were offered to them to avert their wrath. There were not many of them, at the most 1 or 2 in each island. They lived in mystic seclusion.
Their powers were sometimes, but not always, hereditary. A missionary has described one of these human gods from a personal observation. The god was a very old man who lived in a large house within an enclosure. In the house was a kind of altar, and on the beams of the house and on the trees round it were hung human skeletons, head down. No one entered the enclosure except the persons dedicated to the service of the god. Only on days when human victims were sacrificed might ordinary people penetrate into the precinct. This human god received more sacrifices than all other gods. Often he would sit on a sort of scaffold in front of his house and call for 2 or 3 human victims at a time. They were always brought, for the terror he inspired was extreme. He was invoked all over the island, and offerings were sent to him from every side. Again, of the South Sea Islands in general, we are told that each island had a man who represented or personified the divinity. Such men were called gods, and their substance was confounded with that of the deity. The man god was sometimes the king himself. Oftener, he was a priest or a subordinate chief. Taratoa, king of Ratia, was deified by a certain ceremony performed as the chief temple.
As one of the divinities of his subjects, therefore, the king was worshipped, consulted as an oracle, and had sacrifices and prayers offered to him. This is not an exceptional case. The kings of the island regularly enjoyed divine honours, being deified at the time of their accession. At his inauguration, the king of Tahiti received a small girdle of red and yellow feathers, which not only raised him to the highest earthly station, but identified him with their gods. A new piece about 18 inches long was added to the belt at the inauguration of every king, and 3 human victims were sacrificed in the process. The king's houses were called the Clouds of Heaven. The rainbow was the name of the canoe in which he voyaged. His voice was spoken of as thunder, and the glare of the torches in his dwelling as lightning. And when the people saw them in the evening, as they passed near his house, instead of saying the torches were burning in the palace, they would remark that the lightning was flashing in the clouds of heaven. When he moved from one district to another on the shoulders of his bearers, he was said to be flying. The natives of Futuna, an island in the South Pacific, are not content with deifying the evils that afflict them. They place gods everywhere, and even go so far as to suppose that the greatest of all the spirits resides in the person of their prince as a living sanctuary. From this belief springs a strange mode of regarding their king and behaving under his authority. In their eyes, the sovereign is not responsible for his acts. They deem him inspired by the divine spirit whose tabernacle he is. Hence, his will is sacred. Even his whims and rages are revered. And if it pleases him to play the tyrant, his subjects submit from conscientious motives to the vexations he inflicts on them.
The gods of Samoa generally appeared in animal form, but sometimes they were permanently incarnate in men, who gave oracles, received offerings, occasionally of human flesh, healed the sick, answered prayers, and so on. In regard to the old religion of the Fijians, and especially of the inhabitants of Somosomo, it is said that there appears to be no certain line of demarcation between departed spirits and gods, nor between gods and living men. For many of the priests and old chiefs are considered sacred persons, and not a few of them will also claim to themselves the right of divinity. I am a god, Tuikila would say, and he believed it too. In the Pelu Islands, it is thought that every god can take possession of a man and speak through him. The possession may be either temporary or permanent. In the latter case, the chosen person is called a korong. The god is free in his choice, so the position of korong is not hereditary. After the death of a korong, the god is for some time unrepresented, until he suddenly makes his appearance in a new avatar. The person thus chosen gives signs of the divine presence by behaving in a strange way. He gapes, runs about, and performs a number of senseless acts. At first people laugh at him, but his sacred mission is in time recognized, and he is invited to assume his proper position in the state. Generally, this position is a distinguished one and confers on him a powerful influence over the whole community. In some of the islands, the god is political sovereign of the land, and hence his new incarnation, however humble his origin, is raised on the same high rank and rules as god and king over all the other chiefs. Human gods in ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptians, far from restricting their adoration to cats and dogs and such small deer, very liberally extended it to men. One of these human deities resided at the village of Anubis, and burnt sacrifices were offered to him on the altars, after which, says Porphyry, he would eat his dinner just as if he were an ordinary mortal. Human gods in ancient Greece. In classical antiquity, the Sicilian philosopher Empedocles gave himself out to be not merely a wizard, but a god. Addressing his fellow citizens in verse, he said, "O friends, in this great city there climbs a yellow slope, of Agrigenturum's citadel, who make good works your scope, who offer to the stranger a haven quiet and fair. All hail, among you honoured I walk with lofty air. With garlands blooming, garlands you crown my noble brow, a mortal man no longer, a deathless godhead now. Wherever I go, the people crowd round and worship pay, and thousands follow seeking to learn the better way. Some crave prophetic visions, some smit with anguish sore, would fain hear words of comfort and suffer pain no more." He asserted that he could teach his disciples how to make the wind to blow or to be still, the rain to fall and the sun to shine, how to banish sickness and old age and to raise the dead. When Demetrius Poliorcetes restored the Athenian democracy in 307 BC, the Athenians decreed divine honours on him and his father Antigonus, both of them being then alive under the title of the Saviour gods. Altars were set up to the saviours, and a priest appointed to attend to their worship. The people went forth to meet their deliverer with hymns and dances, with garlands and incense and libations. They lined the streets and sang that he was the only true God, for the other gods slept, or dwelt far away, or were not. In the words of a contemporary poet, which were chanted in public and sung in private, "Of all the gods the greatest and the dearest to the city are come, For Demeter and Demetrius, together time is brought. She comes to hold the maiden's awful rights, and he joyous and fair and laughing, as befits a god. A glorious sight with all his friends about him, he in their midst. They like to stars, and he the sun. Son of Poseidon, the mighty Aphrodite's son. All hail. The other gods dwell far away, or have no ears, or are not, or pay us no heed. But thee we present see, no god of wood or stone, but Godhead true. Therefore to thee we pray.
Human goddesses among the ancient Germans. The ancient Germans believed that there was something holy in women, and accordingly consulted them as oracles. Their sacred women, we are told, looked on the eddying rivers and listened to the murmur or the roar of the water, and from the sight and sound foretold what would come to pass. But often the veneration of the men went further, and they worshipped women as true and living goddesses. For example, in the reign of Vespasian, a certain Philida of the tribe of the Bructeri was commonly held to be a deity, and in that character reigned over her people, her sway being acknowledged far and wide. She lived in a tower on the river Lippe, a tributary of the Rhine. When the people of Cologne sent to make a treaty with her, the ambassadors were not admitted to her presence. The negotiations were conducted through a minister, who acted as the mouthpiece of her divinity and reported her oracular utterances. The example shows how easily among our rude forefathers the ideas of divinity and royalty coalesced. It is said that among the Getae down to the beginning of our era, there was always a man who personified a god and was called God by the people. He dwelt on a sacred mountain and acted as advisor to the king. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Golden Bough, Part 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7, Incarnate Human Gods, Part 2. Human Gods in Southeast Africa.
An early Portuguese historian informs us that the Quative, or king of Sofala in southeastern Africa, is a woolly-haired Kafir, a heathen who adores nothing whatever and has no knowledge of God. On the contrary, he esteems himself the god of all his lands, and is so looked upon and reverenced by his subjects. When they suffer necessity or scarcity, they have recourse to the king, firmly believing that he can give them all that they desire or have need of, and can obtain anything from his dead predecessors, with whom they believe that he holds converse. For this reason they ask the king to give them rain when it is required, and other favourable weather for their harvest, and in coming to ask for any of these things, they bring him valuable presents, which the king accepts, bidding them return to their homes, and he will be careful to grant their petitions. They are such barbarians that though they see how often the king does not give them what they ask for, they are not undeceived, but make him still great offerings. And many days are spent in these comings and goings, until the weather turns to rain, and the Kafirs are satisfied, believing that the king did not grant their request, until he had been well bribed and importuned, as he himself affirms, in order to maintain them in their error. The Zimbas, or Muzimbas, are among people of southeastern Africa, who not adore idols or recognize any god, but instead they venerate and honor their king, whom they regard as a divinity, and they say he is the greatest and best in the world. The said king says of himself that he alone is god of the earth, for which reason, if it rains, when he does not wish to do so, or is too hot, he shoots arrows at the sky for not obeying him. Amongst the Barots, a tribe on the upper Zambezi, there is an old but waning belief that a chief is a demigod, and in heavy thunderstorms the Barots flock to the chief's yard for protection from the lightning. I have been greatly distressed at seeing them fall on their knees before the chief, entreating him to open the water pots of heaven and send rain upon their gardens. The king's servants declare themselves to be invincible because they are the servants of God, meaning the king.
Human Gods in South Africa. The Marays of South Africa have a spiritual head to whom they ascribe supernatural powers, revering him as a prophet and designating him by the name Chisompe.
besides a considerable territory which he owns and rules. He receives tribute from all, even from the king Unde. They believe that this being is invisible and immortal, and they consult him as an oracle, in which case he makes himself heard. He is personified by a Famo a Chisampe, that is, by an intimate of the Chisump, whose dignity is hereditary, and he was revered exactly like the supposed Chisump, with whom he is naturally identical. As he names his own successor, disputes as to succession do not arise. His oracles are as unintelligible and ambiguous as can well be imagined. He derives great profit from impostors of both sexes who purchase the gift of soothsaying from him. In the settlement, Lucinda, of the Chisump, where are women who the people regard as his wives, but who, according to the universal belief, cannot bear children. If these women are convicted of an offence with a man, they are burnt along with the partner of their guilt. The Mashona of Southern Africa informed their bishop that they had once had a god, but that the Matabils had driven him away. This last was in reference to a curious custom in some villages of keeping a man they called their god. He seemed to be consulted by the people and had presents given to him. There was one in a village belonging to a chief Magondi in the old days. We were asked not to fire off any guns near the village, or we should frighten him away. This Mashona god was formerly bound to render an annual tribute to the king of the Matabels in the shape of 4 black oxen and 1 dance. A missionary has seen and described the deity discharging the latter part of his duty in front of the royal hut. For 3 mortal hours, without a break, to the banging of a tambourine, the click of castanets, and the drone of a monotonous song, the swarthy god engaged in a frenzied dance, crouching on his arms like a trailer, sweating like a pig, and bounding about with an agility which testified to the strength and elasticity of his divine legs. Human gods of the Makalakas. In the Makalaka hills to the west of Mantabelaland, the natives all acknowledge there dwells a god whom they name Ngwali, much worshipped by the Bushmen of the Makalakas, and feared even by the Matabele. Even Lo Bengula paid tribute and sent presents to him often. This individual has been seen only a few of those who live close by, and who doubtless profit by the numberless offerings made to this strange being, but the god never dies, and the position is supposed to be hereditary in the one family who are the intermediaries for the connection between Ngwali and the outer world. This Makalaka god resides in the depth of a cave in the midst of a labyrinth. Nobody has ever seen him, but he has sons and daughters, who are priests and priestesses, and dwell in the neighbourhood of the grotto. It is rather odd that not long ago 3 sons of this god were put to death like common mortals for having stolen wheat from the king. Lo Bengula probably thought that they should practice justice even more strictly than other folk. In the middle of the cavern, they say, there is a shaft, very deep and very black. From this gulf there issue from time to time terrible noises like the crash of thunder. On the edge of the abyss the worshippers tremblingly lay flesh and wheat, fowls, cakes, and other presents to appease the hunger of the dreadful god and secure his favour. After making this offering, the poor supplicants declare aloud their wishes and the object of their application. They ask to know hidden things, future events, the names of those who have cast a spell on them, and issue of such and such an enterprise. After some moments of profound silence, there are heard, amid the crash of subterranean thunder, inarticulate sounds, strange broken words, of which it is hard to make out the sense, and which the medicine men, Amazizis, who are hand in glove with the makers of thunder, explain to these credulous devotees. Human gods in Central and East Africa. The Baganda of Central Africa believed in a god of Lake Nyanza, who sometimes took up his abode in a man or woman. The incarnate god was much feared by all the people, including the king and the chiefs. When the mystery of incarnation had taken place, the man, or rather the god, removed about 1.5 miles from the margin of the lake, and there awaited the appearance of the new moon, before he engaged his sacred duties. From the moment that the crescent moon appeared faintly in the sky, the king and all his subjects were at the command of the divine man, or Lubar god, as he was called, who reigned supreme not only in matters of faith and ritual, but also in questions of war and state policy. He was consulted as an oracle. By his words he could inflict or heal sickness, withhold rain, and cause famine. Large presents were made to him when his advice was sought. The chief of Ura, a large region of the west of Lake Tanganyika, arrogates to himself divine honours and power, and pretends to abstain from food for days without feeling its necessity, and indeed declares that as a god he is altogether above required food and only eats, drinks, and smokes for the pleasure it affords him. Among the Gelers, when a woman grows tired of the cares of housekeeping, she begins to talk incoherently and to demean herself extravagantly. This is a sign of the descent of the Holy Spirit Kalo upon her. Immediately her husband prostrates himself and adores her. She ceases to bear the humble title of wife and is called Lord. Domestic duties have no further claim on her, and her will is a divine law.
Human gods in West Africa. The king of Lengo is honoured by his people as though he were a god, and is called Sambi and Pango, which mean God. They believe that he can let them have rain when he likes, and once a year, in December, which is the time they want rain, the people come to beg of him to grant it to them. On this occasion the king, standing on his throne, shoots an arrow into the air, which is supposed to bring on rain. Much the same is said of the king of Mombasa, down to a few years ago, when his spiritual reign on earth was brought to an abrupt end by the carnal weapons of English marines and blue jackets. The king of Benin was the chief object of worship in his dominions. He occupies a higher post here than the Pope does in Catholic Europe, for he is not only God's vicegerent upon earth, but a God himself, whose subjects both obey and adore him as such, although I believe their adoration to arise rather from fear than love. The king of Ida told the English officers of the Niger expedition, "God made me after his own image. I am all the same as God, and he appointed me a king." In the language of the Hos, an Ui tribe of Tongaland, the word for God is Mo, and the great god is Maoga. They personify the blessing of God, and say that the great God dwells with a rich man. From the personification of the divine blessing to the deification of the man himself, the step is not a long one, and as a matter of fact it is taken. The Hos know men in whose life are to be seen so many resemblances to the great God, and they call them simply Mao. In the neighbourhood of Ho, there lived a good many years ago a man who enjoyed an extraordinary reputation to the whole of the neighbourhood, and who accordingly named himself Wuwo, that is, more than the others. The people actually paid him divine honours, not indeed in the sense that they sacrificed to him, but in the sense that they followed his words absolutely. They worked on the fields and brought him rich presents. On the coast there lived a respectful old chief who called himself Mau. He was richer than all the other chiefs, and the inhabitants of 27 towns rendered him unconditional obedience. In the circumstance that he was richer and more honoured than all the other chiefs, he saw his resemblance to the deity. Divinity of kings and chiefs in Madagascar. Among the Hovas and other tribes of Madagascar, there is said to be a deep sense of the divinity of kings, and down to the acceptance of Christianity by the late queen, the Hova, sovereigns were regularly termed the visible god, Andriamarinhitra Hitomasu, and other terms of similar import were also applied to them. The chiefs of the Betselo in Madagascar are considered as far above the common people, and are looked upon almost as if they were gods. But the chiefs are supposed to have power as regards the words they utter, not however merely the power which a king possesses, but the power like that of God, a power which works of itself on account of its inherited virtue, and not power exerted through soldiers and strong servants. The Ampadzaka Mandzaka, or sovereign whom the Sakalava of the north often call also Zanhari Antani, God on earth, is surrounded by them with a veneration which resembles idolatry, and the vulgar are simple enough to attribute the creation of the world to his ancestors. The different parts of his body and his least actions are described by nouns and verbs which are foreign to the ordinary language, forming a separate vocabulary called Vula Fali, sacred words, or Vula in Ampanzaka, princely words. Person and the goods of the Ampanzaka Mansaka are Fali, sacred. Divining kings in the Malay region. The theory of the real divinity of a king is said to be held strongly in the Malay region. Not only is a king's person considered sacred, but the sanctity of his body is supposed to communicate itself to his regalia, and to slay those who break the royal taboos. Miraculous power is attributed to regalia. Thus it is firmly believed that any one who seriously offends a royal person, who imitates or touches, even for a moment, the chief objects of the regalia, or who wrongfully makes use of the ensign or privileges of royalty, will be kena daulat, that is, struck dead by a sort of electric discharge of that divine power which the Malays suppose to reside in the king's person, and to which they give the name
of toilet or sanctity. The regalia of every petty Malay state is believed to be endowed with supernatural powers, and we are told the extraordinary strength of the Malay belief in the supernatural powers of the regalia of their sovereigns can only be thoroughly realized after a study of their romances, in which their kings are credited with all the attributes of inferior gods, whose birth, as indeed every subsequent act of their afterlife, is attended by the most amazing prodigies. Divine kings and men in the East Indies. Among the Badars of central Sumatra, there is a prince who bears the hereditary title of Singa Margaranja, and is worshipped as a deity. He reigns over Bakara, a village on the south-western shore of Lake Toba, but his worship is diffused among the tribes both near and far. All sorts of strange stories are told of him. It is said that he was 7 years in his mother's womb, and thus came into the world a 7-year-old child. That he has a black hairy tongue, the sight of which is fatal, so that in speaking he keeps his mouth as nearly shut as possible, and gives all his orders in writing. Sometimes he remains 7 months without eating, or sleeps for 3 months together. He can make the sun to shine or the rain to fall at his pleasure. Hence the people pray to him for a good harvest, and worshippers hastened to Bakara from all sides with offerings in the hope of thereby securing his miraculous aid. Wherever he goes, the gongs are solemnly beaten, and the public peace may not be broken. He is said to eat neither pork nor dog's flesh. The Badars used to cherish a superstitious veneration for the Sultan of Minangkabau, and showed a blind submission to his relations and emissaries, real or pretended, when these persons appeared among them for the purpose of levying contributions. Even when insulted and put in fear of their lives, they made no attempt at resistance, for they believed that their affairs would never prosper, that their rights would be blighted, and the buffaloes die, and that they would remain under a sort of spell if they offended these sacred messengers. In the kingdom of Luwu, the great majority of the people have never seen the king, and they believe that, were they to see him, their belly would swell up and they would die on the spot. The farther you go from the capital, the more firmly rooted is this belief. In the time of public calamity, as during war or pestilence, some of the Molucca islanders used to celebrate a festival of heaven. If no good result followed, they bought a slave, took him in the next festival to the place of sacrifice, and set him on a raised place under a certain bamboo tree. This tree represented heaven and had been honoured as its image as former festivals. The portion of the sacrifice which had previously been offered to heaven was now given to the slave, who ate and drank it in the name instead of heaven. Henceforth he was well treated, kept for the festivals of heaven, and employed to represent heaven and receive the offerings in his name. Every Alfor village of northern Ceram has usually 6 priests, of whom the most intelligent discharges the duties of high priest. This man is the most powerful person in the village. All the inhabitants, even the regent, are subject to him and must do his bidding. The common herd regard him as a higher being, a sort of demigod. He aims at surrounding himself with an atmosphere of mystery, and for this purpose lives in great seclusion, generally in the council house of the village, where he conceals himself from vulgar eyes behind a screen or partition. However, in this case the god seems to be in process of incubation rather than full-fledged. Divine kings in Burma and Siam. A peculiarly bloodthirsty monarch of Burma, by name Bodan Seshan, whose very countenance reflected the inbred ferocity of his nature, and under whose reign more victims perished by the executioner than by the common enemy, conceived the notion that he was something more than mortal, and that this high distinction had been granted him as a reward for his numerous good works. Accordingly, he laid aside the title of king, and had to make himself a god. With this view, and in imitation of Buddha, who, before being advanced to the rank of a divinity, had quitted his royal palace and seraglio and retired from the world, Bodan Seshan withdrew from his palace to an immense pagoda, the largest in the empire, which he had been engaged in constructing for many years. Here he held conferences with the most learned monks, in which he sought to persuade them that the 5,000 years assigned for the observance of the law of Buddha were now elapsed, and that he himself was the god who was destined to appear after that period, and to abolish the old law by substituting his own. But to his great mortification, many of the monks undertook to demonstrate the contrary, and this disappointment, combined with his love of power and his impatience under the restraints of an ascetic life, quickly disabused him of his imaginary godhead and drove him back to his palace and his harem. Divinity of the King of Siam. The King of Siam is venerated equally with the divinity. His subjects ought not to look him in the face. They prostrate themselves before him when he passes, and appear before him on his knees, their elbows resting on the ground. There is a special language devoted to his sacred person and attributes, and it must be used by all who speak to or of him. Even the natives have difficulty in mastering this peculiar vocabulary. The hairs of the monarch's head, the soles of his feet, the breadth of his body, indeed every single detail of his person, both outward and inward, have particular names. When he eats or drinks, sleeps or walks, a special word indicates that these acts have been performed by the sovereign, and such words cannot possibly be applied to the acts of any other person whatever. There is no word in the Siamese language by which any creature of higher rank or greater dignity than a monarch can be described, and the missionaries, when they speak of God, are forced to use the native word for king. Divine men in Tonquin. In Tonquin, every village chooses its guardian spirit, often in the form of an animal, as a dog, tiger, cat, or serpent. Sometimes a living person is selected as patron divinity. Thus a beggar persuaded the people of a village that he was their guardian spirit, so they loaded him with honours and entertained him with their best. Divine head of the Babites. At the present day, the head of the great Persian sect of the Babites, Abbas Effendi by name, resides at Acre in Syria, and is held by Frenchmen, Russians, and Americans, especially by rich American ladies, to be an incarnation of God himself. The late Professor S. I. Curtis of Chicago had the honour of dining with the Master, as he is invariably called by his followers, when the incarnation expressed a kindly hope that he might have the pleasure of drinking tea with the Professor in the kingdom of heaven.
Human gods in India. But perhaps no country in the world has been so prolific of human gods as India. Nowhere has the divine grace been poured out in a more liberal measure on all classes of society, from kings down to milkmen. Divine dairymen among the Todas. Thus among the Todas, a pastoral people of the Nilgiri hills of southern India, the dairy is a sanctuary, and the milkman who attend to it has been described as a god. On being asked whether the Todas salute the sun, one of these divine milkmen replied, "These poor fellows do so, but I," tapping his chest, "I, a god. Why should I salute the sun?" Every one, even his own father, prostrates himself before the milkman, and no one would dare to refuse him anything. No human being except another milkman may touch him, and he gives oracles to all who consult him, speaking with the voice of a god. Kings and Brahmins considered as gods in India. Further in India, every king is regarded as little short of a present god. The Hindu law book of Manu goes farther and says that even an infant king must not be despised from an idea that he is a mere mortal, for he is a great deity in human form. As to the Brahmins, it is laid down in the same treatise that a Brahmin, be he ignorant or learned, is a great divinity, just as the fire, whether carried forth for the performance of a burnt oblation or not carried forth, is a great divinity. Further, it is said that though Brahmins employ themselves in all sorts of mean occupations, they must be honoured in every way, for each of them is a very great deity. In another ancient Hindu book we read that, verily, there are two kinds of gods, for indeed the gods are the gods, and the Brahmins who have studied and teach sacred law are the human gods. The sacrifice of these is divided into two kinds. Oblations constitute the sacrifice to the gods, and gifts to the priests that to the human gods, the Brahmins who have studied and teach sacred law. The spiritual power of a Brahmin priest is described as unbounded. His anger is as terrible as that of the gods. His blessing makes rich, his curse withers. Nay more, he is himself actually worshipped as a god. No marvel, no prodigy in nature is believed to be beyond the limits of his power to accomplish. If the priest were to threaten to bring down the sun from the sky, or arrest it in its daily course in the heavens, no villager would for a moment doubt his ability to do so. As to the mantras, or sacred texts, by means of which the Brahmins exercise their miraculous powers, there is a saying everywhere current in India: "The whole universe is subject to the gods are subject to the mantras to the Brahmins, therefore the Brahmins are our gods." Other human gods in India. There is said to have been a sect in Orissa some years ago who worshipped the late Queen Victoria in her lifetime as their chief divinity, and to this day in India all living persons remarkable for great strength or valour or for supposed miraculous power run the risk of being worshipped as gods. Thus a sect in the Punjab worshipped a deity whom they called Nicholson. This Nicholson was no other than the redoubted General Nicholson, and nothing that this general could do or say damped the ardour of his adorers. The more he punished them, the greater grew the religious awe with which they worshipped him. At Benares a few years ago, a celebrated deity was incarnate in the person of a Hindu gentleman who rejoiced in the euphonious name Swami Bhaskaranandaj Saraswati, and looked uncommonly like the late Cardinal Manning, only more ingenious. His eyes beamed with kindly human interest, and he took what is described as an innocent pleasure in the divine honours paid him by his confiding worshippers.
Lingayat priests worshipped as gods. The Lingayats are the Unitarians of Hinduism, for they believe in only one god, Siva, rejecting the other two persons of the Hindu Trinity, yet they esteem the Jangam, or priest, as superior even to the deity. They pay homage to the Jangam first, and to Siva afterwards. The Jangam is regarded as an incarnation of the deity. In practice, the Jangam is placed first, and as stated above, is worshipped as god upon earth. In 1900, a hillman in Visakhapatnam gave out that he was an incarnate god, and his claims to divinity were accepted by a following of 5,000 people, who, when a skeptical government sent an armed force to suppress the movement, which threatened political trouble, testified to the faith that was in them by resisting even to the shedding of the blood. 2 policemen who refused to bow the knee to the new god were knocked on the head. However, in the scuffle, the deity himself was arrested and laid by the heels in jail, where he died just like a common mortal. Human incarnations of the elephant-headed god Ganpati. At Chinchvad, a small town about 10 miles from Pune in western India, there lives a family of whom one in each generation is believed by a large portion of the Marathas to be an incarnation of the elephant-headed god Ganpati. That celebrated deity was first made flesh about the year 1640 in the person of a Brahmin of Pune by name Morappa Gossin, who sought to work out his salvation by abstinence, mortification, and prayer. His piety had its reward. The god himself appeared to him in a vision of the night and promised that a portion of his, that is, of Ganpati's Holy Spirit, should abide with him and with his seed after him even to the 7th generation. The divine promise was fulfilled. 7 successive incarnations, transmitted from father to son, manifested the light of Ganpati to a dark world. The last of the direct line, a heavy-looking god with very weak eyes, died in the year 1810, but the cause of truth was too sacred, and the value of the church property too considerable to allow the Brahmins to contemplate with equanimity the unspeakable loss that would be sustained by a world which knew not Ganpati. Accordingly, they sought and found a holy vessel in whom the divine spirit of the Master had revealed itself anew, and the revelation had been happily continued in an unbroken succession of vessels from that time to this. But a mysterious law of spiritual economy, whose operation in the history of religion we may deplore, though we cannot alter, has decreed that the miracles wrought by the God-man in these degenerate days cannot compare with those which were wrought by his predecessors in days gone by, and it is even reported that the only sign vouchsafed by him to the present generation of vipers is a miracle of feeding the multitude whom he annually entertains to dinner at Chinchvad.
Worship of the Maharajas as incarnations of Krishna. A Hindu sect, which has many representatives in Bombay and central India, holds that spiritual chiefs, or Maharajas as they are called, are representatives or even actual incarnations on earth of the god Krishna. Hence in the temples, where the Maharajas do homage to the idols, men and women do homage to the Maharajas, prostrating themselves at their feet, offering them incense, fruits and flowers, and waving lights before them, as the Maharajas themselves do before the images of the gods. One mode of worshipping Krishna is by swinging his images in swings. Hence, in every district presided over by a Maharaja, women are wont to worship not Krishna, but the Maharaja by swinging him in pendulous seats. The leavings of his food, the dust on which he treads, the water in which his dirty linen is washed, are all equally swallowed by his devotees, who worship his wooden shoes and prostrate themselves before his seat and his painted portraits. And as Krishna looks down from heaven with most favour on such as minister to the wants of his successors and vicars on earth, a peculiar rite called self-devotion has been instituted,
whereby its faithful worshippers make over their bodies, their souls, and what is perhaps still more important, their worldly substance to his adorable incarnations, and women are taught to believe that the highest bliss for themselves and their families is to be attained by yielding themselves to the embrace of those beings in whom the divine nature mysteriously coexists with the form and even the appetites of true humanity. Pretenders to divinity among Christians. Christianity itself has not uniformly escaped the taint of these unhappy delusions. Indeed, it has often been sullied by the extravagances of vain pretenders to a divinity equal to or even surpassing that of its great founder. In the 2nd century, Montanus the Phrygian claimed to be the incarnate Trinity, uniting in his single person God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. Nor is this an isolated case, the exorbitant pretension of a single ill-balanced mind. From the earliest times down to the present day, many sects have believed that Christ, nay God himself, is incarnate in every fully initiated Christian, and they have carried this belief to its logical conclusion by adoring each other. Tertullian records that this was done by his fellow Christians at Carthage in the 2nd century. The disciple St. Columba worshipped him as an embodiment of Christ, and in the 8th century, Elipandus of Toledo spoke of Christ as a God among gods, meaning that all believers were gods just as truly as Jesus himself. The adoration of each other was customary among the Albigenses, and is noted hundreds of times in the records of the Inquisition at Toulouse in the early part of the 14th century. It is still practiced by the Paulicians of Armenia and the Bogomiles about Moscow. The Paulicians indeed presumed to justify their faith, if not their practice, by the authority of St. Paul, who said, "It is not I that speak, but Christ that dwelleth in me." Hence the members of this Russian sect are known as the Christs. Among them men and women alike take upon themselves the calling of teachers and prophets, and in this character they lead a strict ascetic life, refrain from the most ordinary and innocent pleasures, exhaust themselves by long fasting and wild ecstatic religious exercises, and abhor marriage. Out of the excitement caused by their supposed holiness and inspiration, they call themselves not only teachers and prophets, but also saviours, redeemers, Christs, mothers of God. Generally speaking, they call themselves simply gods, and pray to each other as to real gods and living Christs or Madonnas. Brethren and sisters of the free spirit. In the 13th century, there arose a sect called the Brethren and Sisters of the Free Spirit, who held that by long and assiduous contemplation any man might be united to the Deity in an infallible manner and become one with the source and parent of all living things, and that he who had thus ascended to God and been absorbed in this beatific essence actually formed part of the Godhead, was a Son of God in the same sense and manner with Christ himself, and enjoyed thereby a glorious immunity from the trammels of all laws human and divine. Inwardly transported by this blissful persuasion, though outwardly presenting in their aspects and manners a shocking air of lunacy and distraction, the sectaries roamed from place to place, attired in the most fantastic apparel and begging their bread with wild shouts and clamour, spurning indignantly every kind of honest labour and industry as an obstacle to divine contemplation and to the ascent of the soul towards the Father of Spirits. In all their excursions they were followed by women with whom they lived on terms of the closest familiarity. Those of them who conceived they had made the greatest proficiency in the high spiritual life dispensed with the use of clothes altogether in their assemblies, looking upon decency and modesty as marks of inward corruption, characteristics of a soul that still grovelled under the dominion of the flesh and had not yet been elevated into communion with the divine spirit, its centre and source. Sometimes their progress towards the mystic communion was accelerated by the Inquisition, and they expired in the flames not merely with an uncloudly serenity, but with the most triumphant feelings of cheerfulness and joy. Incarnation of the Holy Ghost. In the same century, a Bohemian woman named Wilhelmina, whose head had been turned by brooding over some crazy predictions about a coming age of the Holy Ghost, persuaded herself and many people besides that the Holy Ghost had actually become incarnate in her person for the salvation of a great part of mankind. She died at Milan in the year 1281, in the most fragrant odour of sanctity, and her memory was held in the highest veneration by a numerous following, and even honoured with religious worship both public and private. Modern incarnations of Jesus Christ. About the year 1830, there appeared in one of the states of the American Union bordering on Kentucky an impostor who declared that he was the Son of God, the Saviour of mankind, and that he had reappeared on earth to recall the impious, the unbelieving, and sinners to their duty. He protested that if they did not mend their ways within a certain time, he would give the signal, and in a moment the world would crumble to ruins. These extravagant pretensions were received with favour even by persons of wealth and positions in society. At last a German humbly besought the new Messiah to announce the dreadful catastrophe to his fellow countrymen in the German language, as they did not understand English, and it seemed a pity that they should be damned merely on that account. The would-be Saviour, in reply, confessed with great candour that he did not know German. "What?" retorted the German. "You, the Son of God, and don't speak all languages, and don't even know German? Come, come, you are a knave, a hypocrite, and a madman. Bedlam is the place for you." The spectators laughed and went away, ashamed of their credulity. About 30 years ago, a new sect was founded at Patiala, in the Punjab, by a wretched creature named Hakim Singh, who lived in extreme poverty and filth, gave himself out to be a reincarnation of Jesus Christ, and offered to baptize the missionaries who attempted to argue with him. He proposed shortly to destroy the British government and to convert and conquer the world. His gospel was accepted by 4,000 believers in his immediate neighbourhood. Cases like these verge on, if they do not cross, the wavering and uncertain line which divides the raptures of religion from insanity. Transmigrations of human deities. Sometimes at the death of the human incarnation, the divine spirit transmigrates into another man. In the kingdom of Kaffa in eastern Africa, the heathen part of the people worship a spirit called Diosu, of whom they offer prayer and sacrifice, and whom they invoke on all important occasions. This spirit is incarnate in the grand magician, or pope, a person of great wealth and influence, ranking almost with the king, and wielding the spiritual as the king wields the temporal power. It happened that shortly before the arrival of a Christian missionary in the kingdom, this African pope died, and the priests, fearing lest the missionary might assume the position vacated by the deceased prelate, declared that the Dios had passed into the king, who henceforth, united the spiritual with the temporal power, reigned as God and king. Before beginning to work at the salt pans in a Laotian village, the workmen often sacrifice to a divinity of the salt pans. This divinity is incarnate in a woman and transmigrates at her death into another woman. In Bhutan, the spiritual head of the government is a dignitary called the Dharma Raja, who is supposed to be a perpetual incarnation of the deity. At his death, the new incarnate God shows himself in an infant by the refusal of his mother's milk and a preference for that of a cow. Transmigrations of the Divine Lamas. The Buddhist Tartars believe in a great number of living Buddhas, who officiate as Grand Lamas at the head of the most important monasteries. When one of these Grand Lamas dies, his disciples do not sorrow, for they know that he will soon reappear, being born in the form of an infant. Their only anxiety is to discover the place of his birth. If at this time they see a rainbow, they take it as a sign sent them by the departed Lama to guide them to his cradle. Sometimes the divine infant himself reveals his identity. "I am the Grand Lama," he says, "the living Buddha of such and such a temple. Take me to my old monastery. I am its immortal head." In whatever way the birthplace of the Buddha is revealed, whether by the Buddha's own avowal or by the sign in the sky, tents are struck, and the joyful pilgrims, often headed by the king or one of the most illustrious of the royal family, set forth to find and bring home the infant God. Generally he is born in Tibet, the Holy Land, and to reach him the caravan is often to traverse the most frightful deserts. When at last they find the child, they fall down and worship him. Before, however, he is acknowledged as the Grand Lama whom they seek, he must satisfy them of his identity. He is asked the name of the monastery of which he claims to be the head, how far off it is, and how many monks live in it. He must also describe the habits of the deceased Grand Lama and the manner of his death. Then various articles, as prayer books, teapots, and cups, are placed before him, and he has to point out those used by himself in his previous life. If he does so without a mistake, his claims are admitted, and he is conducted in triumph to the monastery. At the head of all the Lamas is the Dalai Lama of Lhasa, the Rome of Tibet. Divinity of the Grand Lama of Lhasa. He is regarded as a living God, and at death his divine and immortal spirit is born again in a child. According to some accounts, the mode of discovering the Dalai Lama is similar to the method described of discovering an ordinary Grand Lama. Other accounts speak of an election by drawing lots from a golden jar. Wherever he is born, the trees and plants put forth green leaves. At his bidding, flowers bloom and springs of water rise, and his presence diffuses heavenly blessings. His palace stands on a commanding height. Its gilded cupolas are seen sparkling in the sunlight for miles. In 1661 or 1662, Fathers Gruber and d'Orville, on their return from Peking to Europe, spent 2 months at Lhasa waiting for a caravan, and they report that the Grand Lama was worshipped as a true and living God, that he received the title of the Eternal and Heavenly Father, and that he was believed to have risen from the dead no less than 7 times. He lived withdrawn from the business of this passing world in the recesses of his palace, where, seated aloft on a cushion and precious carpets, he received the homage of his adorers in a chamber screened from the garish eye of day, but glittering with gold and silver, and lit up by the blaze of a multitude of torches. His worshippers, with heads bowed to the earth, attested their veneration by kissing his feet, and even bribed the attendant lamas with great sums to give them a little of the natural secretions of his divine person, which they either swallowed with their food or wore with their necks as an amulet that fortified them against the assaults of every element.
Incarnate human gods in the Chinese Empire. But he is by no means the only man who poses as a god in these regions. A register of all the incarnate gods in the Chinese Empire is kept in the Leifan or Colonial Office at Peking. The number of gods who have thus taken out a license is 160. Tibet is blessed with 30 of them. Northern Mongolia rejoices in 19, and Southern Mongolia basks in the sunshine of no less than 57. The Chinese government, with a paternal solicitude for the welfare of its subjects, forbids the gods on the register to be reborn anywhere but in Tibet. They fear lest the birth of a god in Mongolia should have serious political consequences by stirring the dormant patriotism and warlike spirit of the Mongols, who might rally round an ambitious native deity of royal lineage and seek to win for him, at the point of the sword, a temporal as well as a spiritual kingdom. But besides these public or licensed gods, there are a great many little private gods, or unlicensed practitioners of divinity, who work miracles and bless their people in holes and corners. And of late years the Chinese government has winked at the rebirth of these pettifogging deities outside Tibet. However, once they are born, the government keeps its eye on them, as well as on the regular practitioners, and if any of them misbehaves, he is promptly degraded, banished to a distant monastery, or strictly forbidden ever to be born again in the flesh. Divine head of the Taoist religion in China. At the head of Taoism, the most numerous religious sect of China, is a pope who goes by the name of the Heavenly Master and is believed to be an incarnation and representative on earth of the God of Heaven. His official title is Chen Yan, or the True Man. When one of these pontiffs or incarnate deities departs this life, his soul passes into a male member of his family, the ancient house of Chang. In order to determine the chosen vessel, all the male members of the clan assemble at the palace. Their names are engraved on tablets of lead. The tablets are thrown into a vase full of water, and the one which bears the name of the new incarnation floats on the surface. The reputation and power of the Pope are very great. He lives in princely style at his palace of the Dragon and Tiger Mountains in the province of Kiangsi, about 25 miles to the southwest of Kueki. The road, which is kept in good repair, partly flat and provided at regular intervals with stone halls for the repose of weary pilgrims, leads gradually upward through a bleak and barren district, treeless and thinly peopled, to the summit of a pass from which a beautiful prospect suddenly opens up of a wide and fertile valley watered by a little stream. The scene charms the traveller all the more by contrast with the desert country which he has just traversed. This is the beginning of the Pope's patrimony, which he holds from the Emperor free of taxes. The palace stands in the middle of a little town. It is new and of no special interest, having been rebuilt after the Taiping Rebellion. For in their march northwards, the rebels devastated the papal domains with great fury. About a mile to the east of the palace lie the ruins of stately temples, which also perished in the great rising and have only in part been rebuilt. However, the principal temple is well preserved. It is dedicated to the God of Heaven and contains a colossal image of that deity. The papal residence naturally swarms with monks and priests of all ranks, but the courts and gardens of the monasteries, littered with heaps of broken bricks and stones and mouldering wood, present a melancholy spectacle of decay. And the ruinous state of the religious capital reflects the decline of the papacy. The number of pilgrims has fallen off, and with them the revenues of the Holy See. Of old the Pope ranked with viceroys and the highest dignitaries of the empire. Now he is reduced to the level of a mandarin of the third class, and wears a blue button instead of a red.
Formerly he repaired every year to the imperial court at Peking or elsewhere in order to procure peace and prosperity for the whole kingdom by means of his ceremonies. And on his journey the gods and spirits were bound to come from every quarter to pay him homage, unless he considerately hung out on his palanquin aboard with the notice, "You need not trouble to salute." The people too gathered up the dust or mud from under his feet to preserve it as a priceless talisman. Nowadays, if he goes to court at all, it seems to be not oftener than once in 3 years, and his services are seldom wanted except to ban the demons of plague. But he still exercises the right of elevating deceased mandarins to the rank of local deities, and as he receives a fee for every deification, the ranks of the celestial hierarchy naturally receive many recruits. He also draws considerable revenue from the manufacture and sale of red and green papers inscribed with Kabbalistic characters, which are infallible safeguards against demons, disease, and calamities of every sort. Divine Kings of Peru. From our survey of the religious position occupied by the king in rude societies, we may infer that the claim to divine and supernatural powers put forward by the monarchs of great historical empires like those of Egypt, China, Mexico, and Peru was not the simple outcome of inflated vanity or the empty expression of a grovelling adulation. It was merely a survival and extension of the old savage apotheosis of living kings. Thus, for example, as children of the sun, the Incas of Peru were revered like gods. They could do no wrong, and no one dreamed of offending against the person, honour, or property of the monarch, or of any of the royal race. Hence, too, the Incas did not, like most people, look on sickness as an evil. They considered it a messenger sent from their father the sun to call them to come and rest with him in heaven. Therefore, the usual words in which an Inca announced his approaching end were these: "My father calls me to come and rest with him." They would not oppose their father's will by offering sacrifice for recovery, but openly declared that he had called them to his rest. Divine rulers among the Chibchans. Issuing from the sultry valleys upon the lofty tableland of the Colombian Andes, the Spanish conquerors were astonished to find, in contrast to the savage hordes they had left in the sweltering jungles below, a people enjoying a fair degree of civilization, practicing agriculture, and living under a government which Humboldt has compared to the theocracies of Tibet and Japan. These were the Chibchas, Muiscas, or Moscas, divided into 2 kingdoms, with capitals at Bogota and Tunja, but united apparently in spiritual allegiance to the High Pontiff of Sogamozo or Inca. By a long and ascetic motive, this ghostly ruler was reputed to have acquired such sanctity that the waters and the rain obeyed him, and the weather depended on his will. Divine Kings of Mexico. The Mexican kings at their ascension, as we have seen, took an oath that they would make the sun to shine, the clouds to give rain, the rivers to flow, and the earth to bring forth fruits in abundance. We are told that Montezuma, the last king of Mexico, was worshipped by his people as a god. Divinity of the Chinese emperors. In China, the emperor is not himself worshipped as a deity. He is supposed by his subjects to be the lord and master of all the gods. On the subject, a leading authority on Chinese religion observes, "To no son of China would it ever occur to question the supreme authority wielded by the emperor and his proxies, the mandarins, not only over mankind but also of the gods. For the gods will share in our souls of intrinsically the same nature as those existing in human beings. Why then, simply because they have no human bodies, should they be placed above the emperor, who is no less than a son of heaven, that is to say, of magnitude second to none but heaven, or the power above whom there is none, who governs the universe and all that moves and exists therein?" Such absurdity could not possibly be entertained by Chinese reason. So it is a first article of China's political creed that the emperor, as well as heaven, is lord and master of all the gods, and delegates this dignity to his mandarins, each in his jurisdiction. With them then rests the decision which of the gods are entitled to receive the people's worship, and which are not. It is the imperial government which defies disembodied souls of men, and also divests them of the divine rank. Their worship, if established against its will or without its consent, can be exterminated at its pleasure, without revenge having to be feared from the side of the god for any such radical measure. For the power of even the mightiest and strongest god is a naught compared with that of the august celestial being, with whose will and under whose protection the sun reigns supreme over everything existing below the empyrean, unless he forfeits his omnipotent support through neglect of his imperial duties. Divinity of the Mikado. As the Emperor of China is believed to be a son of heaven, so the Emperor of Japan, the Mikado, is supposed to be an incarnation of the Sun Goddess, a deity who rules the universe, gods and men included. Once a year all the gods wait upon him, and spend a month at his court. During that month, the name of which means without gods, no one frequents the temples, for they are believed to be deserted. Divinity of early Babylonian kings. The early Babylonian kings, from the time of Sargon I to the 4th dynasty of Ur or later, claimed to be gods in their lifetime. The monarchs of the 4th dynasty of Ur, in particular, had temples built in their honor. They set up their statues in various sanctuaries and commanded the people to sacrifice to them. The 8th month was especially dedicated to the kings, and sacrifices were offered to them at the new moon and on the 15th of each month. Again, the Parthian monarchs of the Arsacid house styled themselves brothers of the sun and moon, and worshipped as deities. It was esteemed sacrilege to strike even a private member of the Arsacid family in a brawl. Divinity of Egyptian kings. The kings of Egypt were deified in their lifetime. Sacrifices were offered to them, and their worship was celebrated in special temples and by special priests. Indeed, the worship of the kings sometimes cast that of the gods into the shade. Thus, in the reign of Merenra, the high official declared that he had built many holy places in order that the spirits of the king, the ever-living Merenra, might be invoked more than all the gods. It has never been doubted that the king claimed actual divinity. He was the great god, the golden Horus, the son of Ra. He claimed authority not only over Egypt, but over all lands and nations, the whole world in its length and its breadth, the east and the west, the entire compass of the great circuit of the sun, the sky and what is in it, the earth and all that is upon it, every creature walks upon 2 or upon 4 legs, all that fly or flutter, the whole world offers her productions to him. Whatever in fact might be asserted of the sun god was dogmatically predictable of the king of Egypt. His titles were directly derived from those of the sun god. In the course of his existence, we are told, the king of Egypt exhausted all the possible conceptions of divinity which the Egyptians had framed for themselves. A superhuman god by his birth, and by his royal office, he became the deified man after his death. Thus all that was known of the divine was summed up in him. The divinity of the king was recognized in all the circumstances of the public life of the sovereign. It was not enough to worship Pharaoh in the temple. Beyond the limits of the sanctuary he remained the good god, to whom all men owed a perpetual adoration. The very name of his sovereign was sacred like his person. People swore by his name, as by that of the gods, and he who took the oath in vain was punished. In particular, the king of Egypt was identified with the great sun god Ra, the son of the sun, decked with the solar crowns, armed with the solar weapons. Gods and men adored him as Ra, defended him as Ra from the attacks which menaced in him the divine being, who in his human existence knew the glory and the dangers of being an incarnate son and the living image on earth of his father Tum of Heliopolis. Even the life of the gods depended on the divine life of the king. Gods and men, it is said, live by the words of his mouth. O gods, said the king before celebrating divine worship, you are safe if I am safe. Your doubles are safe if my double is safe at the head of all living doubles. Or live if I live. The king was addressed as Lord of heaven, Lord of earth, Sun, life of the whole world, Lord of time, measurer of the sun's course, Tum for men, Lord of well-being, Creator of the harvest, maker and fashioner of mortals, bestower of breath upon all men, giver of life to all the hosts of gods, pillar of heaven, threshold of the earth, weigher of the equipoise of both worlds, lord of rich gifts, increaser of the corn, and so forth. Yet, as we should expect, the exalted powers thus ascribed to the king differ in degree rather than in kind from those which every Egyptian claimed for himself. Professor Tael observes that, as every good man at his death became more serious, as every one in danger or need could by the use of magic sentences assume the form of deity, it is quite comprehensible how the king, not only after death, but already during his life, was placed on a level with the deity. Evolution of sacred kings out of magicians. We have now completed our sketch, for it is no more than a sketch of the evolution of that sacred kingship which attained its highest form, its most absolute expression, in the monarchies of Peru and Egypt, of China and Japan. Historically, the institution appears to have originated in the order of public magicians or medicine men. Logically, it rests on a mistaken deduction from the association of ideas. Men mistook the order of their ideas for the order of nature, and hence imagined that the control which they have, or seem to have, over their thoughts permitted them to exercise a corresponding control over things. The men who, for one reason or another, because of the strength or the weakness of their natural parts, were supposed to possess these magical powers in the highest degree, were gradually marked off from their fellows and became a separate class, who were destined to exercise a most far-reaching influence on the political, religious, and intellectual evolution of mankind. Social progress, as we know, consists mainly in a successive differentiation of functions, or in simpler language division of labour. The work which in primitive society is done by all alike, and by all equally ill or nearly so, is gradually distributed among different classes of workers and executed more and more perfectly, and so far as the products, material or immaterial, of this special labour are shared by all, the whole community benefits by the increasing specialization. Magicians or medicine men, the oldest professional class. Now, magicians or medicine men appear to constitute the oldest artificial or professional class in the evolution of society, for sorcerers are found in every savage tribe known to us, and among the lowest savages, such as the Australian Aborigines, they are the only professional class that exists. As time goes on, and the process of differentiation continues, the order of medicine men is itself subdivided into such classes as the healers of disease, the makers of rain, and so forth, while the most powerful member of the order wins for himself a position as chief and gradually develops into a sacred king, his old magical functions failing more and more into the background and being exchanged for priestly or even divine duties, in proportion as magic is slowly ousted by religion. Still later, arbitration is effected between the civil and the religious aspect of the kingship, the temporal power being committed to one man and the spiritual to another. Meanwhile, the magicians, who may be repressed but cannot be extirpated by their predominance of religion, still addict themselves to their old occult arts in preference to the newer rituals of sacrifice and prayer. And in time, the more sagacious of their number perceive the fallacy of magic and hit upon a more effective mode of manipulating the forces of nature for the good of man. In short, they abandon sorcery for science. I am far from affirming that the course of development has everywhere rigidly followed these lines. It has doubtless varied greatly in different societies. I merely mean to indicate in the broadest outline what I conceive to have been its general trend. Regarded from the industrial point of view, the evolution has been from uniformity to diversity of function. Regarded from the political point of view, it has been from democracy to despotism. With the latter history of monarchy, especially with the decay of despotism and its displacement by forms of government better adapted to the higher needs of humanity, we are not concerned in this inquiry. Our theme is the growth, not the decay, of a great and in its time beneficent institution.
End of Chapter 7, Incarnate Human Gods, Part 2. End of Section 16. Section 17 of Volume 1 of the Golden Bough, Part 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Appendix: Hegel on Magic and Religion. My friend Professor James Ward has pointed out to me that the view which I have taken of the nature and historical relations of magic and religion was anticipated by Hegel in his Lectures on the Philosophy of Religion. So far as I understand the philosopher's exposition, the agreement between us amounts to this. We both hold that in the mental evolution of humanity, an age of magic preceded an age of religion, and that the characteristic difference between magic and religion is that, whereas magic aims at controlling nature directly, religion aims at controlling it indirectly through the mediation of a powerful supernatural being, or perhaps to whom a man appeals to help and protection. That I take to be the substance of Hegel's meaning in the following passages which I extract from his lectures on the philosophy of religion. Speaking of what he calls the religion of nature, he observes, "Fear of the powers of nature, of the sun, of thunderstorms, etc., is here not as yet fear, which might be called religious fear, for this has its seat in freedom. The fear of God is a different fear from the fear of natural forces. It is said that fear is the beginning of wisdom. This fear cannot present itself in immediate religion. It first appears in man when he knows himself to be powerless in his particularity. when his particularity trembles within him. It is not, however, fear in this higher sense, only that it is not present here. But even the fear of the powers of nature, so far as it enters at all at this first stage of the religion of nature, changes round in its opposite and becomes magic. The absolutely primary form of religion to which we give the name of magic consists in this, that the spiritual is the ruling power over nature. This spiritual element does not yet exist, however, as spirit. It is not yet found in its universality, but is merely the particular, contingent, empirical self-consciousness of man, which, although it is only mere passion, knows itself to be higher in its self-consciousness than nature, knows that it is a power ruling over nature. This power is a direct power over nature in general, and is not to be likened to the indirect power which we exercise by means of implements over natural objects in their separate forms. Here the power over nature acts in a direct way. It thus is magic or sorcery. As regards the external mode in which this idea actually appears, it is found in a form which implies that this magic is what is highest in the self-consciousness of those peoples. But in a subordinate way, magic steals up to higher standpoints too, and insinuates itself into higher religions, and thus into the popular conception of witches, although in this form it is recognized as something which is partly impotent and partly improper and godless. There has been an inclination on the part of some, as for example in the Kantian philosophy, to consider prayer too as magic, because man seeks to make it effectual, not through mediation, but by starting direct from spirit. The distinction here, however, is that man appeals to the absolute will, for which even the individual or unit is an object of care, and which can either grant the power or not, and which in so acting is determined by general purposes of good. Magic, however, in the general sense, simply amounts to this: that man has a mastery as he is in his natural state, as possessed of passions and desires. Such is the general character of this primal and wholly immediate standpoint, namely that the human consciousness, any definite human being, is recognized as the ruling power of our nature in virtue of his own will. The natural has, however, by no means that wide range which it has in our idea of it, for here the greater part of nature still remains indifferent to man, or is just as he is accustomed to see it. Everything is stable. Earthquakes, thunderstorms, floods, animals which threaten him with death, enemies, and the like are another matter. To defend himself against these recourse is had to magic. Such is the oldest mode of religion, the wildest, most barbarous form. By recent travellers, such as Captain Parry, and before him Captain Ross, this religion has been found among the Eskimos, wholly without the element of mediation, and has the crudest consciousness. Among other peoples, a mediation is already present. Captain Parry says of them, they have not the slightest idea of spirit, or a higher existence of an essential substance, as contrasted with their empirical mode of existence. On the other hand, they have amongst them individuals whom they call Angekoks, magicians, conjurers. Those assert that they have it in their power to raise a storm, to create a calm, to bring whales near, etc., and say that they learned these arts from old Angekors. The people regard them with fear. In every family, however, there is at least one. A young Angekok wishes to make the wind rise, and he proceeds to do it by dint of phrases and gestures. These phrases had no meaning and were directed towards no supreme being as a medium, but were addressed in an immediate way to the natural object over which the Angekok wished to exercise power. It required no aid from any one whatever. This religion of magic is very prevalent in Africa, as well as among the Mongols and Chinese. Here, however, it is no longer found in the absolute crudeness of its first form, but mediations already come in, which owe their origin to the fact that the spirit has begun to assume an objective form for self-consciousness. In its first form, this religion is more magic than religion. It is in Africa among the Negroes that it prevails most extensively. In this sphere of magic, the main principle is direct domination of nature by means of the will, of self-consciousness. In other words, the spirit is something of a higher kind than nature. However bad this magic may look, regarded in one aspect, still in another it is higher than a condition of dependence upon nature and fear of it. Such then is the very first form of religion, which cannot indeed as yet be properly called religion. To religion essentially pertains the moment of objectivity. This means that spiritual power shows itself as a mode of the universal relatively to self-consciousness. For the individual, for the particular empirical consciousness, this objectivity is an essential characteristic on which all depends. Not until it is present does religion begin, does a God exist, and even in the lowest condition there is at least a beginning of it. The mountain, the river, is not in its character as this particular mass of earth, as this particular water, the divine, but as a mode of the existence of the divine, of an essential universal being. We do not yet find this in magic as such. It is the individual consciousness at this particular consciousness, and consequently the very negation of the universal, which is what has the power here. Not a god in the magician, but the magician himself is a conjurer and conqueror of nature. Out of magic the religion of magic is developed. End of appendix. End of section 17. And the end of volume 1 of The Golden Bough. Part 1, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, Volume 1, by James Frazer, recorded by Leon Harvey.